No Crime in the Mountains by Hammett Chandler. Chapter 1. The letter came just before noon. Special delivery, a dime store envelope with the return address F.S. Lacy, Puma Point, California. Inside was a check for $100, made out to cash and signed Frederick S. Lacy, and a sheet of plain white bond paper typed with a number of strikeovers. It said, "Dear Sir, I have your name from Len Esterwald. My business is urgent and extremely confidential. I enclose a retainer. Please come to Puma Point Thursday afternoon or evening, if at all possible. Register at the Indian Head Hotel and call me at 2306. Yours, Fred Lacy." There hadn't been any business in a week, but this made it a nice day. The bank on which the check was drawn was about 6 blocks away. I went over and cashed it, ate lunch, and got the car out and started off. It was hot in the valley, hotter still in San Bernardino, and it was still hot at 5,000 feet, 15 miles up the high-gear road to Puma Lake. I had done 40 of the 50 miles of curving, twisting highway before it started to cool off. But it didn't get really cool until I reached the dam and started along the south shore of the lake, past the piled-up granite, boulders, and the sprawled camps in the flats beyond. It was early evening when I reached Puma Point, and I was as empty as a gutted fish. The Indian Head Hotel was a brown building on a corner, opposite a dance hall. I registered, carried my suitcase upstairs, and dropped it in a bleak, hard-looking room, with an oval rug on the floor, a double bed in the corner, and nothing on the bare pine wall but a hardware store calendar all curled up from the dry mountain summer. I washed my face and hands and went downstairs to eat. The dining-drinking parlor that adjoined the lobby was full to overflowing with males in sports clothes and liquor breaths and females in slacks and shorts with blood red fingernails and dirty knuckles. A fellow with eyebrows like John L. Lewis was prowling around with a cigar screwed into his face. A lean, pale-eyed cashier in shirt sleeves was fighting to get the race results from Hollywood Park on a small radio that was as full of static as the mashed potato was full of water. In the deep, black corner of the room, a hillbilly symphony of 5 defeatists in white coats and purple shirts was trying to make itself heard above the brawl at the bar. I gobbled what they called the regular dinner, drank a brandy to sit on it, and went out onto the main stem. It was still broad daylight, but the neon lights were turned on, and the evening was full of the noise of auto horns, shrill voices, the rattle of bowls, the snap of 22 feet at the shooting gallery, jukebox music, and behind all this the hoarse, hard mutter of speedboats on the lake. At a corner opposite the post office, a blue and white arrow said telephone. I went down a dusty side road that suddenly became quiet and cool and piney. A tame doe deer with a leather collar on its neck wandered across the road in front of me. The phone office was a log cabin, and there was a booth in the corner with a coin-in-the-slot telephone. I shut myself inside and dropped my nickel and dialed 2306. A woman's voice answered. I said, "Is Mr. Fred Lacy there? Who is calling, please?" "Evans is the name. Mr. Lacy is not here right now, Mr. Evans. Is he expecting you?" That gave her 2 questions to my 1. I didn't like it. I said, "Are you Mrs. Lacy?" "Yes, I am Mrs. Lacy." I thought her voice was taut and overstrung, but some voices are like that all the time. "It's a business matter," I said. "When will he be back?" "I don't know exactly. Sometime this evening, I suppose." "Where is your cabin, Mrs. Lacy?" It's on Ball Sage Point, about 2 miles west of the village." "Are you calling from the village? Did you?" "I'll call back in an hour, Mrs. Lacy," I said, and hung up. I stepped out of the booth. In the other corner of the room, a dark girl in slacks was writing in some kind of account book at a little desk. She looked up and smiled and said, "How do you like the mountains?" I said, "Fine. It's very quiet up here," she said. "Very restful." "Yeah. Do you know anybody named Fred Lacy?" "Lacy? Oh yes, they just had a phone put in. They bought the Baldwin cabin. It was vacant for 2 years and they just bought it. It's out at the end of Ball Sage Point, a big cabin on high ground, looking out over the lake. It has a marvelous view. Do you know Mr. Lacy?" "No," I said, and went out of there. The tame doe was in the gap of the fence at the end of the walk. I tried to push her out of the way. She wouldn't move, so I stepped over the fence and walked back to the Indian Head and got into my car. There was a gas station at the east end of the village. I pulled up for some gas and asked the leathery man who ported where Ball Sage Point was. "Well," he said, "that's easy. That ain't hard at all. You won't have no trouble finding Ball Sage Point. You go down here about 1.5 miles past the Catholic Church and Kincaid's Camp, and at the bakery you turn right, and then you keep on the road to Willerton Boys Camp. And it's the first road to the left after you pass on by. It's a dirt road, kind of rough. They don't sweep the snow off in winter, but it ain't winter now. You know somebody out there?" "No." I gave him money. He went for the change and came back. "It's quiet out there," he said, "restful. What was the name?" "Murphy," I said. "Glad to know you, Mr. Murphy," he said and reached for my hand. "Drop in any time. Glad to have the pleasure of serving you. Now, for Ball Sage Point, you just keep straight on down this road." "Yeah," I said, and left his mouth flapping. I figured I knew how to find Ball Sage Point now, so I turned around and drove the other way. It was just possible Fred Lacy would not want me to go to his cabin. Half a block beyond the hotel, the paved road turned down towards a boat landing, then east again along the shore of the lake. The water was low. Cattle were grazing in the sour-looking grass that had been under water in the spring. A few patient visitors were fishing for bass or bluegill from boats with outboard motors. About 1 mile or so beyond the meadows, a dirt road wound out towards a long point covered with junipers. Close inshore, there was a lighted dance pavilion. The music was going already, although it still looked like late afternoon at that altitude. The band sounded as if it was in my pocket. I could hear a girl with a throaty voice singing the Woodpecker's song. I drove on past, and the music faded, and the road got rough and stony. A cabin on the shore slid past me, and there was nothing beyond it but pines and junipers and the shine of the water. I stopped the car out near the tip of the point and walked over to a huge tree fallen with its roots 12 feet in the air. I sat down against it on the bone-dry ground and lit a pipe. It was peaceful and quiet and far from everything. On the far side of the lake, a couple of speedboats played tag, but on my side, there was nothing but silent water, very slowly getting dark in the mountain dusk. I wondered who the hell Fred Lacy was and what he wanted, and why he didn't stay home or leave a message if his business was so urgent. I didn't wonder about it very long. The evening was too peaceful. I smoked and looked at the lake and the sky, and at a robin waiting on the bare spike at the top of a tall pine, for it to get dark enough so he could sing his good-night song. At the end of half an hour, I got up and dug a hole in the soft ground with my heel, and knocked my pipe out and stamped down the dirt over the ashes. For no reason at all, I walked a few steps towards the lake, and that brought me to the end of the tree. So I saw the foot. It was in a white duck shoe, about size 9. I walked around the roots of the tree. There was another foot in another white duck shoe. There were pinstriped white pants with legs in them, and there was a torso in a pale green sports shirt of the kind that hangs outside and has pockets like a sweater. It had a buttonless V-neck and chest hair showed through the fifth. The man was middle-aged, half-bald, had a good coat of tan and a line mustache shaved up from the lip. His lips were thick, and his mouth, a little open as they usually are, showed big, strong teeth. He had the kind of face that goes with plenty of food and not too much worry. His eyes were looking at the sky. I couldn't seem to meet them. The left side of the green sports shirt was sodden with blood in a patch as big as a dinner plate. In the middle of the patch there might have been a scorched hole. I couldn't be sure. The light was getting a little tricky. I bent down and felt matches and cigarettes in the pockets of the shirt, a couple of rough lumps like keys and silver in his pants pockets at the sides. I rolled him a little to get at his hip. He was still limp and only a little cooled off. A wallet of rough leather made a tight fit in his right hip pocket. I dragged it out, bracing my knee against his back. There was $12 in the wallet and some cards, but what interested me was the name on his photostat driver's license. I lit a match to make sure I read it right in the fading daylight. The name on the license was Frederick Shield Lacy. Chapter 2. I put the wallet back and stood up and made a full circle, staring hard. Nobody was in sight, on land or on the water. In that light, nobody could have seen what I was doing unless he was close. I walked a few steps and looked down to see if I was making tracks. No. The ground was half pine needles of many years past, and the other half pulverized rotten wood. The gun was about 4 feet away, almost under the fallen tree. I didn't touch it. I bent down and looked at it. It was a .22 automatic, a Colt with a bone grip. It was half buried in a small pile of the powdery brown rotted wood. There were large black ants on the pile, and one of them was crawling along the barrel of the gun. I straightened up and took another quick look around. A boat idled offshore out of sight around the point. I could hear an uneven stutter from the throttled-down motor, but I couldn't see it. I started back toward the car. I was almost up to it. A small figure rose silently behind a heavy manzanita bush. The light winked on glasses and on something else, lower down in a hand. A voice said hissingly, "Placing the hands up, please." It was a nice spot for a very fast draw. I didn't think mine would be fast enough. I placed the hands up. The small figure came around the manzanita bush. The shining thing below the glasses was a gun. The gun was large enough. It came towards me. A gold tooth winked out of a small mouth below a black mustache. "Turning around, please," the nice little voice said soothingly. "You seeing man lie on ground?" "Look," I said, "I'm a stranger here. Turning around very soon," the man said coldly. I turned around. The end of the gun made a nest against my spine. A light, deft hand prodded me here and there, rested on the gun under my arm. The voice cooed. The hand went to my hip. The pressure of my wallet went away. A very neat pickpocket. I could hardly feel him touch me. "I look at wallet now, you very still," the voice said. The gun went away. A good man had a chance now. He would fall quickly to the ground, do a backflip from a kneeling position, and come up with his gun blazing in his hand. It would happen very fast. The good man would take the little man with glasses the way a dowager takes her teeth out, in one smooth motion. I somehow didn't think I was that good. The wallet went back on my hip, the gun barrel back into my back. "So," the voice said softly, "you coming here, you making mistake." "Brother, you said it," I told him. "Not matter," the voice said. "Go away now, go home. $500. Nothing being said, $500 arriving 1 week from today." "Fine," I said. "You having my address?" "Very funny," the voice cooed. "Ha ha." Something hit the back of my right knee, and the leg folded suddenly the way it will when hit at that point. My head began to ache from where it was going to get a crack from the gun, but he fooled me. It was the old rabbit punch, and it was a honey of its type, done with the heel of a very hard little hand. My head came off and went halfway across the lake and did a boomerang turn and came back and slammed on top of my spine with a sickening jar. Somehow on the way, it got a mouthful of pine needles. There was an interval of midnight in a small room with the windows shut and no air. My chest labored against the ground. They put a ton of coal on my back. One of the hard lumps pressed into the middle of my back. I made some noises, but they must have been unimportant. Nobody bothered about them. I heard the sound of a boat motor get louder, and a soft thud of feet walking on the pine needles, making a dry, slithering sound. Then a couple of heavy grunts and steps going away. Then steps coming back in a burry voice, with a sort of accent. "What did you get there, Charlie?" "Oh, nothing," Charlie said jokingly. "Smoking pipe, not doing anything. Summer visitor, ha ha." "Did he see the stiff?" "Not seeing," Charlie said. I wondered why. "Okay, let's go." "Ah, too bad," Charlie said. "Too bad." The weight got off my back and the lumps of hard coal went away from my spine. "Too bad," Charlie said again, "but must do." He didn't fool this time. He hit me with the gun. "Come around and I'll let you feel the lump under my scalp. I've got several of them." Time passed and I was up on my knees, whining. I put a foot on the ground and hoisted myself on it, and wiped my face off with the back of my hand, and put the other foot on the ground and climbed out. Of the hole it felt like I was in, the shine of water, dark now from the sun but silvered by the moon, was directly in front of me. To the right was the big fallen tree. That brought it back. I moved cautiously towards it, rubbing my head with careful fingertips. It was swollen and soft, but not bleeding. I stopped and looked back for my hat, and then remembered I had left it in the car. I went around the tree. The moon was bright, as it can only be in the mountains or in the desert. You could almost have read the paper by its light. It was very easy to see that there was no body on the ground now, and no gun lying against the tree with ants crawling on it. The ground had a sort of smoothed-out, raked look. I stood there and listened, and all I heard was the blood pounding in my head, and all I felt was my head aching. Then my hand jumped for the gun, and the gun was there. And the hand jumped again for my wallet, and the wallet was there. I hauled it out and looked at my money. That seemed to be there too. I turned around and plowed back to the car. I wanted to go back to the hotel and get a couple of drinks and lie down. I wanted to meet Charlie after a while, but not right away. First, I wanted to lie down for a while. I was a growing boy and I needed rest. I got into the car and started it, and tooled it around on the soft ground, and back onto the dirt road and back along that to the highway. I didn't meet any cars. The music was still going well in the dancing pavilion off to the side, and the throaty-voiced singer was giving out "I'll Never Smile Again." When I reached the highway, I put the lights on and drove back to the village. The local law hung out in a one-room pine-board shack halfway up the block from the boat landing, across the street from the firehouse. There was a naked light burning inside, behind a glass-paneled door. I stopped the car on the other side of the street and sat there for a minute looking into the shack. There was a man inside, sitting bareheaded in a swivel chair at an old roll-top desk. I opened the car door and moved to get out, then stopped and shut the door again and started the motor and drove on. I had $100 to earn after all. Chapter 3. I drove 2 miles past the village and came to the bakery and turned on a newly oiled road towards the lake. I passed a couple of camps and then saw the brownish tents of the boys' camp with lights strung between them and a clatter coming from a big tent where they were washing dishes. A little beyond that, the road curved around an inlet and a dirt road branched off. It was deeply rutted and full of stones half embedded in the dirt, and the trees barely gave it room to pass. I went by a couple of lighted cabins, old ones built of pine with the bark left on. Then the road climbed, and the place got emptier. And after a while, a big cabin hung over the edge of the bluff looking down on the lake at its feet. The cabin had 2 chimneys and a rustic fence, and a double garage outside the fence. There was a long porch on the lakeside, and steps going down to the water. Light came from the windows. My headlights tilted up enough to catch the name Baldwin painted on a wooden board nailed to a tree. This was the cabin, all right. The garage was open, and a sedan was parked in it. I stopped a little beyond and went far enough into the garage to feel the exhaust pipe of the car. It was cold. I went through a rustic gate, up a path outlined in stones to the porch. The door opened as I got there. A tall woman stood there, framed against the light. A little silky dog rushed out past her, tumbled down the steps, and hit me in the stomach with 2 front paws, then dropped to the ground and ran in circles making noises of approval. "Down, Shiny," the woman called. "Down, isn't she a funny little dog? Funny itty doggy, she's half coyote." The dog ran back into the house. I said, "Are you Mrs. Lacy? I'm Evans. I called you up about an hour ago." "Yes, I'm Mrs. Lacy," she said. "My husband hasn't come in yet. Well, come in, won't you?" Her voice had a remote sound, like a voice in the mist. She closed the door behind me after I went in and stood there looking at me, then shrugged a little and sat down in a wicker chair. I sat down in another just like it. The dog appeared from nowhere, jumped in my lap, wiped a neat tongue across the end of my nose and jumped down again. It was a small grayish dog with a sharp nose and a long feathery tail. It was a long room with a lot of windows and not very fresh curtains at them. There was a big fireplace, Indian rugs, 2 davenports with faded cretonne slips over them, more wicker furniture, not too comfortable. There were some antlers on the wall, 1 pair with 6 points. "Fred isn't home yet," Mrs. Lacy said again. "I don't know what's keeping him." I nodded. She had a pale face, rather taut dark hair that was a little wild. She was wearing a double-breasted scarlet coat with brass buttons, gray flannel slacks, pigskin clog sandals, and no stockings. There was a necklace of cloudy amber around her throat and a bandeau of old rose material in her hair. She was in her middle 30s, so it was too late for her to learn how to dress herself. "You wanted to see my husband on business?" "Yes. He wrote me to come up and stay at the Indian Head and phone him." "Oh, at the Indian Head," she said, as if that meant something. She crossed her legs, didn't like them that way, and uncrossed them again. She leaned forward and cupped a long chin in her hand. "What kind of business are you in, Mr. Evans?" "I'm a private detective." It's about the money?" she asked quickly. I nodded. That seemed safe. It was usually about money. It was about $100 that I had in my pocket anyhow. "Of course," she said. "Naturally. Would you care for a drink?" "Very much." She went over to a little wooden bar and came back with 2 glasses. We drank. We looked at each other over the rims of our glasses. "The Indian Head," she said. "We stayed there 2 nights when we came up, while the cabin was being cleaned up. It had been empty for 2 years before we bought it. They get so dirty." "I guess so," I said. "You say my husband wrote to you?" She was looking down into her glass now. "I suppose he told you the story." I offered her a cigarette. She started to reach, then shook her head and put her hand on her kneecap and twisted it. She gave me the careful up-from-under look. "He was a little vague," I said, "in spots." She looked at me steadily, and I looked at her steadily. I breathed gently into my glass until it misted. "Well, I don't think we need be mysterious about it," she said. "Although as a matter of fact I know more about it than Fred thinks I do. He doesn't know, for example, that I saw that letter." "The letter he sent me?" "No. The letter he got from Los Angeles with the report on the $10 bill. How did you get to see it?" I asked. She laughed without much amusement. "Fred's too secretive. It's a mistake to be too secretive with a woman." I sneaked a look at it while he was in the bathroom. I got it out of his pocket. I nodded and drank some more of my drink. I said, "Uh-huh." That didn't commit me very far, which was a good idea as long as I didn't know what we were talking about. "But how did you know it was in his pocket?" I asked. "He just got it at the post office. I was with him." She laughed, with a little more amusement this time. "I saw that there was a bill in it and that it came from Los Angeles. I knew he had sent one of the bills to a friend there who is an expert on such things, so of course I knew this letter was a report." "It was. Seems like Fred doesn't cover up very well," I said. "What did the letter say?" She flushed slightly. "I don't know that I should tell you. I don't really know that you are a detective or that your name is Evans." "Well, that's something that can be settled without violence," I said. I got up and showed her enough to prove it. When I sat down again, the little dog came over and sniffed at the cuffs on my trousers. I bent down to pat her head and got a handful of spit. It said that the bill was beautiful work. The paper in particular was just about perfect, but under a comparison microscope there were very small differences of registration. What does that mean? It means that the bill he sent hadn't been made from a government plate. Anything else wrong? Yes. Under black light, whatever that is, there appeared to be slight differences in the composition of the inks, but the letter added that to the naked eye the counterfeit was practically perfect. It would fool any bank teller. I nodded. This was something I hadn't expected. "Who wrote the letter, Mrs. Lacy?" "He signed himself Bill. It was on a plain sheet of paper. I don't know who wrote it." "Oh, there was something else. Bill said that Fred ought to turn it in to the federal people right away, because the money was good enough to make a lot of trouble if much of it got into circulation. But of course Fred wouldn't want to do that if he could help it. That would be why he sent for you." "Well, no, of course not," I said. This was a shot in the dark, but it wasn't likely to hit anything. Not with the amount of dark I had to shoot into. She nodded, as if I had said something. "What is Fred doing now mostly?" I asked. "Bridge and poker, like he's done for years. He plays bridge almost every afternoon at the athletic club, and poker at night a good deal. You can see that he couldn't afford to be connected with counterfeit money, even in the most innocent way. There would always be someone who wouldn't believe it was innocent." He plays the races too, but that's just fun. That's how he got the $500 he put in my shoe for a present for me. At the Indian Head. I wanted to go out in the yard and do a little yelling and breastbeating, just to let off steam. But all I could do was sit there and look wise and guzzle my drink. I guzzled it empty and made a lonely noise with the ice cubes, and she went and got me another one. I took a slug of that and breathed deeply and said, "If the bill was so good, how did he know it was bad, if you get what I mean?" Her eyes widened a little. "Oh, I see. He didn't, of course. Not that one. But there were 50 of them, all $10 bills, all new, and the money hadn't been that way when he put it in the shoe." I wondered if tearing my hair would do me any good. I didn't think. My head was too sore. "Charlie. Good old Charlie. Okay, Charlie, after a while I'll be around with my gang." "Look," I said. "Look, Mrs. Lacy, he didn't tell me about the shoe. Does he always keep his money in a shoe? Or was this something special on account of he won it at the races and horses wear shoes?" "I told you it was a surprise present for me. When I put the shoe on, I would find it, of course." "Oh." I gnawed about half an inch off my upper lip. "But you didn't find it." "How could I when I sent the maid to take the shoes to the shoemaker in the village to have lifts put on them? I didn't look inside. I didn't know Fred had put anything in the shoe. A little light was coming. It was very far off and coming very slowly. It was a very little light, about half a firefly's worth." I said, "And Fred didn't know that. And this maid took the shoes to the shoemaker. What then?" "Well, Gertrude, that's the maid's name, said she hadn't noticed the money either. So when Fred found out about it and had asked her, he went over to the shoemaker's place. And he hadn't worked on the shoes, and the roll of money was still stuffed down into the toe of the shoe. So Fred laughed and took the money out and put it in his pocket and gave the shoemaker $5 because he was lucky." I finished my second drink and leaned back. I get it now. Then Fred took the roll out and looked it over, and he saw it wasn't the same money. It was all new $10 bills, and before it had probably been various sizes of bills, and not new or not all new. She looked surprised that I had to reason it out. I wondered how long a letter she thought Fred had written me. I said, then Fred would have to assume that there was some reason for changing the money. He thought of one and sent a bill to a friend of his to be tested, and the report came back that it was very good counterfeit, but still counterfeit. Who did he ask about it at the hotel? Nobody except Gertrude, I guess. He didn't want to start anything. I guess he just sent for you. I snubbed my cigarette out and looked out of the open front windows at the moonlit lake. A speedboat with a hard white headlight slid muttering along in the water, far off over the water, and disappeared behind a wooded point. I looked back at Mrs. Lacy. She was still sitting with her chin propped in a thin hand. Her eyes seemed far away. "I wish Fred would come home," she said. "Where is he?" "I don't know. He went out with a man named Frank Luders, who is staying at the Woodland Club, down at the far end of the lake. Fred said he owned an interest in it. But I called Mr. Luders up a while ago, and he said Fred had just ridden uptown with him and got off at the post office. I've been expecting Fred to phone and ask me to pick him up somewhere. He left hours ago." "They probably have some card games down at the Woodland Club." "Or maybe he went there." She nodded. "He usually calls me, though." I stared at the floor for a while and tried not to feel like a heel. Then I stood up. "I guess I'll go on back to the hotel. I'll be there if you want to phone me. I think I've met Mr. Lacy somewhere. Isn't he a thick-set man about 45, going a little bald with a small mustache?" She went to the door with me. "Yes," she said. "That's Fred, all right." She had shut the dog in the house and was standing outside herself as I turned the car and drove away. God, she looked lonely. Chapter 4. I was lying on my back on the bed, wobbling a cigarette around and trying to make up my mind just why I had to play cute with this affair, when the knock came at the door. I called out. A girl in a working uniform came in with some towels. She had dark, reddish hair and a pert, nicely made-up face and long legs. She excused herself and slung some towels on the rack and started back to the door and gave me a sidelong look with a good deal of fluttering eyelash. I said, "Hello, Gertrude," just for the hell of it. She stopped and the dark red head came around and the mouth was ready to smile. "How'd you know my name?" "I didn't, but one of the maids is Gertrude. I wanted to talk to her." She leaned against the door frame, towels over her arm. Her eyes were lazy. "Yeah? Live up here or just up here for the summer?" I asked. Her lip curled. "I should say I don't live up here. With these mountain screwballs, I should say not." "You doing all right?" She nodded. "And I don't need any company, mister." She sounded as if she could be talked out of that. I looked at her for a minute and said, "Tell about that money somebody hid in a shoe." "Who are you?" she asked coolly. "The name is Evans. I'm a Los Angeles detective." I grinned at her, very wise. Her face stiffened a little. The hand holding the towels clutched, and her nails made a scratching sound on the cloth. She moved back from the door and sat down in a straight chair against the wall. Trouble dwelt in her eyes. "A dick," she breathed. "What goes on?" "Don't you know? All I heard was Mrs. Lacy left some money in a shoe she wanted a lift put on the heel, and I took it over to the shoemaker and he didn't steal the money. And I didn't either. She got the money back, didn't she?" "Don't like cops, do you? Seems to me I know your face," I said. The face hardened. "Look, copper, I got a job and I work at it. I don't need any help from any copper. I don't owe anybody a nickel." "Sure," I said. "When you took those shoes from the room, did you go right over to the shoemaker with them?" She nodded shortly. "Didn't stop on the way at all. Why would I? I wasn't around then. I wouldn't know." "Well, I didn't, except to tell Weber I was going out for a guest." "Who's Mr. Weber?" "He's the assistant manager. He's down in the dining room a lot. Tall, pale guy that writes down all the race results?" She nodded. "That would be him." "I see," I said. I struck a match and lit my cigarette. I stared at her through smoke. "Thanks very much," I said. She stood up and opened the door. "I don't think I remember you," she said, looking back at me. "There must be a few of us you didn't meet," I said. She flushed and stood there glaring at me. "They always change the towels this late in your hotel?" I asked her, just to be saying something. "Smart guy, ain't you?" "Well, I try to give that impression," I said with a modest smirk. "You don't put it over," she said with a sudden trace of thick accent. "Anybody handle those shoes except you after you took them?" "No. I told you I just stopped to tell Mr. Weber." She stopped dead and thought a minute. "I went to get him a cup of coffee," she said. "I left them on his desk by the cash register. How the hell would I know anybody handled them? And what difference does it make if they got their dough back all right?" "Well, I see you're anxious to make me feel good about it. Tell me about this guy Weber. He been here long?" "Too long," she said nastily. "A girl don't want to walk too close to him, if you get what I mean." "What am I talking about?" "About Mr. Weber." "Well, to hell with Mr. Weber, if you get what I mean." "You been having any trouble getting it across?" She flushed again. "And strictly off the record," she said. "To hell with you." "If I get what you mean," I said. She opened the door and gave me a quick, half-angry smile and went out. Her steps made a tapping sound going along the hall. I didn't hear her stop at any other doors. I looked at my watch. It was after 9:30. Somebody came along the hall with heavy feet, went into the room next to me and banged the door. The man started hawking and throwing shoes around. A weight flopped on the bed springs and started bounding around. 5 minutes of this, and he got up again. 2 big, unshod feet thudded on the floor. A bottle tinkled against a glass. The man had himself a drink, lay down on the bed again, and began to snore almost at once. Except for that, and the confused racket from downstairs in the dining room and the bar there was the nearest thing you get to silence. In a mountain resort, speedboats stuttered out on the lake. Dance music murmured here and there. Cars went by blowing horns. The 22 feet snapped in the shooting gallery, and kids yelled at each other across the main drag. It was so quiet that I didn't hear my door open. It was half open before I noticed it. A man came in quietly, half closed the door, moved a couple of steps farther into the room and stood looking at me. He was tall, thin, pale, quiet, and his eyes had a flat look of menace. "Okay, sport," he said. "Let's see it." I rolled around and sat up. I yawned. "See what?" "The buzzer." "What buzzer?" "Shake it up, half smart. "Let's see the buzzer that gives you the right to ask questions of the help." "Oh, that," I said, smiling weakly. "I don't have any buzzer, Mr. Weber." "Well, that is very lovely," Mr. Weber said. He came across the room, his long arms swinging. When he was about 3 feet from me, he leaned forward a little and made a very sudden movement. An open palm slapped the side of my face hard. It rocked my head and made the back of it shoot pain in all directions. "Just for that," I said, "you don't go to the movies tonight." He twisted his face into a sneer and cocked his right fist. He telegraphed his punch well ahead. I would almost have had time to run out and buy a catcher's mask. I came up under the fist and stuck a gun in his stomach. He grunted unpleasantly. I said, "Putting the hands up, please." He grunted again and his eyes went out of focus, but he didn't move his hands. I went around him and back towards the far side of the room. He turned slowly, eyeing me. I said, "Just a moment until I close the door. Then we will go into the case of the money in the shoe, otherwise known as the clue of the substituted lettuce." "Go to hell," he said. "A right snappy comeback," I said, "and full of originality." I reached back for the knob of the door, keeping my eyes on him. A board creaked behind me. I swung around, adding a little power to the large, heavy, hard, and businesslike hunk of concrete which landed on the side of my jaw. I spun off into the distance, trailing flashes of lightning, and did a nosedive out into space. A couple of 1,000 years passed. Then I stopped a planet with my back, opened my eyes fuzzily, and looked at a pair of feet. They were sprawled out at a loose angle, and legs came towards me from them. The legs were splayed out on the floor of the room. A hand hung down limp, and a gun lay just out of its reach. I moved one of the feet and was surprised to find it belonged to me. The lax hand twitched and reached automatically for the gun, missed it, reached again, and grabbed the smooth grip. I lifted it. Somebody had tied a 50-pound weight to it, but I lifted it anyway. There was nothing in the room but silence. I looked across and was staring straight at the closed door. I shifted a little and ached all over. My head ached. My jaw ached. I lifted the gun some more and then put it down again. The hell with it. I should be lifting guns around for what? The room was empty. All visitors departed. The drop light from the ceiling burned with an empty glare. I rolled a little and ached some more and got a leg bent and a knee under me. I came up grunting hard, grabbed the gun again, and climbed the rest of the way. There was a taste of ashes in my mouth. "Ah, too bad," I said out loud. "Too bad. Must do. Okay, Charlie. I'll be seeing you." I swayed a little. Still groggy as a 3-day drunk, swiveled slowly and prowled the room with my eyes. A man was kneeling in prayer against the side of the bed. He wore a gray suit and his hair was a dusty blonde color. His legs were spread out, and his body was bent forward on the bed, and his arms were flung out. His head rested sideways on his left arm. He looked quite comfortable. The rough deer horn grip of the hunting knife under his left shoulder blade didn't seem to bother him at all. I went over to bend down and look at his face. It was the face of Mr. Weber. Poor Mr. Weber. From under the handle of the hunting knife, down the back of his jacket, a dark streak extended. It was not mercurochrome. I found my hat somewhere and put it on carefully and put the gun under my arm and waded over to the door. I reversed the key, switched the light off, went out and locked the door after me and dropped the key into my pocket. I went along the silent hallway and down the stairs to the office. An old wasted-looking night clerk was reading the paper behind the desk. He didn't even look at me. I glanced through the archway into the dining room. The same noisy crowd was brawling at the bar. The same hillbilly symphony was fighting for life in the corner. The guy with the cigar and the John L. Lewis eyebrows was minding the cash register. Business seemed good. A couple of summer visitors were dancing in the middle of the floor, holding glasses over each other's shoulders. Chapter 5. I went out of the lobby door and turned left along the street to where my car was parked, but I didn't go very far before I stopped and turned back into the lobby of the hotel. I leaned on the counter and asked the clerk, "May I speak to the maid called Gertrude?" He blinked at me thoughtfully over his glasses. "She's off at 9:30. She's gone home." "Where does she live?" He stared at me without blinking this time. "I think maybe you've got the wrong idea," he said. If I have, it's not the idea you have." He rubbed the end of his chin and washed my face with his stare. "Something wrong?" "I'm a detective from L.A. I work very quietly when people let me work quietly." "You'd better see Mr. Holmes," he said, "the manager." "Look, partner, this is a very small place. I wouldn't have to do more than wander down the row and ask in the bars and eating places for Gertrude. I could think up a reason. I could find out. You would save me a little time and maybe save somebody from getting hurt. Very badly hurt." He shrugged. "Let me see your credentials, Mr. Evans." I showed him my credentials. He stared at them a long time after he had read them, then handed the wallet back and stared at the ends of his fingertips. "I believe she's stopping at the Whitewater cabins," he said. "What's her last name?" "Smith," he said, and smiled a faint, old, and very weary smile. The smile of a man who has seen too much of one world, or possibly Schmidt. I thanked him and went back out on the sidewalk. I walked half a block, then turned into a noisy little bar for a drink. A three-piece orchestra was swinging it on a tiny stage at the back. In front of the stage there was a small dance floor, and a few fuzzy-eyed couples were shagging around flat-footed with their mouths open and their faces full of nothing. I drank a jigger of rye and asked the barman where the Whitewater cabins were. He said at the east end of the town, half a block back, on a road that started at the gas station. I went back for my car and drove through the village and found the road. A pale blue neon sign with an arrow on it pointed the way. The Whitewater cabins were a cluster of shacks on the side of the hill with an office down front. I stopped in front of the office. People were sitting out on their tiny front porches with portable radios. The night seemed peaceful and homey. There was a bell in the office. I rang it and a girl in slacks came in and told me Miss Smith and Miss Hoffman had a cabin kind of off by itself because the girls slept late and wanted quiet. Of course, it was always kind of busy in the season, but the cabin where they were, it was called Tuck Me In, was quiet and it was at the back, way off to the left, and I wouldn't have any trouble finding it. Was I a friend of theirs? I said I was Miss Smith's grandfather, thanked her and went out and up the slope between the clustered cabins to the edge of the pines at the back. There was a long woodpile at the back, and at each end of the cleared space there was a small cabin. In front of the one to the left, there was a coupe standing with its lights dim. A tall, blonde girl was putting a suitcase into the boot. Her hair was tied in a blue handkerchief, and she wore a blue sweater and blue pants. Or dark enough to be blue, anyhow. The cabin behind her was lighted, and the little sign hanging from the roof said, "Tuck Me In." The blonde girl went back into the cabin, leaving the boot of the car open. Dim light oozed out through the open door. I went very softly up on the steps and walked inside. Gertrude was snapping down the top of a suitcase on a bed. The blonde girl was out of sight, but I could hear her out in the kitchen of the little white cabin. I couldn't have made very much noise. Gertrude snapped down the lid of the suitcase, hefted it, and started to carry it out. It was only then that she saw me. Her face went very white, and she stopped dead, holding the suitcase at her side. Her mouth opened, and she spoke quickly back over her shoulder. "Anna, Achtung!" The noise stopped in the kitchen. Gertrude and I stared at each other. "Leaving?" I asked. She moistened her lips. "Going to stop me, copper?" "I don't guess. What you leaving for?" "I don't like it up here. The altitude is bad for my nerves." "Made up your mind rather suddenly, didn't you? Any law against it?" "I don't guess. You're not afraid of Weber, are you?" She didn't answer me. She looked past my shoulder. It was an old gag, and I didn't pay any attention to it. Behind me, the cabin door closed. I turned then. The blonde girl was behind me. She had a gun in her hand. She looked at me thoughtfully, without any expression much. She was a big girl and looked very strong. "What is it?" she asked, speaking a little heavily, in a voice almost like a man's voice. "A Los Angeles dick," replied Gertrude. "So," Anna said, "what does he want?" "I don't know," Gertrude said. "I don't think he's a real dick. He don't seem to throw his weight enough." "So," Anna said. She moved to the side and away from the door. She kept the gun pointed at me. She held it as if guns didn't make her nervous, not the least bit nervous. "What do you want?" she asked throatily. "Practically everything," I said. "Why are you taking a powder?" "That has been explained," the blonde girl said calmly. "It is the altitude. It is making Gertrude sick." "You both work at the Indian Head?" The blonde girl said, "Of no consequence." "What the hell?" Gertrude said. "Yeah, we both worked at the hotel until tonight. Now we're leaving. Any objection?" "We waste time," the blonde girl said. "See if he has a gun." Gertrude put her suitcase down and felt me over. She found the gun and I let her take it, big-hearted. She stood there looking at it with a pale, worried expression. The blonde girl said, "Put the gun down outside and put the suitcase in the car. Start the engine of the car and wait for me." Gertrude picked her suitcase up again and started around me to the door. "That won't get you anywhere," I said. "They'll telephone ahead and block you on the road. There are only 2 roads out of here, both easy to block." The blonde girl raised her fine, tawny eyebrows a little. "Why should anyone wish to stop us?" "Yeah, why are you holding that gun?" "I did not know who you were," the blonde girl said. "I do not know even now. Go on, Gertrude." Gertrude opened the door, then looked back at me and moved her lips one over the other. "Take a tip, Seamus, and beat it out of this place while you're able," she said quietly. "Which of you saw the hunting knife?" They glanced at each other quickly, then back at me. Gertrude had a fixed stare, but it didn't look like a guilty kind of stare. "I pass," she said. "You're over my head." "Okay," I said. "I know you didn't put it where it was. One more question. How long were you getting that cup of coffee from Mr. Weber the morning you took the shoes out?" "You are wasting time, Gertrude," the blonde girl said impatiently, or as impatiently as she would ever say anything. She didn't seem an impatient type. Gertrude didn't pay any attention to her. Her eyes held a tight speculation. "Long enough to get him a cup of coffee. They have that right in the dining room." "It was stale in the dining room. I went out to the kitchen for it. I got him some toast also." 5 minutes? She nodded. "About that. Who else was in the dining room besides Weber?" She stared at me very steadily. "At that time, I don't think anybody. I'm not sure. Maybe someone was having a late breakfast." "Thanks very much," I said. "Put the gun down carefully on the porch and don't drop it. You can empty it if you like. I don't plan to shoot anyone." She smiled a very small smile and opened the door with the hand holding the gun and went out. I heard her go down the steps and then heard the boot of the car slammed shut. I heard the starter, then the motor caught and purred quietly. The blonde girl moved around to the door and took the key from the inside and put it on the outside. "I would not care to shoot anybody," she said, "but I could do it if I had to. Please do not make me." She shut the door and the key turned in the lock. Her steps went down off the porch. The car door slammed and the motor took hold. The tires made a soft whisper going down between the cabins. Then the noise of the portable radios swallowed that sound. I stood there looking around the cabin, then walked through it. There was nothing in it that didn't belong there. There was some garbage in a can, coffee cups not washed, a saucepan full of grounds. There were no papers, and nobody had left the story of his life written on a paper match. The back door was locked too. This was on the side, away from the camp, against the dark wilderness of the trees. I shook the door and bent down to look at the lock. A straight bolt lock. I opened a window. A screen was nailed over it against the wall outside. I went back to the door and gave it the shoulder. It held without any trouble at all. It also started my head blazing again. I felt in my pockets and was disgusted. I didn't even have a 5-cent skeleton key. I got the can opener out of the kitchen drawer and worked a corner of the screen loose and bent it back. Then I got up on the sink and reached down to the outside knob of the door and groped around. The key was in the lock. I turned it and drew my hand in again and went out of the door. Then I went back and put the lights out. My gun was lying on the front porch behind a post of the little railing. I tucked it under my arm and walked downhill to the place where I had left my car. Chapter 6. There was a wooden counter leading back from beside the door and a pot-bellied stove in the corner, and a large blueprint map of the district and some curled-up calendars on the wall. On the counter were piles of dusty-looking folders, a rusty pen, a bottle of ink, and somebody's sweat-darkened Stetson. Behind the counter there was an old golden oak roll-top desk, and at the desk sat a man, with a tall, corroded brass spittoon leaning against his leg. He was a heavy, calm man, and he sat tilted back in his chair with large, hairless hands clasped on his stomach. He wore scuffed brown army shoes, white socks, brown wash pants held up by faded suspenders, a khaki shirt buttoned to the neck. His hair was mousy brown except at the temples, where it was the color of dirty snow. On his left breast there was a star. He sat a little more on his left hip than on his right, because there was a brown leather hip holster inside his right hip pocket, and about a foot of .45 gun in the holster. He had large ears and friendly eyes, and he looked about as dangerous as a squirrel, but much less nervous. I leaned on the counter and looked at him, and he nodded at me and loosed a half pint of brown juice into the spittoon. I lit a cigarette and looked around for some place to throw the match. "Try the floor," he said. "What can I do for you, son?" I dropped the match on the floor and pointed with my chin at the map on the wall. I was looking for a map of the district. Sometimes chambers of commerce have them to give away, but I guess you wouldn't be the Chamber of Commerce. "We ain't got no maps," the man said. "We had a mess of them a couple of years back, but we run out." I was hearing that Sid Young had some down at the camera store by the post office. He's the justice of the peace here besides running the camera store, and he gives them out to show them where they can smoke and where not. We got a bad fire hazard up here. Got a good map of the district up there on the wall. Be glad to direct you any place you'd care to go. We aim to make the summer visitors at home. He took a slow breath and dropped another load of juice. "What was the name?" he asked. "Evans. Are you the law around here?" "Yep. I'm Puma Point Constable and San Bernardino Deputy Sheriff. What law we gotta have, me and Sid Young is it. Barron is the name. I come from L.A. 18 years in the fire department. I come up here quite a while back. Nice and quiet up here. You up on business?" I didn't think he could do it again so soon, but he did. That spittoon took an awful beating. "Business?" I asked. The big man took one hand off his stomach and hooked a finger inside his collar and tried to loosen it. "Business," he said calmly. "Meaning you got a permit for that gun, I guess? Hell, does it stick out that much?" "Depends what a man's looking for," he said, and put his feet on the floor. "Maybe you and me better get straightened out." He got to his feet and came over to the counter, and I put my wallet on it, opened out so that he could see the photostat of the license behind the celluloid window. I drew out the L.A. Sheriff's gun permit and laid it beside the license. He looked them over. "I better kind of check the number," he said. I pulled the gun out and laid it on the counter beside his hand. He picked it up and compared the numbers. "I see you got 3 of them. Don't wear them all to onst, I hope." "Nice gun, son. Can't shoot like mine, though." He pulled his cannon off his hip and laid it on the counter. A Frontier Colt that would weigh as much as a suitcase. He balanced it, tossed it into the air, and caught it spinning, then put it back on his hip. He pushed my .38 back across the counter. "Up here on business, Mr. Evans?" "I'm not sure. I got a call, but I haven't made a contact yet. A confidential matter." He nodded. His eyes were thoughtful. They were deeper, colder, darker than they had been. "I'm stopping at the Indian Head," I said. "I don't aim to pry into your affairs, son," he said. "We don't have no crime here. Onst in a while a fight or a drunk driver in summertime, or maybe a couple hard-boiled kids on a motorcycle will break into a cabin just to sleep and steal food. No real crime, though. Mighty little inducement to crime in the mountains. Mountain folks are mighty peaceful." "Yeah," I said, and again no. He leaned forward a little and looked into my eyes. "Right now," I said, "you've got a murder." Nothing much changed in his face. He looked me over feature by feature. He reached for his hat and put it on the back of his head. "What was that, son?" he asked calmly. "On the point east of the village, out past the dancing pavilion. A man shot, lying behind a big fallen tree. Shot through the heart. I was down there smoking for half an hour before I noticed him." "Is that so?" he drawled. "Out Speaker Point, eh? Past Speaker's Tavern? That the place?" "That's right," I said. "You taken a longish while to get around to telling me, didn't you?" The eyes were not friendly. "I got a shock," I said. "It took me a while to get myself straightened out." He nodded. You and me will now drive out that way. In your car. That won't do any good, I said. The body has been moved. After I found the body, I was going back to my car and a Japanese gunman popped up from behind a bush and knocked me down. A couple of men carried the body away and they went off in a boat. There's no sign of it there at all now. The sheriff went over and spat in his gaboon. Then he made a small spit on the stove and waited as if for it to sizzle, but it was summer and the stove was out. He turned around and cleared his throat and said, "You'd kind of better go on home and lie down a little while, maybe." He clenched a fist at his side. "We aim for the summer visitors to enjoy theirselves up here." He clenched both his hands, then pushed them hard down into the shallow pockets in the front of his pants. "Okay," I said. "We don't have no Japanese gunmen up here," the sheriff said thickly. "We are plumb out of Japanese gunmen." "I can see you don't like that one," I said. "How about this one? A man named Weber was knifed in the back at the Indian Head a while back, in my room. Somebody I didn't see knocked me out with a brick, and while I was out, this Weber was knifed. He and I had been talking together. Weber worked at the hotel as cashier." "You said this happened in your room?" "Yeah, seems like," Barron said thoughtfully. "You could turn out to be a bad influence in this town." "You don't like that one either?" He shook his head. "Nope. Don't like this one neither. Unless, of course, you got a body to go with it." "I don't have it with me," I said, "but I can run over and get it for you." He reached and took hold of my arm with some of the hardest fingers I ever felt. "I'd hate for you to be in your right mind, son," he said. "But I'll kind of go over with you. It's a nice night." "Sure," I said, not moving. "The man I came up here to work for is called Fred Lacy. He just bought a cabin out on Ball Sage Point. The Baldwin Cabin. The man I found dead on Speaker Point was named Frederick Lacy, according to the driver's license in his pocket. There's a lot more to it, but you wouldn't want to be bothered with the details, would you?" "You and me," the sheriff said, "will now run over to the hotel. You got a car?" I said I had. "That's fine," the sheriff said. "We won't use it, but give me the keys." Chapter 7. The man with the heavy, furrowed eyebrows and the screwed-in cigar leaned against the closed door of the room and didn't say anything or look as if he wanted to say anything. Sheriff Barron sat straddling a straight chair and watching the doctor, whose name was Menzies, examine the body. I stood in the corner where I belonged. The doctor was an angular, bug-eyed man with a yellow face relieved by bright red patches on his cheeks. His fingers were brown with nicotine stains, and he didn't look very clean. He puffed cigarette smoke into the dead man's hair and rolled him around on the bed and felt him here and there. He looked as if he was trying to act as if he knew what he was doing. The knife had been pulled out of Weber's back. It lay on the bed beside him. It was a short, wide-bladed knife of the kind that is worn in a leather scabbard attached to the belt. It had a heavy guard which would seal the wound as the blow was struck and keep blood from getting back on the handle. There was plenty of blood on the blade. "Sears Sawbuck Hunters Special No. 2,438, the sheriff said, looking at it. "There's 1,000 of them around the lake. They ain't bad and they ain't good. What do you say, Doc?" The doctor straightened up and took a handkerchief out. He coughed hackingly into the handkerchief, looked at it, shook his head sadly, and lit another cigarette. "About what?" he asked. "Cause and time of death." "Dead very recently," the doctor said. "Not more than 2 hours. There's no beginning of rigor yet." "Would you say the knife killed him?" "Don't be a damn fool, Jim Barron. There's been cases," the sheriff said, "where a man would be poisoned or something and they would stick a knife into him to make it look different. That would be very clever," the doctor said nastily. "You had many like that up here?" "Only murder I had up here," the sheriff said peacefully, "was old Dad Meacham over to the other side. Had a shack in Sheety Canyon. Folks didn't see him around for a while, but it was kind of cold weather, and they figured he was in there with his oil stove resting up. Then when he didn't show up, they knocked and found the cabin was locked up, so they figured he had gone down for the winter. Then come a heavy snow and the roof caved in. We was over there a-trying to prop her up so he wouldn't lose all his stuff, and, by gum, there was Dad in bed with an axe in the back of his head. Had a little gold he'd panned in summer. I guess that was what he was killed for." We never did find out who done it. You want to send him down in my ambulance? The doctor asked, pointing at the bed with his cigarette. The sheriff shook his head. Nope. This is a poor county, Doc. I figure he could ride cheaper than that. The doctor put his hat on and went to the door. The man with the eyebrows moved out of the way. The doctor opened the door. Let me know if you want me to pay for the funeral, he said, and went out. That ain't no way to talk, the sheriff said. The man with the eyebrows said, Let's get this over with and get him out of here so I can go back to work. I got a movie outfit coming up Monday and I'll be busy. I got to find me a new cashier too, and that ain't so easy. Where you find Weber? The sheriff asked. Did he have any enemies? I'd say he had at least one, the man with the eyebrows said. I got him through Frank Luter's over at the Woodland Club. All I know about him is he knew his job and he was able to make a $10,000 bond without no trouble. That's all I needed to know. Frank Luter's, the sheriff said. That would be the man that's bought in over there. I don't think I met him. What does he do? Ha ha, the man with the eyebrows said. The sheriff looked at him peacefully. Well, that ain't the only place where they run a nice poker game, Mr. Holmes. Mr. Holmes looked blank. Well, I got to go back to work, he said. You need any help to move him? Nope, ain't gonna move him right now. Move him before daylight, but not right now. That will be all for now, Mr. Holmes. The man with the eyebrows looked at him thoughtfully for a moment, then reached for the doorknob. I said, You have a couple of German girls working here, Mr. Holmes. Who hired them? The man with the eyebrows dragged his cigar out of his mouth, looked at it, put it back, and screwed it firmly in place. He said, Would that be your business? Their names are Anna Hoffman and Gertrude Smith, or maybe Schmidt, I said. They had a cabin together over at the Whitewater Cabins. They packed up and went down the hill tonight. Gertrude is the girl that took Mrs. Lacy's shoes to the shoemaker. The man with the eyebrows looked at me very steadily. I said, When Gertrude was taking the shoes, she left them on Weber's desk for a short time. There was $500 in one of the shoes. Mr. Lacy had put it in there for a joke so his wife would find it. First I heard of it, the man with the eyebrows said. The sheriff didn't say anything at all. The money wasn't stolen, I said. The Lacys found it still in the shoe over at the shoemaker's place. The man with the eyebrows said, I'm certainly glad that got straightened out all right. He pulled the door open and went out and shut it behind him. The sheriff didn't say anything to stop him. He went over into the corner of the room and spit in the wastebasket. Then he got a large khaki-colored handkerchief out and wrapped the blood-stained knife in it and slipped it down inside his belt, at the side. He went over and stood looking down at the dead man on the bed. He straightened his hat and started towards the door. He opened the door and looked back at me. This is a little tricky, he said, but it probably ain't as tricky as you would like for it to be. Let's go over to Lacy's place. I went out and he locked the door and put the key in his pocket. We went downstairs and out through the lobby and crossed the street to where a small, dusty, tan-colored sedan was parked against the fire plug. A leathery young man was at the wheel. He looked underfed and a little dirty, like most of the natives. The sheriff and I got in the back of the car. The sheriff said, You know the Baldwin place out to the end of Ball Sage, Andy? Yup, we'll go out there, the sheriff said. Stop a little to this side. He looked up at the sky. Full moon all night tonight, he said, and it's sure a dandy. Chapter 8. The cabin on the point looked the same as when I had seen it last. The same windows were lighted, the same car stood in the open double garage, and the same wild, screaming bark burst on the night. What in heck's that? The sheriff asked as the car slowed. Sounds like a coyote. It's half a coyote, I said. The leathery lad in front said over his shoulder, You want to stop in front, Jim? Drive her down a piece, under them old pines. The car stopped softly in black shadow at the roadside. The sheriff and I got out. You stay here, Andy, and don't let nobody see you, the sheriff said. I got my reasons. We went back along the road and through the rustic gate. The barking started again. The front door opened. The sheriff went up on the steps and took his hat off. Mrs. Lacy? I'm Jim Barron, constable at Puma Point. This here is Mr. Evans, from Los Angeles. I guess you know him. "Could we come in a minute?" The woman looked at him with a face so completely shadowed that no expression showed on it. She turned her head a little and looked at me. She said, "Yes, come in," in a lifeless voice. We went in. The woman shut the door behind us. A big gray-haired man sitting in an easy chair let go of the dog he was holding on the floor and straightened up. The dog tore across the room, did a flying tackle on the sheriff's stomach, turned in the air and was already running in circles when she hit the floor. "Well, that's a right nice little dog," the sheriff said, tucking his shirt in. The gray-haired man was smiling pleasantly. He said, "Good evening." His white, strong teeth gleamed with friendliness. Mrs. Lacy was still wearing the scarlet double-breasted coat and the gray slacks. Her face looked older and more drawn. She looked at the floor and said, "This is Mr. Frank Luders from the Woodland Club. Mr. Bannon," and she stopped and raised her eyes to look at a point over my left shoulder. "I didn't catch the other gentleman's name," she said. "Evans," the sheriff said, and didn't look at me at all. "And mine is Barron, not Bannon." He nodded at Luders. I nodded at Luders. Luders smiled at both of us. He was big, meaty, powerful-looking, well-kept and cheerful. He didn't have a care in the world. Big, breezy Frank Luders, everybody's pal. He said, "I've known Fred Lacy for a long time. I just dropped by to say hello. He's not home, so I am waiting a little while until a friend comes by in a car to pick me up." "Pleased to know you, Mr. Luders," the sheriff said. "I heard you had bought in at the club. Didn't have the pleasure of meeting you yet." The woman sat down very slowly on the edge of a chair. I sat down. The little dog, Shiny, jumped in my lap, washed my right ear for me, squirmed down again, and went under my chair. She lay there breathing out loud and thumping the floor with her feathery tail. The room was still for a moment. Outside the windows on the lakeside there was a very faint throbbing sound. The sheriff heard it. He cocked his head slightly, but nothing changed in his face. He said, "Mr. Evans here come to me and told me a queer story. I guess it ain't no harm to mention it here, seeing Mr. Luders is a friend of the family." He looked at Mrs. Lacy and waited. She lifted her eyes slowly, but not enough to meet his. She swallowed a couple of times and nodded her head. One of her hands began to slide slowly up and down the arm of her chair, back and forth, back and forth. Luders smiled. "I'd like to have Mr. Lacy here," the sheriff said. "You think he'll be in pretty soon?" The woman nodded again. "I suppose so," she said in a drained voice. "He's been gone since mid-afternoon. I don't know where he is. I hardly think he would go down the hill without telling me. But he has had time to do that. Something might have come up." "Seems like something did," the sheriff said. "Seems like Mr. Lacy wrote a letter to Mr. Evans, asking him to come up here quickly. Mr. Evans is a detective from L.A. The woman moved restlessly. "A detective?" she breathed. Luders said brightly, "Now why in the world would Fred do that?" "On account of some money that was hid in a shoe," the sheriff said. Luders raised his eyebrows and looked at Mrs. Lacy. Mrs. Lacy moved her lips together and then said very shortly, "But we got that back, Mr. Bannon." Fred was having a joke. "He won a little money at the races and hid it in one of my shoes. He meant it for a surprise. I sent the shoe out to be repaired with the money still in it, but the money was still in it when we went over to the shoemaker's place. Barron is the name, not Bannon," the sheriff said. "So you got your money back all intact, Mrs. Lacy?" "Why, of course. Of course, we thought at first it being a hotel and one of the maids having taken the shoe, well, I don't know just what we thought, but it was a silly place to hide money, but we got it back, every cent of it." "And it was the same money?" I said, beginning to get the idea and not liking it. She didn't quite look at me. "Why, of course. Why not?" "That ain't the way I heard it from Mr. Evans," the sheriff said peacefully, and folded his hands across his stomach. "There was a slight difference, seems like, in the way you told it to Evans." Luders leaned forward suddenly in his chair, but his smile stayed put. I didn't even get tight. The woman made a vague gesture and her hand kept moving on the chair arm. "I told it." "Told what to Mr. Evans?" The sheriff turned his head very slowly and gave me a straight, hard stare. He turned his head back. One hand patted the other on his stomach. "I understand Mr. Evans was over here earlier in the evening and you told him about it, Mrs. Lacy, about the money being changed." "Changed?" Her voice had a curiously hollow sound. "Mr. Evans told you he was here earlier in the evening? First, I never saw Mr. Evans before in my life." I didn't even bother to look at her. Looters was my man. I looked at Looters. "It got me what the nickel gets you from the slot machine." He chuckled and put a fresh match to his cigar. The sheriff closed his eyes. His face had a sort of sad expression. The dog came out from under my chair and stood in the middle of the room looking at Looters. Then she went over in the corner and slid under the fringe of a daybed cover. A snuffling sound came from her a moment, then silence. "Hum hum, dummy," the sheriff said, talking to himself. "I ain't really equipped to handle this sort of a deal. I don't have the experience. We don't have no fast work like that up here. No crime at all in the mountains. Hardly." He made a wry face. He opened his eyes. "How much money was that in the shoe, Mrs. Lacy?" $500. Her voice was hushed. "Where at is this money, Mrs. Lacy?" "I suppose Fred has it." "I thought he was going to give it to you, Mrs. Lacy." "He was," she said sharply. "He is. But I don't need it at the moment, not up here. He'll probably give me a check later on. Would he have it in his pocket, or would it be in the cabin here, Mrs. Lacy?" She shook her head. "In his pocket, probably. I don't know. Do you want to search the cabin?" The sheriff shrugged his fat shoulders. "Why, no, I guess not, Mrs. Lacy. It wouldn't do me no good if I found it. Especially if it wasn't changed." Looters said, "Just how do you mean changed, Mr. Barron?" "Changed for counterfeit money," the sheriff said. Looters laughed quietly. "That's really amusing, don't you think? Counterfeit money at Puma Point? There's no opportunity for that sort of thing up here, is there?" The sheriff nodded at him sadly. "Don't sound reasonable, does it?" Looters said. "And your only source of information on the point is Mr. Evans here, who claims to be a detective. A private detective, no doubt." "I thought of that," the sheriff said. Looters leaned forward a little more. "Have you any knowledge other than Mr. Evans' statement that Fred Lacy sent for him?" "He'd have to know something to come up here, wouldn't he?" the sheriff said in a worried voice. "And he knew about that money in Mrs. Lacy's slipper." "I was just asking a question," Looters said softly. The sheriff swung around on me. I was already wearing my frozen smile. Since the incident in the hotel, I hadn't looked for Lacy's letter. I knew I wouldn't have to look now. "You got a letter from Lacy?" he asked me in a hard voice. I lifted my hand towards my inside breast pocket. Barron threw his right hand down and up. When it came up, it held the Frontier Colt. "I'll take that gun of yours first," he said between his teeth. He stood up. I pulled my coat open and held it open. He leaned down over me and jerked the automatic from the holster. He looked at it sourly a moment and dropped it into his left hip pocket. He sat down again. "Now look," he said easily. Looters watched me with bland interest. Mrs. Lacy put her hands together and squeezed them hard and stared at the floor between her shoes. I took the stuff out of my breast pocket. A couple of letters, some plain cards for casual notes, a packet of pipe cleaners, a spare handkerchief. Neither of the letters was the one. I put the stuff back and got a cigarette out and put it between my lips. I struck the match and held the flame to the tobacco. Nonchalant. "You win," I said, smiling, "both of you." There was a slow flush on Barron's face, and his eyes glittered. His lips twitched as he turned away from me. "Why not?" Looters asked gently. "See also if he really is a detective." Barron barely glanced at him. "The small things don't bother me," he said. "Right now I'm investigating a murder." He didn't seem to be looking at either Looters or Mrs. Lacy. He seemed to be looking at a corner of the ceiling. Mrs. Lacy shook, and her hands tightened so that the knuckles gleamed hard and shiny and white in the lamplight. Her mouth opened very slowly, and her eyes turned up in her head. A dry sob half died in her throat. Looters took the cigar out of his mouth and laid it carefully in the brass dip on the smoking stand beside him. He stopped smiling. His mouth was grim. He said nothing. It was beautifully timed. Barron gave them all they needed for the reaction and not a second for a comeback. He said in the same almost indifferent voice, "A man named Weber, cashier in the Indian Head Hotel. He was knifed in Evans's room. Evans was there, but he was knocked out before it happened, so he is one of them boys we hear so much about and don't often meet. The boys that get there first. Not me. I said. "They bring their murders and drop them right at my feet." The woman's head jerked. Then she looked up, and for the first time she looked straight at me. There was a queer light in her eyes, shining far back, remote and miserable. Barron stood up slowly. "I don't get it," he said. "I don't get it at all. But I guess I ain't making any mistake in taking this feller in." He turned to me. "Don't run too fast, not at first, bud. I always give a man 40 yards. I didn't say anything. Nobody said anything. Barron said slowly, "I'll have to ask you to wait here till I come back, Mr. Looters. If your friend comes for you, you could let him go on. I'd be glad to drive you back to the club later." Looters nodded. Barron looked at a clock on the mantel. It was 11:45. "Kinda late for old fuddy-duddy like me. You think Mr. Lacy will be home pretty soon, ma'am?" I hope so," she said, and made a gesture that meant nothing unless it meant hopelessness. Barron moved over to open the door. He jerked his chin at me. I went out on the porch. The little dog came halfway out from under the couch and made a whining sound. Barron looked down at her. "That sure is a nice little dog," he said. "I heard she was half coyote. What did you say the other half was?" "We don't know," Mrs. Lacy murmured. "Kind of like this case I'm working on," Barron said, and came out onto the porch after me. Chapter 9. We walked down the road without speaking and came to the car. Andy was leaning back in the corner, a dead half-cigarette between his lips. We got into the car. "Drive down a piece, about 200 yards, Barron said. "Make plenty of noise." Andy started the car, raced the motor, clashed the gears, and the car slid down through the moonlight and around a curve of the road and up a moonlit hill sparred with the shadows of tree trunks. "Turn her at the top and coast back, but not close," Barron said. "Stay out of sight of that cabin. Turn your lights off before you turn." "Yup," Andy said. He turned the car just short of the top, going around a tree to do it. He cut the lights off and started back down the little hill, then killed the motor. Just beyond the bottom of the slope there was a heavy clump of manzanita, almost as tall as ironwood. The car stopped there. Andy pulled the brake back very slowly to smooth out the noise of the ratchet. Barron leaned forward over the back seat. "We're going across the road and get near the water," he said. "I don't want no noise and nobody walking in no moonlight." Andy said, "Yup." We got out. We walked carefully on the dirt of the road, then on the pine needles. We filtered through the trees, behind fallen logs, until the water was down below where we stood. Barron sat down on the ground and then lay down. Andy and I did the same. Barron put his face close to Andy. "Hear anything?" Andy said, "8 cylinders, kinda rough." I listened. I could tell myself I heard it, but I couldn't be sure. Barron nodded in the dark. "Watch the lights in the cabin," he whispered. We watched. 5 minutes passed, or enough time to seem like 5 minutes. The lights in the cabin didn't change. Then there was a remote, half-imagined sound of a door closing. There were shoes on wooden steps. "Smart. They left the light on," Barron said in Andy's ear. We waited another short minute. The idling motor burst into a roar of throbbing sound, a stuttering, confused racket with a sort of hop, skip, and jump in it. The sound sank to a heavy purring roar and then quickly began to fade. A dark shape slid out on the moonlit water, curved with a beautiful line of froth, and swept past the point out of sight. Barron got a plug of tobacco out and bit. He chewed comfortably and spat 4 feet beyond his feet. Then he got up on his feet and dusted off the pine needles. Andy and I got up. "Man ain't got good sense chewing tobacco these days," he said. "Things ain't fixed for him." I near went to sleep back there in the cabin. He lifted the Colt he was still holding in his left hand, changed hands and packed the gun away on his hip. "Well?" he said, looking at Andy. "Ted Rooney's boat," Andy said. "She's got 2 sticky valves and a big crack in the muffler. You hear it best when you throttle her up like they did just before they started." It was a lot of words for Andy, but the sheriff liked them. "Couldn't be wrong, Andy. Lots of boats get sticky valves." Andy said, "What the hell you ask me for?" in a nasty voice. "Okay, Andy, don't get sore." Andy grunted. We crossed the road and got into the car again. Andy started it up, backed and turned and said, "Lights?" Barron nodded. Andy put the lights on. "Where to now?" "Ted Rooney's place," Barron said peacefully, "and make it fast. We got 10 miles to there." "Can't make it in less than 20 minutes, Andy said sourly. "Got to go through the point." The car hit the paved lake road and started back past the Dark Boys camp and the other camps and turned left on the highway. Barron didn't speak until we were beyond the village and the road out to Speaker Point. The dance band was still going strong in the pavilion. "I fool you any?" he asked me then. "Enough. Did I do something wrong?" "The job was perfect," I said, "but I don't suppose you fooled Looters." "That lady was mighty uncomfortable," Barron said. "That Looters is a good man. Hard, quiet, full of eyesight. But I fooled him some. He made mistakes." "I can think of a couple," I said. "One was being there at all. Another was telling us a friend was coming to pick him up, to explain why he had no car. It didn't need explaining. There was a car in the garage. But you didn't know whose car it was. Another was keeping that boat idling. That wasn't no mistake," Andy said from the front seat. "Not if you ever tried to start her up cold." Barron said, "You don't leave your car in the garage when you come calling up here. Ain't no moisture to hurt it." The boat could have been anybody's boat. A couple of young folks could have been in it getting acquainted. I ain't got anything on him anyways, so far as he knows. He just worked too hard trying to head me off. He spit out of the car. I heard it smack the rear fender like a wet rag. The car swept through the moonlit night, around curves, up and down hills, through fairly thick pines and along open flats where cattle lay. I said, "He knew I didn't have the letter Lacy wrote me, because he took it away from me himself, up in my room at the hotel. It was Looters that knocked me out and knifed Weber. Looters knows that Lacy is dead, even if he didn't kill him. That's what he's got on Mrs. Lacy. She thinks her husband is alive and that Looters has him." "You make this Looters out a pretty bad guy," Barron said calmly. "Why would Looters knife Weber?" "Because Weber started all the trouble. This is an organization. Its object is to unload some very good counterfeit $10 bills, a great many of them. You don't advance the cause by unloading them in $500 lots, all brand new, in circumstances that would make anybody suspicious, would make a much less careful man than Fred Lacy suspicious." "You're doing some nice guessing, son," the sheriff said, grabbing the door handle as we took a fast turn. "But the neighbors ain't watching you. I got to be more careful. I'm in my own backyard. Puma Lake don't strike me as a very good place to go into the counterfeit money business." "Okay," I said. "On the other hand, if Looters is the man I want, he might be kind of hard to catch. There's 3 roads out of the valley, and there's half a dozen plains down to the east end of the Woodland Club golf course. Always is in summer." "You don't seem to be doing very much worrying about it," I said. "A mountain sheriff don't have to worry a lot," Barron said calmly. "Nobody expects him to have any brains, especially guys like Mr. Looters don't." Chapter 10. The boat lay in the water at the end of a short painter, moving as boats move even in the stillest water. A canvas tarpaulin covered most of it, and was tied down here and there, but not everywhere it should have been tied. Behind the short, rickety pier, a road twisted back through juniper trees to the highway. There was a camp off to one side, with a miniature white lighthouse for its trademark. A sound of dance music came from one of the cabins, but most of the camp had gone to bed. We came down there walking, leaving the car on the shoulder of the highway. Barron had a big flash in his hand and kept throwing it this way and that, snapping it on and off. When we came to the edge of the water and the end of the road to the pier, he put his flashlight on the road and studied it carefully. There were fresh-looking tire tracks. "What do you think?" he asked me. "Looks like tire tracks," I said. "What do you think, Andy?" Barron said. "This man is cute, but he don't give me no ideas." Andy bent over and studied the tracks. "New tires and big ones," he said, and walked towards the pier. He stooped down again and pointed. The sheriff threw the light where he pointed. "Yup, turned around here," Andy said. "So what?" "The place is full of new cars right now. Come October and they'd mean something." Folks that live up here buy one tire at a time, and cheap ones, at that. These here are heavy-duty all-weather treads. Might see about the boat, the sheriff said. What about it? Might see if it was used recent, Barron said. Hell, Andy said. We know it was used recent, don't we? Always supposin' you guessed right, Barron said mildly. Andy looked at him in silence for a moment. Then he spit on the ground and started back to where we had left the car. When he had gone a dozen feet, he said over his shoulder, I wasn't guessin'. He turned his head again and went on, plowing through the trees. Kind of touchy, Barron said. But a good man. He went down on the boat landing and bent over it, passing his hand along the forward part of the side, below the tarpaulin. He came back slowly and nodded. Andy's right. Always is, durn him. What kind of tires would you say those marks were, Mr. Evans? They tell you anything? Cadillac V12, I said. A club coupe with red leather seats and 2 suitcases in the back. The clock on the dash is 12½ minutes slow. He stood there, thinking about it. Then he nodded his big head. He sighed. Well, I hope it makes money for you, he said, and turned away. We went back to the car. Andy was in the front seat behind the wheel again. He had a cigarette going. He looked straight ahead of him through the dusty windshield. Where's Rooney live now? Barron asked. Where he always lived, Andy said. Why, that's just a piece up the Bascom Road. I ain't said different, Andy growled. Let's go there, the sheriff said, getting in. I got in beside him. Andy turned the car and went back half a mile and then started to turn. The sheriff snapped to him, Hold it a minute. He got out and used his flash on the road surface. He got back into the car. I think we got something. Them tracks down by the pier don't mean a lot, but the same tracks up here might turn out to mean more. If they go on into Bascom, they're going to mean plenty. Them old gold camps over there is made to order for monkey business. The car went into the side road and climbed slowly into a gap. Big boulders crowded the road, and the hillside was studded with them. They glistened pure white in the moonlight. The car growled on for half a mile, and then Andy stopped again. Okay, Hawkshaw, this is the cabin, he said. Barron got out again and walked around with his flash. There was no light in the cabin. He came back to the car. They come by here, he said, bringing Ted home. When they left, they turned towards Bascom. You figure Ted Rooney would be mixed up in something crooked, Andy? Not unless they paid him for it, Andy said. I got out of the car, and Barron and I went up towards the cabin. It was small, rough, covered with native pine. It had a wooden porch, a tin chimney guyed with wires, and a sagging privy behind the cabin at the edge of the trees. It was dark. We walked up on the porch, and Barron hammered on the door. Nothing happened. He tried the knob. The door was locked. We went down off the porch and around the back, looking at the windows. They were all shut. Barron tried the back door, which was level with the ground. That was locked, too. He pounded. The echoes of the sound wandered off through the trees and echoed high up on the rise among the boulders. He's gone with them, Barron said. I guess they wouldn't dast leave him now. Probably stopped here just to let him get his stuff, some of it. Yep. I said, I don't think so. All they wanted of Rooney was his boat. That boat picked up Fred Lacy's body out at the end of Speaker Point early this evening. The body was probably weighted and dropped out in the lake. They waited for dark to do that. Rooney was in on it, and he got paid. Tonight they wanted the boat again. But they got to thinking they didn't need Rooney along, and if they're over in Bascom Valley in some quiet little place, making or storing counterfeit money, they wouldn't at all want Rooney to go over there with them. You're guessing again, son, the sheriff said kindly. Anyways, I don't have no search warrant, but I can look over Rooney's dollhouse a minute. Wait for me. He walked away towards the privy. I took 6 feet and hit the door of the cabin. It shivered and split diagonally across the upper panel. Behind me, the sheriff called out, "Hey," weakly, as if he didn't mean it. I took another 6 feet and hit the door again. I went in with it and landed on my hands and knees on a piece of linoleum that smelled like a fish skillet. I got up to my feet and reached up and turned the key switch of a hanging bulb. Barron was right behind me, making clucking noises of disapproval. There was a kitchen with a wood stove, some dirty wooden shelves with dishes on them. The stove gave out a faint warmth. Unwashed pots sat on top of it and smelled. I went across the kitchen and into the front room. I turned on another hanging bulb. There was a narrow bed to one side, made up roughly, with a slimy quilt on it. There was a wooden table, some wooden chairs, an old cabinet radio, hooks on the wall, an ashtray with 4 burned pipes in it, a pile of pulp magazines in the corner on the floor. The ceiling was low to keep the heat in. In the corner there was a trap to get up to the attic. The trap was open and a stepladder stood under the opening. An old water-stained canvas suitcase lay open on a wooden box, and there were odds and ends of clothing in it. Baron went over and looked at the suitcase. Looks like Rooney was getting ready to move out or go for a trip. Then these boys come along and picked him up. He ain't finished his packing, but he got his suit in. A man like Rooney don't have but one suit and don't wear that less he goes down the hill. He's not here, I said. He ate dinner here, though. The stove is still warm. The sheriff cast a speculative eye at the stepladder. He went over and climbed up it and pushed the trap up with his head. He raised his torch and shone it around overhead. He let the trap close and came down the stepladder again. Likely he kept the suitcase up there, he said. I see there's an old steamer trunk up there, too. You ready to leave? I didn't see a car around, I said. Or he must have had a car. Yep, had a old Plymouth. Douse the light. He walked back into the kitchen and looked around that, and then we put both the lights out and went out of the house. I shut what was left of the back door. Baron was examining tire tracks in the soft, decomposed granite, trailing them back over to a space under a big oak tree where a couple of large darkened areas showed where a car had stood many times and dripped oil. He came back, swinging his flash, then looked towards the privy and said, "You could go on back to Andy. I still got to look over that dollhouse." I didn't say anything. I watched him go along the path to the privy and unlatch the door and open it. I saw his flash go inside, and the light leaked out of a dozen cracks and from the ramshackle roof. I walked back along the side of the cabin and got into the car. The sheriff was gone a long time. He came back slowly, stopped beside the car, and bit off another chew from his plug. He rolled it around in his mouth and then got to work on it. "Rooney," he said, "is in the privy. Shot twice in the head. He got into the car, shot with a big gun, and shot very dead. Judging from the circumstances, I would say somebody was in a hell of a hurry." Chapter 11. The road climbed steeply for a while, following the meanderings of a dried mountain stream, the bed of which was full of boulders. Then it leveled off about 1,000 or 1,500 feet above the level of the lake. We crossed a cattle stop of spaced narrow rails that clanked under the car wheels. The road began to go down. A wide, undulating flat appeared with a few browsing cattle in it. A lightless farmhouse showed up against the moonlit sky. We reached a wider road that ran at right angles. Andy stopped the car, and Baron got out with his big flashlight again and ran the spot slowly over the road surface. "Turn left," he said, straightening. "Thanks be there ain't been another car passed since them tracks were made." He got back into the car. "Left don't go to no old mines," Andy said. "Left goes to Worden's place and then back down to the lake at the dam." Baron sat silent a moment and then got out of the car and used his flash again. He made a surprised sound over to the right of the T intersection. He came back again, snapping the light off. "Goes right too," he said, "but goes left first. They doubled back, but they been somewhere off west of here before they done it. We go like they went." Andy said, "You sure they went left first and not last? Left would be a way out to the highway." "Yep. Right marks overlays left marks," Baron said. We turned left. The knolls that dotted the valley were covered with ironwood trees, some of them half dead. Ironwood grows to about 18 or 20 feet high and then dies. When it dies, the limbs strip themselves and get a gray-white color and shine in the moonlight. We went about a mile, and then a narrow road shot off towards the north, a mere track. Andy stopped. Baron got out again and used his flash. He jerked his thumb and Andy swung the car. The sheriff got in. "Them boys ain't too careful," he said. "Nope. I'd say they ain't careful at all. But they never figured Andy could tell where that boat come from just by listening to it." The road went into a fold of the mountains, and the growth got so close to it that the car barely passed without scratching. Then it doubled back at a sharp angle and rose again, and went around a spur of hill, and a small cabin showed up, pressed back against a slope with trees on all sides of it. And suddenly, from the house or very close to it, came a long, shrieking yell which ended in a snapping bark. The bark was choked off suddenly. Barron started to say, "Kill them," but Andy had already cut the lights and pulled off the road. "Too late, I guess," he said dryly. "Must have seen us if anybody's watching." Barron got out of the car. "That sounded mighty like a coyote, Andy." "Yup. Awful close to the house for a coyote, don't you think, Andy?" "Nope," Andy said. "Lights out, a coyote would come right up to the cabin looking for buried garbage." "And then again it could be that little dog," Barron said. "Or a hen laying a square egg," I said. "What are we waiting for? And how about giving me back my gun? And are we trying to catch up with anybody, or do we just like to get things all figured out as we go along?" The sheriff took my gun off his left hip and handed it to me. "I ain't in no hurry," he said, "because looters ain't in no hurry. He could have been long gone if he was. They was in a hurry to get Rooney, because Rooney knew something about them. But Rooney don't know nothing about them now because he's dead and his house locked up and his car driven away. If you hadn't bust in his back door, he could be there in his privy a couple of weeks before anybody would get curious. Them tire tracks looks kind of obvious, but that's only because we know where they started. They don't have any reason to think we could find that out. So where would we start?" "No, I ain't in any hurry." Andy stooped over and came up with a deer rifle. He opened the left-hand door and got out of the car. "The little dog's in there," Barron said peacefully. "That means Mrs. Lacy is in there too, and there would be somebody to watch her." "Yup, I guess we better go up and look, Andy. I hope you're scared," Andy said. "I am." We started through the trees. It was about 200 yards to the cabin. The night was very still. Even at that distance I heard a window open. We walked about 50 feet apart. Andy stayed back long enough to lock the car. Then he started to make a wide circle far out to the right. Nothing moved in the cabin as we got close to it. No light showed. The coyote or Shiny, the dog, whichever it was, didn't bark again. We got very close to the house, not more than 20 yards. Barron and I were about the same distance apart. It was a small, rough cabin, built like Rooney's place, but larger. There was an open garage at the back, but it was empty. The cabin had a small porch of fieldstone. Then there was the sound of a short, sharp struggle in the cabin, and the beginning of a bark suddenly choked off. Barron fell down flat on the ground. I did the same. Nothing happened. Barron stood up slowly and began to move forward a step at a time and a pause between each step. I stayed out. Barron reached the cleared space in front of the house and started to go up the steps to the porch. He stood there, bulky, clearly outlined in the moonlight, the Colt hanging at his side. It looked like a swell way to commit suicide. Nothing happened. Barron reached the top of the steps, moved over tight against the wall. There was a window to his left, the door to his right. He changed his gun in his hand and reached out to bang on the door with the butt, then swiftly reversed it again and flattened to the wall. The dog screamed inside the house. A hand holding a gun came out at the bottom of the opened window and turned. It was a tough shot at the range. I had to make it. I shot. The bark of the automatic was drowned in the duller boom of a rifle. The hand drooped and the gun dropped to the porch. The hand came out a little farther and the fingers twitched, then began to scratch at the sill. Then they went back in through the window and the dog howled. Barron was at the door, jerking at it, and Andy and I were running hard for the cabin from different angles. Barron got the door open and light framed him suddenly as someone inside lit a lamp and turned it up. I made the porch as Barron went in, Andy close behind me. We went into the living room of the cabin. Mrs. Fred Lacy stood in the middle of the floor beside a table with a lamp on it, holding the little dog in her arms. A thick-set, blondish man lay on his side under the window, breathing heavily, his hand groping around aimlessly for the gun that had fallen outside the window. Mrs. Lacy opened her arms and let the dog down. It leaped and hit the sheriff in the stomach with its small, sharp nose and pushed inside his coat at his shirt. Then it dropped to the floor again and ran around in circles silently, weaving its hind end with delight. Mrs. Lacy stood frozen, her face as empty as death. The man on the floor groaned a little in the middle of his heavy breathing. His eyes opened and shut rapidly. His lips moved and bubbled pink froth. "That sure is a nice little dog, Mrs. Lacy," Barron said, tucking his shirt in, "but it don't seem a right handy time to have him around. Not for some people." He looked at the blond man on the floor. The blond man's eyes opened and became fixed on nothing. "I lied to you," Mrs. Lacy said quickly. "I had to. My husband's life depended on it. Luders has him. He has him somewhere over here. I don't know where, but it isn't far off," he said. "He went to bring him back to me, but he left this man to guard me. I couldn't do anything about it, Sheriff. I'm sorry." "I knew you lied, Mrs. Lacy," Barron said quietly. He looked down at his Colt and put it back on his hip. "I knew why. But your husband is dead, Mrs. Lacy. He was dead long ago. Mr. Evans here saw him. It's hard to take, ma'am, but you better know it now." She didn't move or seem to breathe. Then she went very slowly to a chair and sat down and leaned her face in her hands. She sat there without motion, without sound. The little dog whined and crept under her chair. The man on the floor started to raise the upper part of his body. He raised it very slowly, stiffly. His eyes were blank. Barron moved over to him and bent down. "You hit bad, son?" The man pressed his left hand against his chest. Blood oozed between his fingers. He lifted his right hand slowly until the arm was rigid and pointing to the corner of the ceiling. His lips quivered, stiffened, spoke. "Heil Hitler," he said thickly. He fell back and lay motionless. His throat rattled a little, and then that too was still, and everything in the room was still, even the dog. "This man must be one of them Nazis," the sheriff said. "You hear what he said?" "Yeah," I said. I turned and walked out of the house, down the steps and down through the trees again to the car. I sat on the running board and lit a cigarette and sat there smoking and thinking hard. After a little while they all came down through the trees. Barron was carrying the dog. Andy was carrying his rifle in his left hand. His leathery young face looked shocked. Mrs. Lacy got into the car and Barron handed the dog in to her. He looked at me and said, "It's against the law to smoke out here, son, more than 50 feet from a cabin." I dropped the cigarette and ground it hard into the powdery gray soil. I got into the car, in front beside Andy. The car started again and we went back to what they probably called the main road over there. Nobody said anything for a long time, then Mrs. Lacy said in a low voice, "Luders mentioned a name that sounded like Sloat. He said it to the man you shot. They called him Kurt. They spoke German. I understand a little German, but they talk too fast. Sloat didn't sound like German. Does it mean anything to you?" "It's the name of an old gold mine not far from here," Barron said. "Sloat's mine. You know where it is, don't you, Andy?" "Yep. I guess I killed that feller, didn't I?" "I guess you did, Andy." "I never killed nobody before," Andy said. "Maybe I got him," I said. "I fired at him." "Nope," Andy said. "You wasn't high enough to get him in the chest." "I was." Barron said, "How many brought you to that cabin, Mrs. Lacy? I hate to be asking you questions at a time like this, ma'am, but I just got to." The dead voice said, "2. Luders and the man you killed. He ran the boat." "Did they stop anywhere on this side of the lake, ma'am?" "Yes. They stopped at a small cabin near the lake. Luders was driving. The other man, Kurt, got out and we drove on. After a while, Luders stopped and Kurt came up with us in an old car. He drove the car into a gully behind some willows and then came on with us. That's all we need," Barron said. "If we get Luders, the job's all done. Except I can't figure what it's all about." I didn't say anything. We drove on to where the T intersection was and the road went back to the lake. We kept on across this for about 4 miles. "Better stop here, Andy. We'll go the rest of the way on foot. You stay here." "Nope, I ain't going to," Andy said. "You stay here," Barron said in a voice suddenly harsh. "You got a lady to look after and you done your killin' for tonight. All I ask is you keep that little dog quiet." The car stopped. Barron and I got out. The little dog whined and then was still. We went off the road and started across country through a grove of young pines and manzanita and ironwood. We walked silently, without speaking. The noise our shoes made couldn't have been heard 30 feet away except by an Indian. Chapter 12. We reached the far edge of the thicket in a few minutes. Beyond that, the ground was level and open. There was a spidery something against the sky, a few low piles of waste dirt, a set of sluice boxes built one on top of the other like a miniature cooling tower, an endless belt going towards it from a cut. Baron put his mouth against my ear. "Ain't been worked for a couple of years," he said. "Ain't worth it? Day's hard work for 2 men might get you a pennyweight of gold. This country was worked to death 60 years ago. That low hut over yonder's a old refrigerator car. She's thick and damn near bulletproof. I don't see no car, but maybe it's behind, or hidden, most like hidden. You ready to go?" I nodded. We started across the open space. The moon was almost as bright as daylight. I felt swell, like a clay pipe in a shooting gallery. Baron seemed quite at ease. He held the big Colt down at his side with his thumb over the hammer. Suddenly, light showed in the side of the refrigerator car, and we went down on the ground. The light came from a partly open door, a yellow panel and a yellow spearhead on the ground. There was a movement in the moonlight and the noise of water striking the ground. We waited a little, then got up again and went on. There wasn't much use playing Indian. They would come out of the door or they wouldn't. If they did, they would see us, walking, crawling, or lying. The ground was that bare and the moon was that bright. Our shoes scuffed a little, but this was hard dirt, much walked on and tight packed. We reached a pile of sand and stopped beside it. I listened to myself breathing. I wasn't panting and Baron wasn't panting either, but I took a lot of interest in my breathing. It was something I had taken for granted for a long time, but right now I was interested in it. I hoped it would go on for a long time, but I wasn't sure. I wasn't scared. I was a full-sized man and I had a gun in my hand. But the blond man back in the other cabin had been a full-sized man with a gun in his hand too, and he had a wall to hide behind. I wasn't scared though. I was just thoughtful about little things. I thought Baron was breathing too loud, but I thought I would make more noise telling him he was breathing too loud than he was making breathing. That's the way I was, very thoughtful about the little things. Then the door opened again. This time there was no light behind it. A small man, very small, came out of the doorway carrying what looked like a heavy suitcase. He carried it along the side of the car, grunting hard. Baron held my arm in a vice. His breath hissed faintly. The small man with the heavy suitcase, or whatever it was, reached the end of the car and went around the corner. Then I thought that although the pile of sand didn't look very high, it was probably high enough so that we didn't show above it. And if the small man wasn't expecting visitors, he might not see us. We waited for him to come back. We waited too long. A clear voice behind us said, "I am holding a machine gun, Mr. Baron. Put your hands up, please. If you move to do anything else, I fire." I put my hands up fast. Baron hesitated a little longer. Then he put his hands up. We turned slowly. Frank Luders stood about 4 feet away from us, with a Tommy gun held waist high. Its muzzle looked as big as the 2nd Street tunnel, and Luders said quietly, "I prefer that you face the other way. When Charlie comes back from the car, he will light the lamps inside. Then we shall all go in." We faced the long, low car again. Luders whistled sharply. The small man came back around the corner of the car, stopped a moment, then went towards the door. Luders called out, "Light the lamps, Charlie. We have visitors." The small man went quietly into the cabin and a match scratched and there was light inside. "Now, gentlemen, you may walk," Luders said, observing, of course, that death walks close behind you and conducting yourselves accordingly. We walked. Chapter 13. Take their guns and see if they have any more of them, Charlie. We stood backed against a wall near a long wooden table. There were wooden benches on either side of the table. On it was a tray with a bottle of whiskey and a couple of glasses, a hurricane lamp and an old-fashioned farmhouse oil lamp of thick glass, both lit, a saucer full of matches and another full of ashes and stubs. In the end of the cabin, away from the table, there was a small stove and 2 cots, one tumbled, one made up as neat as a pin. The little Japanese came towards us with the light shining on his glasses. "Oh, having guns," he purred. "Oh, too bad." He took the guns and pushed them backwards across the table to looters. His small hands felt us over deftly. Baron winced and his face reddened, but he said nothing. Charlie said, "No more guns. Pleased to see, gentlemen. Very nice night, I think so. You having picnic in moonlight?" Baron made an angry sound in his throat. Looters said, "Sit down, please, gentlemen, and tell me what I can do for you." We sat down. Looters sat down opposite. The 2 guns were on the table in front of him, and the Tommy gun rested on it, his left hand holding it steady, his eyes quiet and hard. His was no longer a pleasant face, but it was still an intelligent face. Intelligent as they ever are. Baron said, "Guess I'll chew. I think better that way." He got his plug out and bit into it and put it away. He chewed silently and then spit on the floor. "Guess I might mess up your floor some," he said. "Hope you don't mind." The Jap was sitting on the end of the neat bed, his shoes not touching the floor. "Not liking much," he said hissingly. "Very bad smell." Baron didn't look at him. He said quietly, "You aim to shoot us and make your getaway, Mr. Looters?" Looters shrugged and took his hand off the machine gun and leaned back against the wall. Baron said, "You left a pretty broad trail here except for one thing, how we would know where to pick it up. You didn't figure that out because you wouldn't have acted the way you did. But you was all staked out for us when we got here. I don't follow that." Looters said, "That is because we Germans are fatalists. When things go very easily as they did tonight except for that fool Weber, we become suspicious." I said to myself, I have left no trail. No way they could follow me across the lake quickly enough. They had no boat and no boat followed me. It would be impossible for them to find me, quite impossible. So I said, they will find me just because to me it appears impossible. Therefore, I shall be waiting for them. While Charlie toted the suitcases full of money out to the car, I said, "What money?" Looters asked, and didn't seem to look at either of us. He seemed to be looking inward, searching. I said, "Those very fine new $10 bills you have been bringing in from Mexico by plane." Looters looked at me then, but indifferently. "My dear friend, you could not possibly be serious," he suggested. "Phooey. Easiest thing in the world. The Border Patrol has no planes now. They had a few Coast Guard planes a while back, but nothing came over, so they were taken off. A plane flying high over the border from Mexico lands on the field down by the Woodland Club golf course. It's Mr. Looters' plane, and Mr. Looters owns an interest in the club and lives there. Why should anybody get curious about that? But Mr. Looters doesn't want $500,000 worth of queer money in his cabin at the club, so he finds himself an old mine over here and keeps the money in this refrigerator car. It's almost as strong as a safe, and it doesn't look like a safe." "You interest me," Looters said calmly. "Continue." I said, "The money is very good stuff. We've had a report on it. That means organization, to get the inks and the right paper and the plates. It means an organization much more complete than any gang of crooks could manage. A government organization. The organization of the Nazi government." The little Jap jumped up off the bed and hissed, but Looters didn't change expression. "I'm still interested," he said laconically. "I ain't," Baron said. "Sounds to me like you're trying to talk yourself into a vest full of lead." I went on. "A few years ago, the Russians tried the same stunt, planting a lot of queer money over here to raise funds for espionage work, and incidentally they hoped to damage our currency. The Nazis are too smart to gamble on that angle. All they want is good American dollars to work with in Central and South America. Nice mixed-up money that's been used. You can't go into a bank and deposit $100,000 in brand-new $10 bills. What's bothering the sheriff is why you picked this particular place, a mountain resort full of rather poor people. But that does not bother you with your superior brain, does it?" Looters sneered. "It don't bother me a whole lot either," Baron said. "What bothers me is folks getting killed in my territory. I ain't used to it." I said, "You picked the place primarily because it's a swell place to bring the money into." It's probably one of hundreds all over the country, places where there is very little law enforcement to dodge, but places where in the summertime a lot of strange people come and go all the time, and places where planes set down and nobody checks them in or out. But that isn't the only reason. It's also a swell place to unload some of the money, quite a lot of it if you're lucky. But you weren't lucky. Your man Weber pulled a dumb trick and made you unlucky. Should I tell you just why it's a good place to spread queer money if you have enough people working for you? Please do, Luder said, and patted the side of the machine gun. Because for 3 months in the year this district has a floating population of anywhere from 20 to 50,000 people, depending on the holidays and weekends. That means a lot of money brought in and a lot of business done. And there's no bank here. The result of that is that the hotels and bars and merchants have to cash checks all the time. The result of that is that the deposits they send out during the season are almost all checks, and the money stays in circulation. Until the end of the season, of course. I think that is very interesting, Luders said. But if this operation were under my control, I would not think of passing very much money up here. I would pass a little here and there, but not much. I would test the money out to see how well it was accepted, and for a reason that you have thought of. Because most of it would change hands rapidly and, if it was discovered to be queer money, as you say, it would be very difficult to trace the source of it. Yeah, I said, that would be smarter. You're nice and frank about it. To you, Luders said, it naturally does not matter how frank I am. Baron leaned forward suddenly. Look here, Luders, killing us ain't going to help you any. If you come right down to it, we don't have a thing on you. Likely you killed this man Weber. But the way things are up here, it's going to be mighty hard to prove it. If you've been spreading bad money, they'll get you for it, sure, but that ain't a hangin' matter. Now I've got a couple pair handcuffs in my belt, so happens. And my proposition is you walk out of here with them on, you and your Japanese pal. Charlie the Jap said, ha ha, very funny man, some boob I guess, yes. Luders smiled faintly. You put all the stuff in the car, Charlie? One more suitcase coming right up, Charlie said. Better take it on out and start the engine, Charlie. Listen, it won't work, Luders, Baron said urgently. I got a man back in the woods with a deer rifle. It's bright moonlight. You got a fair weapon there, but you got no more chance against a deer rifle than Evans and me got against you. You'll never get out of here unless we go with you. He's seen us come in here and how we come. He'll give us 20 minutes. Then he'll send for some boys to dynamite you out. Them were my orders. Luders said quietly, This work is very difficult. Even we Germans find it difficult. I am tired. I made a bad mistake. I used a man who was a fool, who did a foolish thing, and then he killed a man because he had done it and the man knew he had done it. But it was my mistake also. I shall not be forgiven. My life is no longer of great importance. Take the suitcase to the car, Charlie. Charlie moved swiftly towards him. Not liking, no, he said sharply. That damn heavy suitcase. Man with rifle shooting. To hell. Luders smiled slowly. That's all a lot of nonsense, Charlie. If they had men with them, they would have been here long ago. That is why I let these men talk, to see if they were alone. They are alone. Go, Charlie. Charlie said hissingly, I going, but I still not liking. He went over to the corner and hefted the suitcase that stood there. He could hardly carry it. He moved slowly to the door and put the suitcase down and sighed. He opened the door a crack and looked out. Not see anybody, he said. Maybe all lies too. Luders said musingly, I should have killed the dog and the woman too. I was weak. The man Kurt, what of him? Never heard of him, I said. Where was he? Luders stared at me. Get up on your feet, both of you. I got up. An icicle was crawling around on my back. Baron got up. His face was gray. The whitening hair at the side of his head glistened with sweat. There was sweat all over his face, but his jaws went on chewing. He said softly, How much you get for this job, son? I said thickly, $100, but I spent some of it. Baron said in the same soft tone, I've been married 40 years. They pay me $80 a month, house and firewood. It ain't enough. By gum, I ought to get 100. He grinned wryly and spit and looked at Luders. To hell with you, you Nazi bastard, he said. Looters lifted the machine gun slowly and his lips drew back over his teeth. His breath made a hissing noise. Then very slowly he laid the gun down and reached inside his coat. He took out a Luger and moved the safety catch with his thumb. He shifted the gun to his left hand and stood looking at us quietly. Very slowly his face drained of all expression and became a dead gray mask. He lifted the gun, and at the same time he lifted his right arm stiffly above shoulder height. The arm was as rigid as a rock. "Heil Hitler," he said sharply. He turned the gun quickly, put the muzzle in his mouth and fired. Chapter 14. The Jap screamed and streaked out of the door. Baron and I lunged hard across the table. We got our guns. Blood fell on the back of my hand, and then Looters crumpled slowly against the wall. Baron was already out of the door. When I got out behind him, I saw that the little Jap was running hard down the hill towards a clump of brush. Baron steadied himself, brought the Colt up, then lowered it again. "He ain't far enough," he said. "I always give a man 40 yards. He raised the big Colt again and turned his body a little, and as the gun reached firing position, it moved very slowly, and Baron's head went down a little, until his arm and shoulder and right eye were all in a line. He stayed like that, perfectly rigid for a long moment. Then the gun roared and jumped back in his hand, and a lean thread of smoke showed faint in the moonlight and disappeared. The Jap kept on running. Baron lowered his Colt and watched him plunge into a clump of brush. "Hell," he said, "I missed him." He looked at me quickly and looked away again. "But he won't get nowhere. Ain't got nothing to get with. Them little legs of his ain't hardly long enough to jump him over a pine cone." "He had a gun," I said, "under his left arm." Baron shook his head. "Nope. I noticed the holster was empty. I figure Looters got it away from him. I figure Looters meant to shoot him before he left." Car lights showed in the distance, coming dustily along the road. "What made Looters go soft?" "I figure his pride was hurt," Baron said thoughtfully. "A big organizer like him getting himself all balled to hell by a couple of little fellows like us." We went around the end of the refrigerator car. A big new coupe was parked there. Baron marched over to it and opened the door. The car on the road was near now. It turned off, and its headlights raked the big coupe. Baron stared into the car for a moment, then slammed the door viciously and spit on the ground. "Caddy V12, he said. "Red leather cushions and suitcases in the back." He reached in again and snapped on the dash light. "What time is it?" 12 minutes to 2, I said. "This clock ain't no 12.5 minutes slow," Baron said angrily. "You slipped on that." He turned and faced me, pushing his hat back on his head. "Hell, you seen it parked in front of the Indian Head," he said. "Right. I thought you was just a smart guy." "Right," I said. "Son, next time I got to get almost shot, could you plan to be around?" The car that was coming stopped a few yards away and a dog whined. Andy called out, "Anybody hurt?" Baron and I walked over to the car. The door opened and the little silky dog jumped out and rushed at Baron. She took off about 4 feet away and sailed through the air and planted her front paws hard against Baron's stomach, then dropped back to the ground and ran in circles. Baron said, "Looters shot hisself inside there. There's a little Jap down in the bushes we got to round up, and there's 3-4 suitcases full of counterfeit money we got to take care of." He looked off into
The Monolith Hotel Mystery by Lloyd Lonergan. The Black Mask, August 1922. It was almost 11 o'clock on a Tuesday night, and the stately room clerk of the Monolith Hotel stood yawning behind the desk. The lobby was practically deserted, for the majority of the guests had either retired or were still at the various theaters and restaurants. "Excuse me, but I want to pay my bill, and I'm rather in a hurry," were the words that brought Pennington Wilson out of his daydream amiss, or rather, his night musings. Facing him, and tightly clasping a large handbag, was a little old man, a worried expression on his face. The clerk recognized him, smiled, and bowed. "Certainly, Mr. Henderson, certainly," he replied in cordial tones. "The cashier will fix things up for you in a jiffy." He crossed to the adjoining compartment and gave the necessary orders. "We are always Johnny on the spot when it comes to taking in money, Mr. Henderson," he continued with his ready laugh as he returned. "But I didn't know you were leaving us tonight. Thought your liner sailed at noon tomorrow." Of course," was the nervous reply. "But you see, some friends of mine in Brooklyn phoned me, and naturally, of course, I had to." The cashier came forward with the bill at this moment. Wilson glanced at the total and then passed it over. "Because you are checking out so late, we had to charge for the night," he explained. "Sorry, but that's the usual custom." "Perfectly satisfactory," retorted Henderson. He reached into his pocket and extracted a roll of bills, riffled them over and extracted several, which he shoved across the desk. "Here you are. Don't bother about the change. Give it to the bellboys." And with a nod, he hurried out. Wilson looked after him perplexedly, then showed relief as a husky, middle-aged man entered from the street. The clerk beckoned to him, and he approached the desk. "Spencer, there's something queer about that chap who just went out," he whispered. "Name's Henderson, Daniel Henderson, of Minneapolis. First visit here. Booked to sail for Europe on the Cardalia tomorrow. Heavy baggage has all gone to the dock. Just now he ran down, checked out in a tearing hurry with some silly story about having to go to Brooklyn. Nobody in Brooklyn is awake at this hour of the night. What do you think about it?" "How much does he owe?" demanded the house detective alertly. "Perhaps I can head him off." He took a step toward the door, but Wilson detained him. He paid in full and in cash, which caused Spencer to snort with disgust and retort, "In that case, why should we worry? What does it matter to us where he has gone, or why, so long as he is straight on the books?" "Guess I'm more nervous than usual tonight," said the clerk apologetically. "Just the same, I didn't like the way he acted. Seemed as if he was trying to hide something. You can understand how a man in my position gets hunches at times, but can't explain them." "Sure thing," yawned the house detective, whose interest in the matter had now entirely subsided. "Guess I'll turn in. Had a hard day, and bed sounds good to me. Nighty-night." And he went toward the elevator, and from it directly to his room. But Spencer soon found that he was out of luck. Sleep was something he was not going to get. For before he had even removed his shoes, the telephone rang, and an agitated voice directed him to report at room 817 as speedily as possible. He complied, and in the doorway of the designated number found Wilson awaiting him. The clerk beckoned, ushered him into the room, followed, closed the door, and stood against it, gasping. "My hunch was right," he hysterically cried. "I know now why Henderson acted so queerly, but I never suspected. It is horrible, horrible." He half collapsed and seemed on the verge of fainting. Spencer jumped to his side, put an arm about him, and led the clerk, now babbling incoherently, to a settee, where he made him as comfortable as possible. "Pull yourself together, man," commanded the detective. "Take it easy, but tell me what's going on." He patted his frightened companion on the shoulder. Under his ministrations, the clerk regained his self-control, sat up, and essayed a feeble smile. "I'm all right now," he said. "The shock of the thing was what got me. You see, as soon as Henderson checked out, the night maid was ordered to put the room in shape. She went to the bathroom, and on the floor she found. But you'll have to look for yourself." I can't go on," he concluded, as he sank back again. Spencer, absolutely devoid of nerves, crossed to the inner door, opened it, and peered into the bathroom, uttering an exclamation as he did so. On the floor was the body of a well-dressed young woman, and a bullet wound in the side of her head showed clearly the cause of death. Spencer satisfied himself that life was extinct, emerged into the main room again, closed the bathroom door, went back to the settee, and roughly shook Wilson to attract his attention. "The first thing to do," declared the house detective, "is to start a hue and cry for this man Henderson. The matter of motives and ways and means can wait. You'd better wait here until I can send some reliable person to relieve you. I'll attend to the important part of the work." And he hurried out, while the clerk, a bundle of nerves in his most placid moments, moaned and sobbed, but did not dare to desert his post. 15 minutes later, Spencer was holding a furtive conversation in the lobby with a man who had "City Detective" marked on him as plainly as if he carried a sign. Marty O'Donoghue was a headquarters sleuth and possessed the additional distinction of being a cousin and pal of Hotel Detective Spencer. "It's lucky I located you at the club, Marty," whispered Spencer. "Here's your chance to make good, but you've got to cover me, of course. Remember, you just dropped in for a chinwag on your way home and found me about to notify the police. So you told me that while you wouldn't interfere, you'd just scout around while waiting for the precinct men." "See?" "No, I don't see," was the sulky response. "What's the use of letting the station guys in on this? If they fool around, they may get some of the credit. It would cost me my job to let Captain Mahoney and his sleuths know I played favorites," Spencer retorted impatiently. "You'll get the gravy all right, for I'm going to put you wise to a line of stuff that you must seem to find out for yourself. Get me? Well, I happened to be at the front door when this guy Henderson left and was lucky enough to see which taxi he picked out. Slimy Foley, who's always hanging around here, was the chauffeur, and he's probably out there now, unless his trip with Henderson was a long one. Dig Foley up and you ought to get on that murderer's trail in no time." "Thanks, that's good dope," whispered O'Donoghue. Then in a louder tone, for the benefit of the loungers in the lobby, "Call up the precinct, Spencer. It's their job. Good night." And he walked off. Chapter 2. The late editions of the morning papers carried brief reports of the monolith mystery. The victim's identity had been established. She was a guest of the hotel, Mrs. Kenneth Johnson, who, with her husband, occupied suite 819. Johnson, it appeared, was down in the writing room on the mezzanine floor and had known nothing of the tragedy until long after the discovery of the body. The accounts concluded with the statement that Detective Desmond of the West 47th Street station was trying to locate Henderson and had several clues as to his whereabouts. But the afternoon journals carried scareheads narrating the unusual sleuthing of Marty O'Donoghue, of headquarters. O'Donoghue, it appeared, had dropped into the hotel by accident and, learning of the murder, decided to institute an immediate search for the fugitive while the trail was still hot. Scouting around, he found a taxi driver who had taken a fare from the monolith at about 11 p.m. and left him at the Grand Central Station. Most luckily, the chauffeur, his name was Foley, remembered that the redcap who had taken the passenger's baggage was a black individual known as Limpy Sam. Limpy, it developed, had gone with the man to the ticket office and recalled that he had purchased a ticket and Pullman accommodations on the 11:20 express for Buffalo. Also, an additional piece of luck, Limpy was ready to swear that the berth was lower 7 in car 11. This was not surprising, for Limpy Sam, being a devotee of craps, would naturally remember the lucky numbers. The train had departed long before O'Donoghue arrived at the station, but the detective acted with promptness and intelligent decision. He got the Albany police on the long-distance telephone, and the suspect was dragged from his berth, handcuffed, and led to a cell. O'Donoghue hustled up to Albany on the early morning newspaper train, claimed his prisoner, and got back to New York with him by noon. The district attorney, then in office, saw a chance to make a grandstand play. Too long had the people spoken in praise of Jersey justice. The monolith case was clear-cut and conclusive. It afforded a chance to establish a new record. So while the prisoner was being arraigned in a police court on a short affidavit, the necessary witnesses were taken before the grand jury, then in session, and Daniel Henderson, indicted for murder in the first degree, was in the Tombs awaiting trial. less than 18 hours after the body of his victim had been discovered. It was the day of days for Marty O'Donoghue and the district attorney. Everybody forgot about Detective Desmond, and it was not known that he was still busily engaged on the case, a problem that, to all appearances, had been most brilliantly cleared up. The only person who did waste any thought on the energetic precinct detective was Big Jim Mahoney, the captain at that time in command at West 47th Street. When Mahoney reached the station that Wednesday morning, he found a note from Desmond saying he was working on a startling new lead in the case. Mahoney waited impatiently for his subordinate's return, scowled when he read the newspaper eulogies of Marty O'Donoghue, and cursed bitterly when the extras came in with the news of Henderson's indictment. The captain went out for supper at 6 o'clock, and when he came back, Desmond, all one broad grin, was waiting in his office to report to him. "Desmond, there's some tall explaining coming from you," Mahoney began savagely. "Headquarters has put it all over us on this case and is giving us the merry laugh. What have you done?" "Nothing. What has this big stiff Marty O'Donoghue done?" "Everything. Located the murderer, pinched, arraigned and indicted him, all in jig time. I wonder at your nerve in coming back here at all. A detective who falls down as bad as you have done ought to jump into the river." "Just a minute, Cap," interrupted the happy detective. "O'Donoghue thinks he put something over on me. That false alarm at the hotel, Spencer, tipped him off, I guess. I'll attend to Spencer later. O'Donoghue doesn't know he's alive. Never did know. And the joke of it is that, in this case, he's pinched the wrong man. Anybody with common sense would know that this poor boob Henderson is telling a straight story. He claims that after dinner Tuesday night, he went to his room, snoozed on his bed until late, then got up, went to the bathroom, found the woman's body, got scared and beat it. That was the theory I had all along, Cap, that Henderson was just the innocent goat. And why did I feel that way? Because right off the bat, I suspected the victim's husband. The story he told me when I first hit the hotel sounded fishy, mighty fishy. He claimed he had been in the writing room on the mezzanine floor for several hours. His wife was taking a nap, and he didn't want to annoy her. That's his story. But if Mrs. Johnson was taking a nap, why did she have on her hat when the body was found? Did you ever hear of a woman lying down and going to sleep with her hat on, unless, of course, she was drunk? The captain's rage had departed. He was giving close attention to the story being told him, and his interest was growing all the time. "Your dope sounds good," he admitted. "But still," he frowned, "this Henderson bird has been indicted. Don't forget that." "Just listen a little more, Cap," pleaded Desmond. "I'm giving you this case in order. Nailing Johnson's first lie, I naturally looked for others. On the desk at which he sat were a number of addressed and sealed letters. There were so many that it would look as if the man had been writing for hours and hours. Well, I took a peek at the top letter and read the address. It was J.M. Devereaux, 95 West 46th Street. Does that suggest anything to you, Cap?" The captain shook his head, then, as a thought struck him, he knitted his brows. Looking at Desmond, he grinned. "I get you," he said. "The last number east of 6th Avenue is 79 West 46th Street. That address is phony. Good work." "Knew it would strike you," the detective went on cheerily. "You can see, as I did, that this fellow Johnson was just pretending to write letters, planning in that way to establish his alibi. I didn't let on, of course, but saw to it that Johnson gave those notes to a bellboy to mail. Then I got them away from the kid, steamed them open, and found, as I suspected, that the sheets inside were blank. Of course, even then, I hadn't any clear case, just suspicions, but my side partner and I have kept a close shadow on him ever since. This afternoon, Johnson came down to the desk with a big valise, told the clerk he was going to visit his lawyer, but to keep his rooms, as he would be back. We trailed our man out to the Bronx and pinched him when he got near the sound. What do you think we found in his grip? a floor rug just sopping with bloodstains, and it came from the Monolith Hotel. Better than that, from Johnson's own room. The murderer is now resting in one of our best little cells, and we have all night to chat with him, for we don't need to take him to court until the morning." "Did he confess?" asked the captain with interest. "Not fully," was the reluctant reply. "His story is that he went into the room and found his wife dead upon the rug. Like Henderson, he lost his nerve. Strikes me both of those birds have skeletons in their mental closets. Anyway, Johnson didn't dare to raise the alarm. He remembered that the room back of their suite was one that could be thrown in with his if desired. In fact, the clerk had tried to make him take them both when he registered. The doors between the two bathrooms have locks on both sides, and on Henderson's side the lock had not been thrown on. Johnson discovered this, opened up the connecting door, dragged the body into Henderson's bathroom, locked his own side of the door, and then went downstairs to establish his alibi. These hotel people never like to talk, but I got some good stuff out of one of the clerks. It seems Johnson and the woman had a row during the last afternoon she was alive, and jawed so much that other guests complained, and it was necessary to give them a quiet cow-down. Don't know the nature of their spat, but in the evening the woman dined alone and went out in the street by herself, returning shortly after 9. Couldn't get any line on Johnson's movements, but it is safe to assume that he was hiding up in their rooms all the time, waiting for her to come in so he could kill her. Neither of the elevator boys remembers taking him up or down to the writing room on the mezzanine floor. Yes, his yarn is fishy, no one will ever believe it, but it was probably the best he could think up on short notice. When we've put him over the bumps, I think he'll come across all right. Chapter 3. The above conversation took place early on the Wednesday evening. Before noon the following day, Inspector of Detectives James Dineen went to the Criminal Court building in response to an urgent call from the district attorney. He found that official in a most unhappy mood. "Say, Inspector, this Hotel Monolith mystery is getting all balled up," he complained with bitterness. "Captain Mahoney, of the 47th Street Station, has pinched another man and seems to have built up a fine case against him. What do you think about it?" The inspector grinned. "It's got me winging too," he admitted, "and what makes things worse is that I have just put a third bird in a cell, and I'd bet a lot of money that he is the guilty man." "What? Another?" gasped the district attorney. "Correct," replied Dineen. "Ever heard of the Beaumont Detective Agency, a snide concern run by one Buckingham Beaumont, real name Isidore Polinsky? Well, Beaumont blew into headquarters at daybreak with a yarn that sounded good. The wife of one J.H. Brotherton of Toledo, Ohio, ran away some weeks ago, and Izzy was hired to locate her. Found the dame and her paramour at the Monolith, registered as Mr. and Mrs. Johnson. Yep, Johnson's really an alias. Guy in real life is James Willoughby, a rich loafer of Toledo. When Beaumont ran them down, he notified Brotherton by wire, and he took the first train east. The surprising thing is that he immediately paid off the detectives, saying he would attend to the rest himself, wouldn't listen to arguments that he would need corroborative evidence if he meant to sue for a divorce. Beaumont is a wise guy, though, and he had Brotherton shadowed. At 10:10, the night of the murder, the wronged husband was seen to slip quietly into the Monolith. Presumption is that he stole up to the room and killed his erring wife. We pinched him, of course, found him at the Astor. And he said he'd never have been dragged into the case if he had paid Beaumont the blackmailing sum he demanded. Guess that part of his story is true. Quizzed about the tragedy, he admits going to the hotel, but says that when he found the door unlocked and entered the room, the place was empty, so he figured that the couple had gone to some show, and went outside to wait for them. There is one very strong point against him, a point that will send him to the electric chair. In his pocket we found a revolver, loaded, but with one used cartridge, and of the same caliber as the one that killed the woman. He says he fired the cartridge, and a lot of others, at some shooting gallery over on the east side, but he couldn't remember the location. I've had Brotherton in my office, grilling him all the morning, and was convinced that it is a dead open and shut case against him. In fact, I was just about to send him to court when you called me up." The district attorney gasped and sank back into his chair. "I don't know what to do," he finally confessed. "To tell the truth, it looks to me as if all of these three men are guilty, but it is also equally clear that if one of them is the murderer, the others are innocent. I don't know who to hold or who to set free. Haven't you any suggestions to make?" "The only thing to do is to let matters drift," was the reply. "We'll keep all of them in jail until things clear a little." "But we can't," protested the district attorney. "They'll be suing out writs of habeas corpus, with a chance of going free when a hearing is held." "These birds haven't a Chinaman's chance of getting out of jail," declared the inspector with emphasis. "Because why? Because we have other charges against them. I understand now why Henderson ran away as he did. Wasn't afraid of the murder charge, but didn't want to attract police attention. You see, we identified him this morning. Henderson is Dwight Harrison, the fugitive cashier of a national bank in Osoto, Iowa. Left the bank's depositors in mourning and without funds some weeks ago. I'm keeping his identity a secret until we decide we don't want to try him on that murder indictment. Then as for Willoughby, alias Johnson, he can't deny that he ran away with a woman in Ohio and brought her to New York. The Man White Slave Act covers his case. Brotherton has trouble ahead, too. He carried a revolver without a permit, so is liable under the Sullivan law. Yes, they'll all stay with us for a while. In the meantime, I'll get everybody busy and see what we can dig up." Chapter 4. As they say in the movies, the scene shifts to 1 week later. Inspector Deneen in his office received word that Tom Halloran wanted to see him and promptly ordered that he be admitted. Halloran was on the retired list of police captains, and Deneen, in his younger days, had served under the veteran and always respected and admired him. So he greeted his caller cordially and then looked inquiringly at the young man in civilian clothes who accompanied him. "My nephew, Neil Mooney," explained Halloran. "A harness bull in the 47th Street station. Brightest youngster in town, Jimmy. You need him on your staff. He's a real, honest-to-God detective." The inspector shook his head. "Sorry, my staff is full, Cap," he replied. "I'd make an exception to oblige you if I could. But it isn't possible. I'd be panned by the commissioner if I let personal friendship sway me." "But Jimmy," protested Halloran, "I'm not asking you to do me a favor. I'm doing you the favor. Listen now. Have your bright boys solved that Hotel Monolith murder case?" "Not yet," admitted the inspector, "but we are working hard on it." "Your worries are over on that particular case," declared Halloran, his face one broad smile. "This bright young nephew of mine has cleaned it up." Then, turning to his companion, he commanded, "Tell him all about it, Neil. I know Jimmy. He'll be glad to listen to you." "Well, Inspector," diffidently began the young man, "I've always been ambitious to become a detective, and with that end in view, I have tried to cultivate a memory for faces. Until I went on vacation a week ago, my beat took in the Hotel Monolith. Had the trick from 4 p.m. to midnight. I saw the newspaper pictures of this Mrs. Johnson, and they looked familiar, although I couldn't place her at first. I puzzled over the matter for a while, and then I remembered. From the street, one can look into the hotel dining room, and I had seen this Mrs. Johnson eating there on several occasions. For she nearly always had a window table, and, as I tried to recall more about her, the fact struck me that she always wore a display of jewels. They looked as if they were worth a lot, but after her murder, there was no mention of them. None of my men ever got onto that fact, interrupted the inspector. It wasn't their fault. Just my good luck, was Mooney's generous response. Had they known as much as I did? Undoubtedly, the idea would have struck them that some clever crook had seen the jewels while she sat in the dining room, just as I had seen them. So I decided to test the theory that a criminal had forced his way into the room, been surprised by the unfortunate lady while at work, and had killed her to make a getaway. Of course, this was only an idea of mine, based on the assumption that all three of the men under arrest had told absolutely true stories. From the brief glances I had secured at this jewelry, I was aware that several of the pieces were odd and unusual designs, and I sketched them out roughly from memory. He reached in his pocket and produced a few sheets of scratch paper with rudely drawn designs. Of course, it was like looking for a needle in a haystack, but I spent my vacation going around to the various hangouts where crooks congregate, coffee houses and saloons during the day, dances at night. Last evening I dropped into the gathering of the Jolly Merrymakers and spotted a woman who was wearing this piece of jewelry, indicating one of the designs. Well, I kept her under close observation and found that her steady was that wop second-story worker, scar-faced Pietro. The rest was easy. I trailed him to his home, down in Hell's Kitchen, forced my way in when he had gone to sleep, knocked him out after a fight, found the jewels hidden in the bed, and when Pietro saw I had the goods, he came across. The wop had spotted the dame, just as I figured it, slipped into her room when he thought she was at the theater, and when she came back unexpectedly, shot her down, pocketed the jewels and walked out. All of which goes to prove that these men now under arrest are innocent and told the exact truth when they were questioned. Now, Jimmy, where does Sherlock Holmes get off? Gloated Halloran. Hasn't the boy here got it all over him? The most marvelous piece of brainwork I ever heard of, was the inspector's reply. Forget what I said a while ago, Captain. Do we want him at headquarters? I'll say we do. Young man, there's a great future for you in this department. Shake. Chapter 5. That same evening, after dusk, one of the benches in Central Park was occupied by a couple apparently much interested in each other. The young man was talking, the girl listening. And then the inspector took me in to see the chief, the speaker went on, and the chief said all kinds of nice things, made me a lieutenant of detectives on the spot. It's wonderful, but Nora, I hated to do what I did. Never could have done it, only you made me promise. But all the time I wanted to tell them that the credit didn't belong to me, but to Nora Riley. Don't be stupid, Neil, retorted the girl. I didn't do anything bright, just played in luck. It was luck that I happened to be made on that floor in the hotel. It was luck that I made a hit with that poor, lonely woman, and that she showed me her jewels and talked about them. Then, more luck, you and I happened to drop into that dance, and when I saw a girl wearing one of Mrs. Johnson's gems, why, I just gave you the tip, and the hard work that followed was all done by my Neil. But it wasn't fair for me to take the credit, protested Mooney. Why not? You and I are going to be one, and what helps you helps me. The only way to get ahead in this world is to make people think you are smart. If you'd done as you wanted to, and told the inspector that accident had been responsible for the solution of this crime, he would have mumbled thanks and left you to yarn away your life as a harness bull. But look what my way has accomplished. You're famous overnight, and in a position to do something and be somebody. But I'm afraid, confessed Mooney. They're sending me to headquarters to associate as an equal with a crowd of big, worthwhile men. How can I ever expect to make good? The girl bent over and patted her sweetheart on the shoulder. See here, Neil, she said gently. What did these big men do on the monolith mystery? I'll tell you. The district attorney fussed. The chief fumed. The inspector barked out orders, and a score of frightened detectives ran around in circles. Perhaps it isn't modest to say it, but the whole bunch was outclassed by one little Irish chambermaid and one big Irish policeman. I'm not afraid you'll fall down, dear. You've got the brains, they'll give you the chance, and you're bound to make good. "With you to help me, Nora," replied the young man as he put his arm around her. "With you to advise, I'm sure I'll be a captain some day." "Captain nothing," responded the girl laughingly. "The stars tell me I will be Mrs. Inspector Mooney before I'm an old woman."
Martin Guerra by Alexander Dumas, 1910. We are sometimes astonished at the striking resemblance existing between two persons who are absolute strangers to each other, but in fact it is the opposite which ought to surprise us. Indeed, why should we not rather admire a creative power so infinite in its variety that it never ceases to produce entirely different combinations with precisely the same elements? The more one considers this prodigious versatility of form, the more overwhelming it appears. To begin with, each nation has its own distinct and characteristic type, separating it from other races of men. Thus there are the English, Spanish, German, or Slavonic types. Again, in each nation we find families distinguished from each other by less general but still well-pronounced features. And lastly, the individuals of each family, differing again in more or less marked gradations. What a multitude of physiognomies! What variety of impression from the innumerable stamps of the human countenance! What millions of models and no copies! Considering this ever-changing spectacle, which ought to inspire us with most astonishment, the perpetual difference of faces or the accidental resemblance of a few individuals. Is it impossible that in the whole wide world there should be found by chance two people whose features are cast in one and the same mold? Certainly not. Therefore that which ought to surprise us is not that these duplicates exist here and there upon the earth, but that they are to be met with in the same place, and appear together before our eyes, little accustomed to see such resemblances. From Amphitryon down to our own days, many fables have owed their origin to this fact, and history also has provided a few examples, such as the false Demetrius in Russia, the English Perkin Warbeck, and several other celebrated impostors, whilst the story we now present to our readers is no less curious and strange. On the 10th of August 1557, an inauspicious day in the history of France, the roar of cannon was still heard at 6 in the evening in the plains of St. Quentin, where the French army had just been destroyed by the united troops of England and Spain, commanded by the famous Captain Emmanuel Philibert, Duke of Savoy. An utterly beaten infantry, the Constable Montmorency and several generals taken prisoner, the Duc d'Enghien mortally wounded, the flower of the nobility cut down like grass. Such were the terrible results of a battle which plunged France into mourning, and which would have been a blot on the reign of Henry II, had not the Duke of Guise obtained a brilliant revenge the following year. In a little village less than a mile from the field of battle were to be heard the groans of the wounded and dying, who had been carried thither from the field of battle. The inhabitants had given up their houses to be used as hospitals, and 2 or 3 barber surgeons went hither and thither, hastily ordering operations which they left to their assistants, and driving out fugitives who had contrived to accompany the wounded under pretense of assisting friends or near relations. They had already expelled a good number of these poor fellows, when, opening the door of a small room, they found a soldier soaked in blood lying on a rough mat, and another soldier apparently attending on him with the utmost care. "Who are you?" said one of the surgeons to the sufferer. "I don't think you belong to our French troops." "Help," cried the soldier, "only help me, and may God bless you for it." "From the color of that tunic," remarked the other surgeon, "I should wager the rascal belongs to some Spanish gentleman. By what blunder was he brought here?" "For pity's sake," murmured the poor fellow, "I am in such pain." "Die, wretch," responded the last speaker, pushing him with his foot. "Die like the dog you are." But this brutality, answered as it was by an agonized groan, disgusted the other surgeon. After all, he is a man, and a wounded man who implores help. Leave him to me, René. René went out grumbling, and the one who remained proceeded to examine the wound. A terrible arquebus shot had passed through the leg, shattering the bone. Amputation was absolutely necessary. Before proceeding to the operation, the surgeon turned to the other soldier, who had retired into the darkest corner of the room. "And you, who may you be?" he asked. The man replied by coming forward into the light. No other answer was needed. He resembled his companion so closely that no one could doubt they were brothers, twin brothers, probably. Both were above middle height. Both had olive-brown complexions, black eyes, hooked noses, pointed chins, a slightly projecting lower lip. Both were round-shouldered, though this defect did not amount to disfigurement. The whole personality suggested strength, and was not destitute of masculine beauty. So strong a likeness is hardly ever seen. Even their ages appeared to agree, for one would not have supposed either to be more than 32. And the only difference noticeable, besides the pale countenance of the wounded man, was that he was thin as compared with the moderate fleshiness of the other, also that he had a large scar over the right eyebrow. "Look well after your brother's soul," said the surgeon to the soldier, who remained standing. "If it is in no better case than his body, it is much to be pitied." "Is there no hope?" inquired the soldier of the wounded man. "The wound is too large and too deep," replied the man of science, "to be cauterized with boiling oil, according to the ancient method. Delenda isti cosa mali, the source of evil must be destroyed, as says the learned Ambrose Pare. I ought therefore secer ferro, that is to say, take off the leg. May God grant that he survive the operation." While seeking his instruments, he looked the supposed brother full in the face, and added, "But how is it that you are carrying muskets in opposing armies? For I see that you belong to us, while this poor fellow wears Spanish uniform." "Oh, that would be a long story to tell," replied the soldier, shaking his head. "As for me, I followed the career which was open to me, and took service of my own free will under the banner of our Lord King, Henry II. This man, whom you rightly suppose to be my brother, was born in Biscay, and became attached to the household of the Cardinal of Burgos, and afterwards to the Cardinal's brother, whom he was obliged to follow to the war. I recognized him on the battlefield just as he fell. I dragged him out of a heap of dead and brought him here." During his recital, this individual's features betrayed considerable agitation, but the surgeon did not heed it. Not finding some necessary instruments, my colleague, he exclaimed, must have carried them off. He constantly does this out of jealousy of my reputation, but I will be even with him yet. Such splendid instruments! They will almost work of themselves, and are capable of imparting some skill even to him, dunce as he is. I shall be back in an hour or two. He must rest, sleep, have nothing to excite him, nothing to inflame the wound, and when the operation is well over we shall see. May the Lord be gracious to him." Then he went to the door, leaving the poor wretch to the care of his supposed brother. "My God," he added, shaking his head, "if he survive, it will be by the help of a miracle." Scarcely had he left the room when the unwounded soldier carefully examined the features of the wounded one. "Yes," he murmured between his teeth, "they were right in saying that my exact double was to be found in the hostile army. Truly one would not know us apart. I might be surveying myself in a mirror. I did well to look for him in the rear of the Spanish army, and, thanks to the fellow who rolled him over so conveniently with that arquebus shot, I was able to escape the dangers of the melee by carrying him out of it. But that's not all," he thought, still carefully studying the tortured face of the unhappy sufferer. "It is not enough to have got out of that. I have absolutely nothing in the world, no home, no resources. Beggar by birth, adventurer by fortune, I have enlisted and have consumed my pay. I hoped for plunder, and here we are in full flight. What am I to do? Go and drown myself? No, certainly a cannonball would be as good as that. But can't I profit by this chance, and obtain a decent position by turning to my own advantage this curious resemblance, and making some use of this man whom fate has thrown in my way, and who has but a short time to live? Arguing thus, he bent over the prostrate man with a cynical laugh. One might have thought he was Satan watching the departure of a soul too utterly lost to escape him. "Alas, alas," cried the sufferer, "may God have mercy on me, I feel my end is near." "Bah, comrade, drive away these dismal thoughts. Your leg pains you, well, they will cut it off. Think only of the other one, and trust in Providence. Water, a drop of water, for heaven's sake." The sufferer was in a high fever. The would-be nurse looked round and saw a jug of water, towards which the dying man extended a trembling hand. A truly infernal idea entered his mind. He poured some water into a gourd which hung from his belt, held it to the lips of the wounded man, and then withdrew it. "Oh, I thirst that water. For pity's sake, give me some." "Yes, but on one condition: you must tell me your whole history." "Yes, but give me water." His tormentor allowed him to swallow a mouthful, then overwhelmed him with questions as to his family, his friends and fortune, and compelled him to answer by keeping before his eyes the water which alone could relieve the fever which devoured him. After this often interrupted interrogation, the sufferer sank back exhausted and almost insensible. But, not yet satisfied, his companion conceived the idea of reviving him with a few drops of brandy, which quickly brought back the fever, and excited his brain sufficiently to enable him to answer fresh questions. The doses of spirit were doubled several times, at the risk of ending the unhappy man's days then and there. Almost delirious, his head feeling as if on fire, his sufferings gave way to a feverish excitement, which took him back to other places and other times. He began to recall the days of his youth and the country where he lived. But his tongue was still fettered by a kind of reserve. His secret thoughts, the private details of his past life were not yet told, and it seemed as though he might die at any moment. Time was passing, night already coming on, and it occurred to the merciless questioner to profit by the gathering darkness. By a few solemn words he aroused the religious feelings of the sufferer, terrified him by speaking of the punishments of another life and the flames of hell, until to the delirious fancy of the sick man he took the form of a judge who could either deliver him to eternal damnation or open the gates of heaven to him. At length, overwhelmed by a voice which resounded in his ear like that of a minister of God, the dying man laid bare his inmost soul before his tormentor, and made his last confession to him. Yet a few moments, and the executioner, he deserves no other name, hangs over his victim, opens his tunic, seizes some papers and a few coins, half draws his dagger, but thinks better of it. Then, contemptuously spurning the victim as the other surgeon had done, "I might kill you," he says, "but it would be a useless murder. It would only be hastening your last sigh by an hour or two, and advancing my claims to your inheritance by the same space of time." And he adds mockingly, "Farewell, my brother." The wounded soldier utters a feeble groan. The adventurer leaves the room. 4 months later, a woman sat at the door of a house at one end of the village of Artigues, near Ria, and played with a child about 9 or 10 years of age. Still young, she had the brown complexion of southern women, and her beautiful black hair fell in curls about her face. Her flashing eyes occasionally betrayed hidden passions, concealed, however, beneath an apparent indifference and lassitude, and her wasted form seemed to acknowledge the existence of some secret grief. An observer would have divined a shattered life, a withered happiness, a soul grievously wounded. Her dress was that of a wealthy peasant, and she wore one of the long gowns with hanging sleeves which were in fashion in the 16th century. The house in front of which she sat belonged to her, so also the immense field which adjoined the garden. Her attention was divided between the play of her son and the orders she was giving to an old servant, when an exclamation from the child startled her. "Mother," he cried, "Mother, there he is." She looked where the child pointed and saw a young boy turning the corner of the street. "Yes," continued the child, "that is the lad who, when I was playing with the other boys yesterday, called me all sorts of bad names." "What sort of names, my child?" "There was one I did not understand, but it must have been a very bad one, for the other boys all pointed at me and left me alone. He called me, and he said it was only what his mother had told him. He called me a wicked bastard." His mother's face became purple with indignation. "What?" she cried. "They dared! What an insult! What does this bad word mean, mother?" asked the child, half frightened by her anger. "Is that what they call poor children who have no father?" His mother folded him in her arms. "Oh," she continued, "it is an infamous slander. These people never saw your father. They have only been here 6 years, and this is the 8th since he went away, but this is abominable. We were married in that church. We came at once to live in this house, which was my marriage portion, and my poor Martin has relations and friends here who will not allow his wife to be insulted." "Say rather, his widow," interrupted a solemn voice. "Ah, uncle," exclaimed the woman, turning towards an old man who had just emerged from the house. "Yes, Bertrand," continued the newcomer, "you must get reconciled to the idea that my nephew has ceased to exist. I am sure he was not such a fool as to have remained all this time without letting us hear from him. He was not the fellow to go off at a tangent on account of a domestic quarrel which you have never vouchsafed to explain to me, and to retain his anger during all these 8 years. Where did he go? What did he do? We none of us know, neither you nor I, nor anybody else. He is assuredly dead, and lies in some graveyard far enough from here. May God have mercy on his soul." Bertrand, weeping, made the sign of the cross and bowed her head upon her hands. "Good-bye, Sanxi," said the uncle, tapping the child's cheek. Sanxi turned sulkily away. There was certainly nothing specially attractive about the uncle. He belonged to a type which children instinctively dislike, false, crafty, with squinting eyes which continually appeared to contradict his honeyed tongue. "Bertrand," he said, "your boy is like his father before him, and only answers my kindness with rudeness." "Forgive him," answered the mother. "He is very young, and does not understand the respect due to his father's uncle. I will teach him better things. He will soon learn that he ought to be grateful for the care you have taken of his little property." No doubt," said the uncle, trying hard to smile. "I will give you a good account of it, for I shall only have to reckon with you two in future. Come, my dear, believe me, your husband is really dead, and you have sorrowed quite enough for a good-for-nothing fellow. Think no more of him." So saying, he departed, leaving the poor young woman a prey to the saddest thoughts. Bertrand de Rolls, naturally gifted with extreme sensibility, on which a careful education had imposed due restraint, had barely completed her 12th year when she was married to Martin Guerra, a boy of about the same age, such precocious unions being then not uncommon, especially in the southern provinces. They were generally settled by considerations of family interest, assisted by the extremely early development habitual to the climate. The young couple lived for a long time as brother and sister and Bert, and, thus early familiar with the idea of domestic happiness, bestowed her whole affection on the youth whom she had been taught to regard as her life's companion. He was the alpha and omega of her existence. All her love, all her thoughts, were given to him, and when their marriage was at length completed, the birth of a son seemed only another link in the already long existing bond of union. but, as many wise men have remarked, a uniform happiness, which only attaches women more and more, has often upon men a precisely contrary effect, and so it was with Martin Guerra. Of a lively and excitable temperament, he wearied of a yoke which had been imposed so early, and, anxious to see the world and enjoy some freedom, he one day took advantage of a domestic difference, in which Bertrand owned herself to have been wrong and left his house and family. He was sought and awaited in vain. Bertrand spent the first month in vainly expecting his return, then she betook herself to prayer. But heaven appeared deaf to her supplications, the truant returned not. She wished to go in search of him, but the world is wide, and no single trace remained to guide her. What torture for a tender heart! What suffering for a soul thirsting for love! What sleepless nights! What restless vigils! Years passed thus. Her son was growing up, yet not a word reached her from the man she loved so much. She spoke often of him to the uncomprehending child. She sought to discover his features in those of her boy. But though she endeavored to concentrate her whole affection on her son, she realized that there is suffering which maternal love cannot console, and tears which it cannot dry. Consumed by the strength of the sorrow which ever dwelt in her heart, the poor woman was slowly wasting, worn out by the regrets of the past, the vain desires of the present, and the dreary prospect of the future. And now she had been openly insulted, her feelings as a mother wounded to the quirk, and her husband's uncle, instead of defending and consoling her, could give only cold counsel and unsympathetic words. Pierre Guerra, indeed, was simply a thorough egotist. In his youth he had been charged with usury. No one knew by what means he had become rich, for the little drapery trade which he called his profession did not appear to be very profitable. After his nephew's departure, it seemed only natural that he should pose as the family guardian, and he applied himself to the task of increasing the little income, but without considering himself bound to give any account to Bertrand. So, once persuaded that Martin was no more, he was apparently not unwilling to prolong a situation so much to his own advantage. Night was fast coming on. In the dim twilight distant objects became confused and indistinct. It was the end of autumn, that melancholy season which suggests so many gloomy thoughts and recalls so many blighted hopes. The child had gone into the house. Bertrand, still sitting at the door, resting her forehead on her hand, thought sadly of her uncle's words, recalling in imagination the past scenes which they suggested, the time of their childhood when, married so young, they were as yet only playmates, prefacing the graver duties of life by innocent pleasures. Then of the love which grew with their increasing age, then of how this love became altered, changing on her side into passion, on his into indifference. She tried to recollect him as he had been on the eve of his departure, young and handsome, carrying his head high, coming home from a fatiguing hunt and sitting by his son's cradle. And then also she remembered bitterly the jealous suspicions she had conceived, the anger with which she had allowed them to escape her, the consequent quarrel, followed by the disappearance of her offended husband, and the 8 succeeding years of solitude and mourning. She wept over his desertion, over the desolation of her life, seeing around her only indifferent or selfish people, and caring only to live for her child's sake, who gave her at least a shadowy reflection of the husband she had lost. Lost, yes, lost forever. She said to herself, sighing, and looking again at the fields whence she had so often seen him coming at this same twilight hour, returning to his home for the evening meal. She cast a wandering eye on the distant hills, which showed a black outline against a yet fiery western sky. Then let it fall on a little grove of olive trees planted on the farther side of the brook which skirted her dwelling. Everything was calm. Approaching night brought silence along with darkness. It was exactly what she saw every evening, but to leave which required always an effort. She rose to re-enter the house when her attention was caught by a movement amongst the trees. For a moment she thought she was mistaken, but the branches again rustled, then parted asunder, and the form of a man appeared on the other side of the brook. Terrified, Bertrand tried to scream, but not a sound escaped her lips. Her voice seemed paralyzed by terror as in an evil dream, and she almost thought it was a dream, for notwithstanding the dark shadows cast around this indistinct semblance, she seemed to recognize features once dear to her. Had her bitter reveries ended by making her the victim of a hallucination? She thought her brain was giving way and sank on her knees to pray for help. But the figure remained. It stood motionless, with folded arms, silently gazing at her. Then she thought of witchcraft, of evil demons, and superstitious as everyone was in those days, she kissed a crucifix which hung from her neck and fell fainting on the ground. With one spring the phantom crossed the brook and stood beside her. "Bertrand," it said in a voice of emotion. She raised her head, uttered a piercing cry, and was clasped in her husband's arms. The whole village became aware of this event that same evening. The neighbors crowded round Bertrand's door, Martin's friends and relations naturally wishing to see him after this miraculous reappearance, while those who had never known him desired no less to gratify their curiosity. So that the hero of the little drama, instead of remaining quietly at home with his wife, was obliged to exhibit himself publicly in a neighboring barn. His 4 sisters burst through the crowd and fell on his neck weeping. His uncle examined him doubtfully at first, then extended his arms. Everybody recognized him, beginning with the old servant Marguerite, who had been with the young couple ever since their wedding day. People observed only that a riper age had strengthened his features and given more character to his countenance and more development to his powerful figure. Also that he had a scar over the right eyebrow, and that he limped slightly. These were the marks of wounds he had received, he said, which now no longer troubled him. He appeared anxious to return to his wife and child, but the crowd insisted on hearing the story of his adventures during his voluntary absence, and he was obliged to satisfy them. 8 years ago, he said, the desire to see more of the world had gained an irresistible mastery over him. He yielded to it and departed secretly. A natural longing took him to his birthplace in Biscay, where he had seen his surviving relatives. There he met the Cardinal of Burgos, who took him into his service, promising him profit, hard knocks to give and take, and plenty of adventure. Some time after, he left the cardinal's household for that of his brother, who, much against his will, compelled him to follow him to the war and bear arms against the French. Thus he found himself on the Spanish side on the day of St. Quentin, and received a terrible gun-shot wound in the leg. Being carried into a house in an adjoining village, he fell into the hands of a surgeon, who insisted that the leg must be amputated immediately, but who left him for a moment and never returned. Then he encountered a good old woman who dressed his wound and nursed him night and day, so that in a few weeks he recovered and was able to set out for Artigues, too thankful to return to his house and land, still more to his wife and child, and fully resolved never to leave them again. Having ended his story, he shook hands with his still wondering neighbors, addressing by name some who had been very young when he left, and who, hearing their names, came forward now as grown men, hardly recognizable, but much pleased at being remembered. He returned his sister's caresses, begged his uncle's forgiveness for the trouble he had given in his boyhood, recalling with mirth the various corrections received. He mentioned also an Augustinian monk who had taught him to read, and another reverend father, a Capuchin, whose irregular conduct had caused much scandal in the neighborhood. In short, notwithstanding his prolonged absence, he seemed to have a perfect recollection of places, persons, and things. The good people overwhelmed him with congratulations, vying with one another in praising him for having the good sense to come home, and in describing the grief and the perfect virtue of his Bertrand. Emotion was excited, many wept, and several bottles from Martin Guerra's cellar were emptied. At length the assembly dispersed, uttering many exclamations about the extraordinary chances of fate, and retired to their own homes, excited, astonished, and gratified, with the one exception of old Pierre Guerra, who had been struck by an unsatisfactory remark made by his nephew, and who dreamed all night about the chances of pecuniary loss augured by the latter's return. It was midnight before the husband and wife were alone and able to give vent to their feelings. Bert, and still felt half stupefied. She could not believe her own eyes and ears, nor realize that she saw again in her marriage chamber her husband of 8 years ago, him for whom she had wept, whose death she had deplored only a few hours previously. In the sudden shock caused by so much joy succeeding so much grief, she had not been able to express what she felt. Her confused ideas were difficult to explain, and she seemed deprived of the powers of speech and reflection. When she became calmer and more capable of analyzing her feelings, she was astonished not to feel towards her husband the same affection which had moved her so strongly a few hours before. It was certainly himself, those were the same features, that was the man to whom she had willingly given her hand, her heart, herself, and yet now that she saw him again a cold barrier of shyness, of modesty, seemed to have risen between them. His first kiss, even, had not made her happy. She blushed and felt saddened, a curious result of the long absence. She could not define the changes wrought by years in his appearance. His countenance seemed harsher, yet the lines of his face, his outer man, his whole personality did not seem altered, but his soul had changed its nature, a different mind looked forth from those eyes. Bertrand knew him for her husband, and yet she hesitated. Even so Penelope, on the return of Ulysses, required a certain proof to confirm the evidence of her eyes, and her long-absent husband had to remind her of secrets known only to herself. Martin, however, as if he understood Bertrand's feeling and divined some secret mistrust, used the most tender and affectionate phrases, and even the very pet names which close intimacy had formerly endeared to them. "My queen," he said, "my beautiful dove, can you not lay aside your resentment? Is it still so strong that no submission can soften it? Cannot my repentance find grace in your eyes? My Bertrand, my Bertha, my Bertranilla, as I used to call you." She tried to smile, but stopped short, puzzled. The names were the very same, but the inflection of voice quite different. Martin took her hands in his. "What pretty hands! Do you still wear my ring?" "Yes, here it is, and with it the sapphire ring I gave you the day Sanxi was born." Bertrand did not answer, but she took the child and placed him in his father's arms. Martin showered caresses on his son, and spoke of the time when he carried him as a baby in the garden, lifting him up to the fruit trees, so that he could reach and try to bite the fruit. He recollected one day when the poor child got his leg terribly torn by thorns, and convinced himself, not without emotion, that the scar could still be seen. Bertrand was touched by this display of affectionate recollections, and felt vexed at her own coldness. She came up to Martin and laid her hand in his. He said gently, "My departure caused you great grief. I now repent what I did. But I was young, I was proud, and your reproaches were unjust." "Ah," said she, "you have not forgotten the cause of our quarrel. It was little Rose, our neighbor, whom you said I was making love to, because you found us together at the spring in the little wood. I explained that we met only by chance, besides, she was only a child, but you would not listen, and in your anger, ah! Forgive me, Martin, forgive me." She interrupted in confusion. "In your blind anger you took up, I know not what, something which lay handy and flung it at me, and here is the mark." He continued, smiling, "This scar which is still to be seen. "Oh, Martin," Bertrand exclaimed, "can you ever forgive me?" "As you see," Martin replied, kissing her tenderly. Much moved, Bertrand swept aside his hair and looked at the scar visible on his forehead. "But," she said, with surprise not free from alarm, "this scar seems to me like a fresh one." "Ah," Martin explained with a little embarrassment, "it reopened lately, but I had thought no more about it." "Let us forget it, Bertrand. I should not like a recollection which might make you think yourself less dear to me than you once were." And he drew her upon his knee. She repelled him gently. "Send the child to bed," said Martin. "Tomorrow shall be for him. Tonight you have the first place, Bertrand, you only." The boy kissed his father and went. Bertrand came and knelt beside her husband, regarding him attentively with an uneasy smile, which did not appear to please him by any means. "What is the matter?" said he. "Why do you examine me thus?" "I do not know, forgive me, oh, forgive me. But the happiness of seeing you was so great and unexpected, it is all like a dream. I must try to become accustomed to it. Give me some time to collect myself. Let me spend this night in prayer. I ought to offer my joy and my thanksgiving to Almighty God, not so," interrupted her husband, passing his arms round her neck and stroking her beautiful hair. "No, 'tis to me that your first thoughts are due. After so much weariness, my rest is in again beholding you, and my happiness after so many trials will be found in your love. That hope has supported me throughout, and I long to be assured that it is no illusion." So saying, he endeavored to raise her. "Oh," she murmured, "I pray you leave me." "What?" he exclaimed angrily. "Bertrand, is this your love? Is it thus you keep faith with me? You will make me doubt the evidence of your friends. You will make me think that indifference, or even another love, you insult me," said Bertrand, rising to her feet. He caught her in his arms. "No, no. I think nothing which could wound you, my queen, and I believe your fidelity, even as before, you know, on that first journey, when you wrote me these loving letters which I have treasured ever since. Here they are." And he drew forth some papers on which Bertrand recognized her own handwriting. "Yes," he continued, "I have read and re-read them. See, you spoke then of your love and the sorrows of absence. But why all this trouble and terror? You tremble, just as you did when I first received you from your father's hands. It was here, in this very room. You begged me then to leave you, to let you spend the night in prayer, but I insisted, do you remember, and pressed you to my heart as I do now." "Oh," she murmured weakly, "have pity." But the words were intercepted by a kiss, and the remembrance of the past, the happiness of the present, resumed their sway. The imaginary terrors were forgotten, and the curtains closed around the marriage bed. The next day was a festival in the village of Artigues. Martin returned the visits of all who had come to welcome him the previous night, and there were endless recognitions and embracings. The young men remembered that he had played with them when they were little, the old men that they had been at his wedding when he was only 12. The women remembered having envied Bert, and especially the pretty Rose, daughter of Marcel, the apothecary, she who had roused the demon of jealousy in the poor wife's heart. And Rose knew quite well that the jealousy was not without some cause, for Martin had indeed shown her attention, and she was unable to see him again without emotion. She was now the wife of a rich peasant, ugly, old, and jealous, and she compared, sighing, her unhappy lot with that of her more fortunate neighbor. Martin's sisters detained him amongst them, and spoke of their childish games and of their parents, both dead in Biscay. Martin dried the tears which flowed at these recollections of the past, and turned their thoughts to rejoicing. Banquets were given and received. Martin invited all his relations and former friends, and easy gaiety prevailed. It was remarked that the hero of the feast refrained from wine. He was thereupon reproached, but answered that on account of the wounds he had received he was obliged to avoid excess. The excuse was admitted. the result of Martin's precautions being that he kept a clear head on his shoulders, while all the rest had their tongues loosed by drunkenness. "Ah!" exclaimed one of the guests, who had studied a little medicine, "Martin is quite right to be afraid of drink. Wounds which have thoroughly healed may be reopened and inflamed by intemperance, and wine in the case of recent wounds is deadly poison. Men have died on the field of battle in an hour or two merely because they had swallowed a little brandy." Martin Guerra grew pale and began a conversation with the pretty Rose, his neighbor. Bertrand observed this, but without uneasiness. She had suffered too much from her former suspicions. Besides, her husband showed her so much affection that she was now quite happy. When the first few days were over, Martin began to look into his affairs. His property had suffered by his long absence, and he was obliged to go to Biscay to claim his little estate there, the law having already laid hands upon it. It was several months before, by dint of making judicious sacrifices, he could regain possession of the house and fields which had belonged to his father. This at last accomplished, he returned to Artigues in order to resume the management of his wife's property, and with this end in view, about 11 months after his return, he paid a visit to his uncle Pierre. Pierre was expecting him. He was extremely polite, desired Martin to sit down, overwhelmed him with compliments, knitting his brows as he discovered that his nephew decidedly meant business. Martin broke silence. "Uncle," he said, "I come to thank you for the care you have taken of my wife's property. She could never have managed it alone. You have received the income in the family interest. As a good guardian, I expected no less from your affection. But now that I have returned and am free from other cares, we will go over the accounts, if you please." His uncle coughed and cleared his voice before replying, then said slowly, as if counting his words, "It is all accounted for, my dear nephew. Heaven be praised, I don't owe you anything." "What?" exclaimed the astonished Martin, "but the whole income was well and properly employed in the maintenance of your wife and child." "What, 1,000 livres for that, and Bertrand lived alone so quietly and simply? Nonsense, it is impossible." "Any surplus," resumed the old man, quite unmoved, "any surplus went to pay the expenses of seed time and harvest." "What, at a time when labor costs next to nothing? Here is the account," said Pierre. "Then the account is a false one," returned his nephew. Pierre thought it advisable to appear extremely offended and angry, and Martin, exasperated at his evident dishonesty, took still higher ground and threatened to bring an action against him. Pierre ordered him to leave the house, and suiting actions to words, took hold of his arm to enforce his departure. Martin, furious, turned and raised his fist to strike. "What, strike your uncle, wretched boy?" exclaimed the old man. Martin's hand dropped, but he left the house uttering reproaches and insults, among which Pierre distinguished, "Cheat that you are." "That is a word I shall remember," cried the angry old man, slamming his door violently. Martin brought an action before the judge at Ria, and in course of time obtained a decree which, reviewing the accounts presented by Pierre, disallowed them, and condemned the dishonest guardian to pay his nephew 400 livres for each year of his administration. The day on which this sum had to be disbursed from his strong box, the old usurer vowed vengeance, but until he could gratify his hatred he was forced to conceal it, and to receive attempts at reconciliation with a friendly smile. It was not until 6 months later, on the occasion of a joyous festivity, that Martin again set foot in his uncle's house. The bells were ringing for the birth of a child. There was great gaiety at Bertrand's house, where all the guests were waiting on the threshold for the godfather in order to take the infant to church, and when Martin appeared, escorting his uncle, who was adorned with a huge bouquet for the occasion, and who now came forward and took the hand of Rose, the pretty godmother, there were cries of joy on all sides. Bertrand was delighted at this reconciliation and dreamed only of happiness. She was so happy now, her long sorrow was atoned for, her regret was at an end, her prayers seemed to have been heard. The long interval between the former delights and the present seemed wiped out as if the bond of union had never been broken. And if she remembered her grief at all, it was only to intensify the new joys by comparison. She loved her husband more than ever. He was full of affection for her, and she was grateful for his love. The past had now no shadow, the future no cloud, and the birth of a daughter, drawing still closer the links which united them, seemed a new pledge of felicity. Alas, the horizon which appeared so bright and clear to the poor woman was doomed soon again to be overcast. The very evening of the christening party, a band of musicians and jugglers happened to pass through the village, and the inhabitants showed themselves liberal. Pierre asked questions, and found that the leader of the band was a Spaniard. He invited the man to his own house, and remained closeted with him for nearly an hour, dismissing him at length with a refilled purse. 2 days later the old man announced to the family that he was going to Picardy to see a former partner on a matter of business, and he departed accordingly, saying he should return before long. The day on which Bertrand again saw her uncle was indeed a terrible one. She was sitting by the cradle of the lately born infant, watching for its awakening, when the door opened and Pierre Guerra strode in. Bertrand drew back with an instinct of terror as soon as she saw him, for his expression was at once wicked and joyful, an expression of gratified hate, of mingled rage and triumph, and his smile was terrible to behold. She did not venture to speak, but motioned him to a seat. He came straight up to her, and raising his head, said loudly, "Kneel down at once, madam, kneel down and ask pardon from Almighty God." "Are you mad, Pierre?" She replied, gazing at him in astonishment. "You, at least, ought to know that I am not." "Pray for forgiveness, and what for, in heaven's name? For the crime in which you are an accomplice. Please explain yourself." "Oh," said Pierre with bitter irony, "a woman always thinks herself innocent as long as her sin is hidden. She thinks the truth will never be known, and her conscience goes quietly to sleep, forgetting her faults. Here is a woman who thought her sins nicely concealed. Chance favored her. An absent husband, probably no more. Another man so exactly like him in height, face, and manner that everyone else is deceived. Is it strange that a weak, sensitive woman, wearied of widowhood, should willingly allow herself to be imposed on?" Bertrand listened without understanding. She tried to interrupt, but Pierre went on. It was easy to accept this stranger without having to blush for it, easy to give him the name and the rights of a husband. She could even appear faithful while really guilty. She could seem constant, though really fickle. And she could, under a veil of mystery, at once reconcile her honor, her duty, perhaps even her love. "What on earth do you mean?" cried Bertrand, wringing her hands in terror. "That you are countenancing an impostor who is not your husband." Feeling as if the ground were passing from beneath her, Bertrand staggered and caught at the nearest piece of furniture to save herself from falling. Then, collecting all her strength to meet this extraordinary attack, she faced the old man. "What, my husband, your nephew, an impostor? Don't you know it? I." This cry, which came from her heart, convinced Pierre that she did not know and that she had sustained a terrible shock. He continued more quietly, "What, Bertrand, is it possible you were really deceived? Pierre, you are killing me, your words are torture. No more mystery, I entreat. What do you know? What do you suspect? Tell me plainly at once. Have you courage to hear it?" "I must," said the trembling woman. "God is my witness that I would willingly have kept it from you, but you must know. If only for the safety of your soul entangled in so deadly a snare, there is yet time if you follow my advice. Listen. The man with whom you are living, who dares to call himself Martin Guerra, is a cheat, an impostor, How dare you say so? Because I have discovered it. Yes, I had always a vague suspicion, an uneasy feeling, and in spite of the marvelous resemblance, I could never feel as if he were really my sister's child. The day he raised his hand to strike me, yes, that day I condemned him utterly. Chance has justified me. A wandering Spaniard, an old soldier, who spent a night in the village here, was also present at the Battle of St. Quentin, and saw Martin Guerra receive a terrible gunshot wound in the leg. After the battle, being wounded, he betook himself to the neighboring village, and distinctly heard a surgeon in the next room say that a wounded man must have his leg amputated, and would very likely not survive the operation. The door opened, he saw the sufferer, and knew him for Martin Guerra. So much the Spaniard told me. Acting on this information, I went on pretense of business to the village he named. I questioned the inhabitants, and this is what I learned. "Well," said Bertrand, pale and gasping with emotion, "I learned that the wounded man had his leg taken off, and, as the surgeon predicted, he must have died in a few hours, for he was never seen again." Bertrand remained a few moments as if annihilated by this appalling revelation. Then, endeavoring to repel the horrible thought, "No," she cried, "no, it is impossible. It is a lie intended to ruin him, to ruin us all." "What, you do not believe me?" "No, never, never." "Say rather you pretend to disbelieve me. The truth has pierced your heart, but you wish to deny it. Think, however, of the danger to your immortal soul." "Silence, wretched man. No, God would not send me so terrible a trial. What proof can you show of the truth of your words? The witnesses I have mentioned. Nothing more? No, not as yet. Fine proofs indeed. The story of a vagabond who flattered your hatred in hope of a reward, the gossip of a distant village, the recollections of 10 years back, and finally your own word, the word of a man who seeks only revenge. The word of a man who swore to make Martin pay dearly for the results of his own avarice, a man of furious passions such as yours. No, Pierre, no, I do not believe you, and I never will. Other people may perhaps be less incredulous, and if I accuse him publicly, then I shall contradict you publicly." And coming quickly forward, her eyes shining with virtuous anger, "Leave this house, go," she said. "It is you yourself who are the impostor, go. I shall yet know how to convince everyone, and will make you acknowledge it," cried the furious old man. He went out, and Bertrand sank exhausted into a chair. All the strength which had supported her against Pierre vanished as soon as she was alone, and in spite of her resistance to suspicion, the terrible light of doubt penetrated her heart, and extinguished the pure torch of trustfulness which had guided her hitherto, a doubt, alas, which attacked at once her honor and her love, for she loved with all a woman's tender affection. Just as actual poison gradually penetrates and circulates through the whole system, corrupting the blood and affecting the very sources of life until it causes the destruction of the whole body, so does that mental poison, suspicion, extend its ravages in the soul which has received it. Bertrand remembered with terror her first feelings at the sight of the returned Martin Guerra, her involuntary repugnance, her astonishment at not feeling more in touch with the husband whom she had so sincerely regretted. She remembered also, as if she saw it for the first time, that Martin, formerly quick, lively, and hasty-tempered, now seemed thoughtful and fully master of himself. This change of character she had supposed due to the natural development of age. She now trembled at the idea of another possible cause. Some other little details began to occur to her mind, the forgetfulness or abstraction of her husband as to a few insignificant things. Thus it sometimes happened that he did not answer to his name of Martin, also that he mistook the road to a hermitage, formerly well known to them both, and again that he could not answer when addressed in Basque. although he himself had taught her the little she knew of this language. Besides, since his return, he would never write in her presence. Did he fear that she would notice some difference? She had paid little or no attention to these trifles. Now, pieced together, they assumed an alarming importance. An appalling terror seized Bertrand. Was she to remain in this uncertainty, or should she seek an explanation which might prove her destruction? And how discover the truth? By questioning the guilty man, by noting his confusion, his change of color, by forcing a confession from him. But she had lived with him for 2 years. He was the father of her child. She could not ruin him without ruining herself. And an explanation once sought, she could neither punish him and escape disgrace, nor pardon him without sharing his guilt. To reproach him with his conduct and then keep silence would destroy her peace forever. To cause a scandal by denouncing him would bring dishonor upon herself and her child. Night found her involved in these hideous perplexities, too weak to surmount them. An icy chill came over her. She went to bed and awoke in a high fever. For several days she hovered between life and death, and Martin Guerra bestowed the most tender care upon her. She was greatly moved thereby, having one of those impressionable minds which recognize kindness fully as much as injury. When she was a little recovered and her mental power began to return, she had only a vague recollection of what had occurred, and thought she had had a frightful dream. She asked if Pierre Guerra had been to see her, and found he had not been near the house. This could only be explained by the scene which had taken place, and she then recollected all the accusation Pierre had made, her own observations which had confirmed it, all her grief and trouble. She inquired about the village news. Pierre evidently had kept silence. Why? Had he seen that his suspicions were unjust, or was he only seeking further evidence? She sank back into her cruel uncertainty and resolved to watch Martin closely, before deciding as to his guilt or innocence. How was she to suppose that God had created two faces so exactly alike, two beings precisely similar, and then sent them together into the world and on the same track, merely to compass the ruin of an unhappy woman? A terrible idea took possession of her mind, an idea not uncommon in an age of superstition, namely, that the enemy himself could assume human form, and could borrow the semblance of a dead man in order to capture another soul for his infernal kingdom. Acting on this idea, she hastened to the church, paid for masses to be said, and prayed fervently. She expected every day to see the demon forsake the body he had animated, but her vows, offerings, and prayers had no result. But heaven sent her an idea which she wondered had not occurred to her sooner. If the tempter, she said to herself, has taken the form of my beloved husband, his power being supreme for evil, the resemblance would be exact, and no difference, however slight, would exist. If, however, it is only another man who resembles him, God must have made them with some slight distinguishing marks. She then remembered what she had not thought of before, having been quite unsuspicious before her uncle's accusation, and nearly out of her mind between mental and bodily suffering since. She remembered that on her husband's left shoulder, almost on the neck, there used to be one of those small, almost imperceptible, but ineffaceable birthmarks. Martin wore his hair very long. It was difficult to see if the mark were there or not. One night, while he slept, Bert, and cut away a lock of hair from the place where this sign ought to be, it was not there. Convinced at length of the deception, Bert, and suffered inexpressible anguish. This man whom she had loved and respected for 2 whole years, whom she had taken to her heart as a husband bitterly mourned for, this man was a cheat, an infamous impostor, and she, all unknowing, was yet a guilty woman. Her child was illegitimate, and the curse of heaven was due to this sacrilegious union. To complete the misfortune, she was already expecting another infant. She would have killed herself, but her religion and the love of her children forbade it. Kneeling before her child's cradle, she entreated pardon from the father of the one for the father of the other. She would not bring herself to proclaim aloud their infamy. "Oh," she said, "thou whom I loved, thou who art no more, thou knowest no guilty thought ever entered my mind. When I saw this man, I thought I beheld thee. When I was happy, I thought I owed it to thee. It was thee whom I loved in him. Surely thou dost not desire that by a public avowal I should bring shame and disgrace on these children and on myself." She rose calm and strengthened. It seemed as if a heavenly inspiration had marked out her duty. To suffer in silence, such was the course she adopted, a life of sacrifice and self-denial which she offered to God as an expiation for her involuntary sin. But who can understand the workings of the human heart? This man whom she ought to have loathed, this man who had made her an innocent partner in his crime, this unmasked impostor whom she should have beheld only with disgust, she loved him. The force of habit, the ascendancy he had obtained over her, the love he had shown her, 1,000 sympathies felt in her inmost heart, all these had so much influence that, instead of accusing and cursing him, she sought to excuse him on the plea of a passion to which, doubtless, he had yielded when usurping the name and place of another. She feared punishment for him yet more than disgrace for herself, and though resolved to no longer allow him the rights purchased by crime, she yet trembled at the idea of losing his love. It was this above all which decided her to keep eternal silence about her discovery. One single word which proved that his imposture was known would raise an insurmountable barrier between them. To conceal her trouble entirely was, however, beyond her power. Her eyes frequently showed traces of her secret tears. Martin several times asked the cause of her sorrow. She tried to smile and excuse herself, only immediately sinking back into her gloomy thoughts. Martin thought it mere caprice. He observed her loss of color, her hollow cheeks, and concluded that age was impairing her beauty and became less attentive to her. His absences became longer and more frequent, and he did not conceal his impatience and annoyance at being watched, for her looks hung upon his, and she observed his coldness and change with much grief. Having sacrificed all in order to retain his love, she now saw it slowly slipping away from her. Another person also observed attentively. Pierre Guéret, since his explanation with Bertrand, had apparently discovered no more evidence, and did not dare to bring an accusation without some positive proofs. Consequently, he lost no chance of watching the proceedings of his supposed nephew, silently hoping that chance might put him on the track of a discovery. He also concluded from Bertrand's state of melancholy that she had convinced herself of the fraud, but had resolved to conceal it. Martin was then endeavoring to sell a part of his property, and this necessitated frequent interviews with the lawyers of the neighboring town. Twice in the week he went to Ria, and to make the journey easier, used to start horseback about 7 in the evening, sleep at Ria, and return the following afternoon. This arrangement did not escape his enemy's notice, who was not long in convincing himself that part of the time ostensibly spent on this journey was otherwise employed. Towards 10 o'clock on the evening of a dark night, the door of a small house lying about half a gunshot from the village opened gently for the exit of a man wrapped in a large cloak, followed by a young woman who accompanied him some distance. Arrived at the parting point, they separated with a tender kiss and a few murmured words of adieu. The lover took his horse, which was fastened to a tree, mounted, and rode off towards Ria. When the sounds died away, the woman turned slowly and sadly towards her home, but as she approached the door a man suddenly turned the corner of the house and barred her way. Terrified, she was on the point of crying for help, when he seized her arm and ordered her to be silent. "Rose," he whispered, "I know everything. That man is your lover. In order to receive him safely, you send your old husband to sleep by means of a drug stolen from your father's shop. This intrigue has been going on for a month. Twice a week, at 7 o'clock, your door is opened to this man, who does not proceed on his way to the town until 10. I know your lover. He is my nephew." Petrified with terror, Rose fell on her knees and implored mercy. "Yes," replied Pierre, "you may well be frightened. I have your secret. I have only to publish it, and you are ruined forever." "You will not do it," entreated the guilty woman, clasping her hands. "I have only to tell your husband," continued Pierre, "that his wife has dishonored him, and to explain the reason of his unnaturally heavy sleep. He will kill me, no doubt. He is jealous, he is an Italian, he will know how to avenge himself, even as I do." "But I never did you any harm," Rose cried in despair. "Oh, have pity, have mercy, and spare me. On one condition." "What is it? Come with me." Terrified almost out of her mind, Rose allowed him to lead her away. Bertrand had just finished her evening prayer and was preparing for bed when she was startled by several knocks at her door. Thinking that perhaps some neighbor was in need of help, she opened it immediately, and to her astonishment beheld a disheveled woman whom Pierre grasped by the arm. He exclaimed vehemently, "Here is thy judge. Now confess all to Bertrand." "Bert," and did not at once recognize the woman, who fell at her feet, overcome by Pierre's threats. "Tell the truth here," he continued, "or I go and tell it to your husband at your own home." "Ah, madame, kill me," said the unhappy creature, hiding her face. "Let me rather die by your hand than his." Bertrand, bewildered, did not understand the position in the least, but she recognized Rose. "But what is the matter, madame? Why are you here at this hour, pale and weeping? Why has my uncle dragged you hither? I am to judge you, does he say? Of what crime are you guilty?" "Martin might answer that if he were here," remarked Pierre. A lightning flash of jealousy shot through Bertrand's soul at these words. All her former suspicions revived. "What?" she said. "My husband? What do you mean?" "That he left this woman's house only a little while ago, that for a month they have been meeting secretly. You are betrayed. I have seen them, and she does not dare to deny it." "Have mercy," cried Rose, still kneeling. The cry was a confession. Bertrand became pate as death. "O God!" she murmured, deceived, betrayed, and by him. "For a month past," repeated the old man. "Oh, the wretch!" She continued with increasing passion. "Then his whole life is a lie. He has abused my credulity. He now abuses my love. He does not know me. He thinks he can trample on me, in whose power are his fortune, his honor, his very life itself." Then, turning to Rose, "And you, miserable woman, by what unworthy artifice did you gain his love? Was it by witchcraft, or some poisonous philtre learned from your worthy father?" "Alas, no, madame. My weakness is my only crime, and also my only excuse. I loved him long ago, when I was only a young girl, and these memories have been my ruin." "Memories? What? Did you also think you were loving the same man? Are you also his dupe? Or are you only pretending, in order to find a rag of excuse to cover your wickedness?" It was now Rose who failed to understand. And continued with growing excitement, "Yes, it was not enough to usurp the rights of a husband and father. He thought to play his part still better by deceiving the mistress also. Ah, it is amusing, is it not? You also, Rose, you thought he was your old lover. Well, I at least am excusable, I the wife, who only thought she was faithful to her husband." "What does it all mean?" asked the terrified Rose. "It means that this man is an impostor, and that I will unmask him. Revenge, revenge." Pierre came forward. "Bertrand," he said, "so long as I thought you were happy, when I feared to disturb your peace, I was silent. I repressed my just indignation, and I spared the usurper of the name and rights of my nephew. Do you now give me leave to speak?" "Yes," she replied in a hollow voice. You will not contradict me." By way of answer she sat down by the table and wrote a few hasty lines with a trembling hand, then gave them to Pierre, whose eyes sparkled with joy. Yes, he said, vengeance for him, but for her pity. Let this humiliation be her only punishment. I promised silence in return for confession. Will you grant it? Bert assented with a contemptuous gesture. "Go, fear not," said the old man, and Rose went out. Pierre also left the house. Left to herself, Bert, and felt utterly worn out by so much emotion. Indignation gave way to depression. She began to realize what she had done and the scandal which would fall on her own head. Just then her baby awoke and held out its arms, smiling and calling for its father. Its father, was he not a criminal? Yes. But was it for her to ruin him, to invoke the law, to send him to death, after having taken him to her, to deliver him to infamy which would recoil on her own head and her child's, and on the infant which was yet unborn? If he had sinned before God, was it not for God to punish him? If against herself, ought she not rather to overwhelm him with contempt, but to invoke the help of strangers to expiate this offense, to lay bare the troubles of her life, to unveil the sanctuary of the nuptial couch, in short, to summon the whole world to behold this fatal scandal? Was not that what in her imprudent anger she had really done? She repented bitterly of her haste. She sought to avert the consequences, and notwithstanding the night and the bad weather, she hurried at once to Pierre's dwelling, hoping at all costs to withdraw her denunciation. He was not there. He had at once taken a horse and started for Ria. Her accusation was already on its way to the magistrates. At break of day the house where Martin Guerra lodged when at Ria was surrounded by soldiers. He came forward with confidence and inquired what was wanted. On hearing the accusation, he changed color slightly, then collected himself and made no resistance. When he came before the judge, Bertrand's petition was read to him, declaring him to be an impostor, who falsely, audaciously, and treacherously had deceived her by taking the name and assuming the person of Martin Guerra, and demanding that he should be required to entreat pardon from God, the king, and herself. The prisoner listened calmly to the charge and met it courageously, only evincing profound surprise at such a step being taken by a wife who had lived with him for 2 years since his return, and who only now thought of disputing the rights he had so long enjoyed. As he was ignorant both of Bertrand's suspicions and their confirmation, and also of the jealousy which had inspired her accusation, his astonishment was perfectly natural and did not at all appear to be assumed. He attributed the whole charge to the machinations of his uncle, Pierre Guerra, an old man, he said, who, being governed entirely by avarice and the desire of revenge, now disputed his name and rights, in order the better to deprive him of his property, which might be worth from 16 to 1800 livres. In order to attain his end, this wicked man had not hesitated to pervert his wife's mind, and at the risk of her own dishonor had instigated this calumnious charge, a horrible and unheard of thing in the mouth of a lawful wife. Ah, I do not blame her. He cried, she must suffer more than I do, if she really entertains doubts such as these. But I deplore her readiness to listen to these extraordinary calumnies originated by my enemy. The judge was a good deal impressed by so much assurance. The accused was relegated to prison, whence he was brought 2 days later to encounter a formal examination. He began by explaining the cause of his long absence, originating, he said, in a domestic quarrel, as his wife well remembered. He there related his life during these 8 years. At first he wandered over the country, wherever his curiosity and the love of travel led him. He then had crossed the frontier, revisited Biscay, where he was born, and having entered the service of the Cardinal of Burgos, he passed thence into the army of the King of Spain. He was wounded at the battle of St. Quentin, conveyed to a neighboring village where he recovered, although threatened with amputation. Anxious to again behold his wife and child, his other relations and the land of his adoption, he returned to Artigues, where he was immediately recognized by everyone, including the identical Pierre Guerra, his uncle, who now had the cruelty to disavow him. In fact, the latter had shown him special affection up to the day when Martin required an account of his stewardship. Had he only had the cowardice to sacrifice his money and thereby defraud his children, he would not today be charged as an impostor. But, continued Martin, I resisted, and a violent quarrel ensued, in which anger perhaps carried me too far. Pierre Guerra, cunning and revengeful, has waited in silence. He has taken his time and his measures to organize this plot, hoping thereby to obtain his ends, to bring justice to the help of his avarice, and to acquire the spoils he coveted and revenge for his defeat, by means of a sentence obtained from the scruples of the judges. Besides these explanations, which did not appear wanting in probability, Martin vehemently protested his innocence, demanding that his wife should be confronted with him, and declaring that in his presence she would not sustain the charge of personation brought against him, and that her mind not being animated by the blind hatred which dominated his persecutor, the truth would undoubtedly prevail. He now, in his turn, demanded that the judge should acknowledge his innocence, and prove it by condemning his calumniators to the punishment invoked against himself, that his wife, Bertrand de Rolls, should be secluded in some house where her mind could no longer be perverted, and, finally, that his innocence should be declared, and expenses and compensations awarded him. After this speech, delivered with warmth, and with every token of sincerity, he answered without difficulty all the interrogations of the judge. The following are some of the questions and answers, just as they have come down to us. In what part of Biscay were you born? In the village of Imes, province of Guipuscoa. What were the names of your parents, Antonio Guerra and Marie Torrida? Are they still living? My father died June 15, 1530. My mother survived him 3 years and 12 days. Have you any brothers and sisters? I had one brother who only lived 3 months. My 4 sisters, Inez, Dorothea, Marietta, and Pedrina, all came to live at Artigues when I did. They are there still, and they all recognized me. What is the date of your marriage? January 10, 1539. Who were present at the ceremony? My father-in-law, my mother-in-law, my uncle, my 2 sisters, Maître Marcel and his daughter Rose, a neighbor called Claude Perrin, who got drunk at the wedding feast, also Giraud, the poet, who composed verses in our honor. Who was the priest who married you? The old cure, Pascal Guérin, whom I did not find alive when I returned. What special circumstances occurred on the wedding day? At midnight exactly, our neighbor, Catherine Bauer, brought us the repast which is known as Medianoche. This woman has recognized me, as also our old Marguerite, who has remained with us ever since the wedding. What is the date of your son's birth? February 10, 1548, 9 years after our marriage. I was only 12 when the ceremony took place, and did not arrive at manhood till several years later. Give the date of your leaving Artigues. It was in August 1549. As I left the village, I met Claude Perrin and the cure Pascal, and took leave of them. I went towards Beauvais, and I passed through Orleans, Bourges, Limoges, Bordeaux, and Toulouse. If you want the names of people whom I saw and to whom I spoke, you can have them. What more can I say? Never, indeed, was there a more apparently veracious statement. All the doings of Martin Guerra seem to be most faithfully described, and surely only himself could thus narrate his own actions. As the historian remarks, alluding to the story of Amphitryon, Mercury himself could not better reproduce all Soja's actions, gestures, and words. than did the false Martin Guerra those of the real one. In accordance with the demand of the accused, Bertrand de Rolls was detained in seclusion in order to remove her from the influence of Pierre Guerra. The latter, however, did not waste time, and during the month spent in examining the witnesses cited by Martin, his diligent enemy, guided by some vague traces, departed on a journey from which he did not return alone. All the witnesses bore out the statement of the accused. The latter heard this in prison and rejoiced, hoping for a speedy release. Before long he was again brought before the judge, who told him that his deposition had been confirmed by all the witnesses examined. "Do you know of no others?" continued the magistrate. "Have you no relatives except those you have mentioned?" "I have no others," answered the prisoner. "Then what do you say to this man?" said the judge, opening a door. An old man issued forth, who fell on the prisoner's neck, exclaiming, "My nephew." Martin trembled in every limb, but only for a moment. Promptly recovering himself and gazing calmly at the newcomer, he asked coolly, "And who may you be?" "What?" said the old man. "Do you not know me? Dare you deny me? Me, your mother's brother, Carbon Barrow, the old soldier. Me, who dandled you on my knee in your infancy. Me, who taught you later to carry a musket. Me, who met you during the war at an inn in Picardy when you fled secretly. Since then I have sought you everywhere. I have spoken of you and described your face and person, until a worthy inhabitant of this country offered to bring me hither, where indeed I did not expect to find my sister's son imprisoned and fettered as a malefactor. What is his crime, may it please your honor? You shall hear," replied the magistrate. "Then you identify the prisoner as your nephew. You affirm his name to be Arnauld Dutil, also called Pansette, after his father, Jacques Pansa. His mother was Therese Barrow, my sister, and he was born in the village of Sages." "What have you to say?" demanded the judge, turning to the accused. "Three things," replied the latter, unabashed. "This man is either mad, or he has been suborned to tell lies, or he is simply mistaken." The old man was struck dumb with astonishment, but his supposed nephew's start of terror had not been lost upon the judge, also much impressed by the straightforward frankness of Carbon Barrow. He caused fresh investigations to be made, and other inhabitants of Sages were summoned to Rhea, who one and all agreed in identifying the accused as the same Arnauld Dutil, who had been born and had grown up under their very eyes. Several deposed that as he grew up he had taken to evil courses and become an adept in theft and lying, not fearing even to take the sacred name of God in vain, in order to cover the untruth of his daring assertions. From such testimony the judge naturally concluded that Arnauld Dutil was quite capable of carrying on an imposture, and that the impudence which he displayed was natural to his character. Moreover, he noted that the prisoner, who averred that he was born in Biscay, knew only a few words of the Basque language, and used these quite wrongly. He heard later another witness who deposed that the original Martin Guerra was a good wrestler and skilled in the art of fence, whereas the prisoner, having wished to try what he could do, showed no skill whatever. Finally, a shoemaker was interrogated, and his evidence was not the least damning. Martin Guerra, he declared, required 12 holes to lace his boots, and his surprise had been great when he found those of the prisoner had only 9. Considering all these points and the cumulative evidence, the judge of Rhea set aside the favorable testimony, which he concluded had been the outcome of general credulity, imposed on by an extraordinary resemblance. He gave due weight also to Bertrand's accusation, although she had never confirmed it, and now maintained an obstinate silence, and he pronounced a judgment by which Arnauld Dutil was declared attainted and convicted of imposture, and was therefore condemned to be beheaded, after which his body should be divided into 4 quarters and exposed at the 4 corners of the town. This sentence, as soon as it was known, caused much diversity of opinion in the town. The prisoner's enemies praised the wisdom of the judge, and those less prejudiced condemned his decision, as such conflicting testimony left room for doubt. Besides, it was thought that the possession of property and the future of the children required much consideration, also that the most absolute certainty was demanded before annulling a past of 2 whole years, untroubled by any counterclaim whatever. The condemned man appealed from this sentence to the Parliament of Toulouse. This court decided that the case required more careful consideration than had yet been given to it, and began by ordering Arnauld Dutil to be confronted with Pierre Guerra and Bertrand de Rolls. Who can say what feelings animate a man who, already once condemned, finds himself subjected to a second trial? The torture scarcely ended begins again, and hope, though reduced to a shadow, regains her sway over his imagination, which clings to her skirts, as it were, with desperation. The exhausting efforts must be recommenced. It is the last struggle, a struggle which is more desperate in proportion as there is less strength to maintain it. In this case the defendant was not one of those who are easily cast down. He collected all his energy, all his courage, hoping to come victoriously out of the new combat which lay before him. The magistrates assembled in the great hall of the Parliament, and the prisoner appeared before them. He had first to deal with Pierre and confronted him calmly, letting him speak without showing any emotion. He then replied with indignant reproaches, dwelling on Pierre's greed and avarice, his vows of vengeance, the means employed to work upon Bertrand, his secret maneuvers in order to gain his ends, and the unheard-of animosity displayed in hunting up accusers, witnesses, and calumniators. He defied Pierre to prove that he was not Martin Guerra, his nephew, inasmuch as Pierre had publicly acknowledged and embraced him, and his tardy suspicions only dated from the time of their violent quarrel. His language was so strong and vehement that Pierre became confused and was unable to answer, and the encounter turned entirely in Arnauld's favor, who seemed to overawe his adversary from a height of injured innocence, while the latter appeared as a disconcerted slanderer. The scene of his confrontation with Bertrand took a wholly different character. The poor woman, pale, cast down, worn by sorrow, came staggering before the tribunal in an almost fainting condition. She endeavored to collect herself, but as soon as she saw the prisoner she hung her head and covered her face with her hands. He approached her and besought her in the gentlest accents not to persist in an accusation which might send him to the scaffold, not thus to avenge any sins he might have committed against her, although he could not reproach himself with any really serious fault. Bertrand started and murmured in a whisper and rose. "Ah!" Arnauld exclaimed, astonished at this revelation. His part was instantly taken. Turning to the judges, gentlemen, he said, "My wife is a jealous woman. 10 years ago, when I left her, she had formed these suspicions. They were the cause of my voluntary exile. Today she again accuses me of guilty relations with the same person. I neither deny nor acknowledge them, but I affirm that it is the blind passion of jealousy which, aided by my uncle's suggestions, guided my wife's hand when she signed this denunciation." Bertrand remained silent. "Do you dare," he continued, turning towards her, "do you dare to swear before God that jealousy did not inspire you with the wish to ruin me?" "And you," she replied, "dare you swear that I was deceived in my suspicions?" "You see, gentlemen," exclaimed the prisoner triumphantly, "her jealousy breaks forth before your eyes. Whether I am or am not guilty of the sin she attributes to me is not the question for you to decide. Can you conscientiously admit the testimony of a woman who, after publicly acknowledging me, after receiving me in her house, after living 2 years in perfect amity with me, has, in a fit of angry vengeance, thought she could give the lie to all her words and actions? Ah, Bertrand, He continued, "If it only concerned my life, I think I could forgive a madness of which your love is both the cause and the excuse. But you are a mother, think of that. My punishment will recoil on the head of my daughter, who is unhappy enough to have been born since our reunion, and also on our unborn child, which you condemn beforehand to curse the union which gave it being. Think of this, Bertrand, you will have to answer before God for what you are now doing." The unhappy woman fell on her knees, weeping. "I adjure you," he continued solemnly, "you, my wife, Bertrand de Rolls, to swear now, here, on the crucifix, that I am an impostor and a cheat." A crucifix was placed before Bertrand. She made a sign as if to push it away, endeavored to speak, and feebly exclaimed, "No," then fell to the ground and was carried out insensible. This scene considerably shook the opinion of the magistrates. They could not believe that an impostor, whatever he might be, would have sufficient daring and presence of mind thus to turn into mockery all that was most. They set a new inquiry on foot, which, instead of producing enlightenment, only plunged them into still greater obscurity. Out of 30 witnesses heard, more than 3/4 agreed in identifying as Martin Guerra the man who claimed his name. Never was greater perplexity caused by more extraordinary appearances. The remarkable resemblance upset all reasoning. Some recognized him as Arnauld du Tillet, and others asserted the exact contrary. He could hardly understand Basque. Some said, though born in Biscay, was that astonishing, seeing he was only 3 when he left the country. He could neither wrestle nor fence well, but having no occasion to practice these exercises, he might well have forgotten them. The shoemaker, who made his shoes aforetime, thought he took another measure, but he might have made a mistake before or be mistaken now. The prisoner further defended himself by recapitulating the circumstances of his first meeting with Bert, and, on his return, the 1,001 little details he had mentioned which he only could have known, also the letters in his possession, all of which could only be explained by the assumption that he was the veritable Martin Guerra. Was it likely that he would be wounded over the left eye and leg as the missing man was supposed to be? Was it likely that the old servant, that the 4 sisters, his Uncle Pierre, many persons to whom he had related facts known only to himself, that all the community, in short, would have recognized him, and even the very intrigues suspected by Bertrand, which had aroused her jealous anger, this very intrigue, if it really existed, was it not another proof of the verity of his claim, since the person concerned, as interested and as penetrating as the legitimate wife, had also accepted him as her former lover? Surely here was a mass of evidence sufficient to cast light on the case. Imagine an impostor arriving for the first time in a place where all the inhabitants are unknown to him, and attempting to personate a man who had dwelt there, who would have connections of all kinds, who would have played his part in 1,000 different scenes, who would have confided his secrets, his opinions to relations, friends, acquaintances, to all sorts of people, who had also a wife, that is to say, a person under whose eyes nearly his whole life would be passed. A person would study him perpetually, with whom he would be continually conversing on every sort of subject. Could such an impostor sustain his impersonation for a single day without his memory playing him false? From the physical and moral impossibility of playing such a part, was it not reasonable to conclude that the accused, who had maintained it for more than 2 years, was the true Martin Guerra? There seemed, in fact, to be nothing which could account for such an attempt being successfully made unless recourse was had to an accusation of sorcery. The idea of handing him over to the ecclesiastical authorities was briefly discussed, but proofs were necessary, and the judges hesitated. It is a principle of justice, which has become a precept in law, that in cases of uncertainty the accused has the benefit of the doubt. But at the period of which we are writing, these truths were far from being acknowledged. Guilt was presumed rather than innocence, and torture, instituted to force confession from those who could not otherwise be convicted, is only explicable by supposing the judges convinced of the actual guilt of the accused. For no one would have thought of subjecting a possibly innocent person to this suffering. However, notwithstanding this prejudice, which has been handed down to us by some organs of the public ministry always disposed to assume the guilt of a suspected person, notwithstanding this prejudice, the judges in this case neither ventured to condemn Martin Guerra themselves as an impostor, nor to demand the intervention of the Church. In this conflict of contrary testimony, which seemed to reveal the truth only to immediately obscure it again, in this chaos of arguments and conjectures which showed flashes of light only to extinguish them in greater darkness, consideration for the family prevailed. The sincerity of Bertrand, the future of the children, seemed reasons for proceeding with extreme caution, and this once admitted, could only yield to conclusive evidence. Consequently, the Parliament adjourned the case, matters remaining in statu quo, pending a more exhaustive inquiry. Meanwhile, the accused, for whom several relations and friends gave surety, was allowed to be at liberty at Artigues, though remaining under careful surveillance. Bert, and therefore again saw him an inmate of the house, as if no doubts had ever been cast on the legitimacy of their union. What thoughts passed through her mind during the long tete-a-tete? She had accused this man of imposture, and now, notwithstanding her secret conviction, she was obliged to appear as if she had no suspicion, as if she had been mistaken, to humiliate herself before the impostor, and ask forgiveness for the insanity of her conduct. For, having publicly renounced her accusation by refusing to swear to it, she had no alternative left. In order to sustain her part and to save the honor of her children, she must treat this man as her husband and appear submissive and repentant. She must show him entire confidence, as the only means of rehabilitating him and lulling the vigilance of justice. What the widow of Martin Guerra must have suffered in this life of effort was a secret between God and herself, but she looked at her little daughter. She thought of her fast approaching confinement and took courage. One evening, towards nightfall, she was sitting near him in the most private corner of the garden, with her little child on her knee, whilst the adventurer, sunk in gloomy thoughts, absently stroked Sanxy's fair head. Both were silent, for at the bottom of their hearts each knew the other's thoughts, and no longer able to talk familiarly, nor daring to appear estranged, they spent, when alone together, long hours of silent dreariness. All at once a loud uproar broke the silence of their retreat. They heard the exclamations of many persons, cries of surprise mixed with angry tones, hasty footsteps. Then the garden gate was flung violently open, and old Marguerite appeared, pale, gasping, almost breathless. Bertrand hastened towards her in astonishment, followed by her husband, but when near enough to speak she could only answer with inarticulate sounds, pointing with terror to the courtyard of the house. They looked in this direction and saw a man standing at the threshold. They approached him. He stepped forward as if to place himself between them. He was tall, dark, his clothes were torn, he had a wooden leg, his countenance was stern. He surveyed Bertrand with a gloomy look. She cried aloud and fell back insensible. She recognized her real husband. Arnauld Dutil stood petrified, while Marguerite, distracted herself, endeavored to revive her mistress. The neighbors, attracted by the noise, invaded the house and stopped, gazing with stupefaction at this astonishing resemblance. The two men had the same features, the same height, the same bearing, and suggested one being in two persons. They gazed at each other in terror, and in that superstitious age the idea of sorcery and of infernal intervention naturally occurred to those present. All crossed themselves, expecting every moment to see fire from heaven strike one or other of the two men, or that the earth would engulf one of them. Nothing happened, however, except that both were promptly arrested in order that the strange mystery might be cleared up. The wearer of the wooden leg, interrogated by the judges, related that he came from Spain, where first the healing of his wound and then the want of money had detained him hitherto. He had traveled on foot, almost a beggar. He gave exactly the same reasons for leaving Artigues as had been given by the other Martin Guerra, namely, a domestic quarrel caused by jealous suspicion, the desire of seeing other countries, and an adventurous disposition. He had gone back to his birthplace in Biscay. Thence he entered the service of the Cardinal of Burgos. Then the Cardinal's brother had taken him to the war, and he had served with the Spanish troops. At the Battle of St. Quentiny, his leg had been shattered by an arquebus ball. So far his recital was the counterpart of the one already heard by the judges from the other man. Now they began to differ. Martin Guerra stated that he had been conveyed to a house by a man whose features he did not distinguish, that he thought he was dying, and that several hours elapsed of which he could give no account, being probably delirious, that he suffered later intolerable pain, and on coming to himself, found that his leg had been amputated. He remained long between life and death, but he was cared for by peasants who probably saved his life. His recovery was very slow. He discovered that in the interval between being struck down in the battle and recovering his senses, his papers had disappeared, but it was impossible to suspect the people who had nursed him with such generous kindness of theft. After his recovery, being absolutely destitute, he sought to return to France and again see his wife and child. He had endured all sorts of privations and fatigues, and at length, exhausted, but rejoicing at being near the end of his troubles, he arrived, suspecting nothing, at his own door. Then the terror of the old servant, a few broken words, made him guess at some misfortune, and the appearance of his wife and of a man so exactly like himself stupefied him. Matters had now been explained, and he only regretted that his wound had not at once ended his existence. The whole story bore the impress of truth, but when the other prisoner was asked what he had to say, he adhered to his first answers, maintaining their correctness, and again asserted that he was the real Martin Guerra, and that the new claimant could only be Arnauld du Till, the clever impostor, who was said to resemble himself so much that the inhabitants of Sages had agreed in mistaking him for the said Arnauld. The two Martin Guerras were then confronted without changing the situation in the least, the first showing the same assurance, the same bold and confident bearing, while the second, calling on God and men to bear witness to his sincerity, deplored his misfortune in the most pathetic terms. The judge's perplexity was great. The affair became more and more complicated. The question remained as difficult, as uncertain as ever. All the appearances and evidences were at variance. Probability seemed to incline towards one. Sympathy was more in favor of the other, but actual proof was still wanting. At length a member of the Parliament, M. de Corres, proposed as a last chance before resorting to torture, that final means of examination in a barbarous age, that Bertrand should be placed between the two rivals, trusting, he said, that in such a case a woman's instinct would divine the truth. Consequently, the two Martin Guerras were brought before the Parliament, and a few moments after Bertrand was led in, weak, pale, hardly able to stand, being worn out by suffering and advanced pregnancy. Her appearance excited compassion, and all watched anxiously to see what she would do. She looked at the two men, who had been placed at different ends of the hall, and turning from him who was nearest to her, went and knelt silently before the man with the wooden leg. Then, joining her hands as if praying for mercy, she wept bitterly. So simple and touching an action roused the sympathy of all present. Arnauld du Till grew pale, and everyone expected that Martin Guerra, rejoiced at being vindicated by this public acknowledgment, would raise his wife and embrace her. But he remained cold and stern, and in a contemptuous tone, "Your tears, madam," he said, "they do not move me in the least, neither can you seek to excuse your credulity by the examples of my sisters and my uncle. A wife knows her husband more intimately than his other relations, as you prove by your present action, and if she is deceived, it is because she consents to the deception. You are the sole cause of the misfortunes of my house, and to you only shall I ever impute them." Thunderstruck by this reproach, the poor woman had no strength to reply, and was taken home more dead than alive. The dignified language of this injured husband made another point in his favor. Much pity was felt for Bert, and as being the victim of an audacious deception, but everybody agreed that thus it beseemed the real Martin Guerra to have spoken. After the ordeal gone through by the wife had been also essayed by the sisters and other relatives, who one and all followed Bertrand's example and accepted the newcomer, the court, having fully deliberated, passed the following sentence, which we transcribe literally. Having reviewed the trial of Arnauld Dutil or Pansette, calling himself Martin Guerra, a prisoner in the conciergerie, who appeals from the decision of the judge of Ria, etc. We declare that this court negatives the appeal and defense of the said Arnauld Dutil, and as punishment and amends for the imposture, deception, assumption of name and of person, adultery, rape, sacrilege, theft, larceny, and other deeds committed by the aforesaid Dutil, and causing the above-mentioned trial. This court has condemned and condemns him to do penance before the church of Artigues, kneeling, clad in his shirt only, bareheaded and barefoot, a halter on his neck, and a burning torch in his hand. And there he shall ask pardon from God, from the king, and from justice, from the said Martin Guerra and Bertrand de Rolls, husband and wife. And this done, the aforesaid Dutil shall be delivered into the hands of the executioners of the king's justice, who shall lead him through the customary streets and crossroads of the aforesaid place of Artigues, and, the halter on his neck, shall bring him before the house of the aforesaid Martin Guerra, where he shall be hung and strangled upon a gibbet erected for this purpose, after which his body shall be burnt. And for various reasons and considerations thereunto moving the court, it has awarded and awards the goods of the aforesaid Arnauld Dutil, apart from the expenses of justice, to the daughter born unto him by the aforesaid Bert and de Rolls, under pretense of marriage falsely asserted by him, having there to assume the name and person of the aforesaid Martin Guerra, by this man's deceiving the aforesaid de Rolls. And moreover, the court has exempted and exempts from this trial the aforesaid Martin Guerra and Bert, and de Rolls, also the said Pierre Guerra, uncle of the aforesaid Martin, and has remitted and remits the aforesaid Arnauld Dutil to the aforesaid judge of Ria, in order that the present sentence may be executed according to its form and tenor. Pronounced judicially this 12th day of September 1560. This sentence substituted the gallows for the decapitation decreed by the first judge, inasmuch as the latter punishment was reserved for criminals of noble birth, while hanging was inflicted on meaner persons. When once his fate was decided, Arnauld Dutil lost all his audacity. Sent back to Artigues, he was interrogated in prison by the judge of Ria, and confessed his imposture at great length. He said the idea first occurred to him when, having returned from the camp in Picardy, he was addressed as Martin Guerra by several intimate friends of the latter. He then inquired as to the sort of life, the habits and relations of this man, and having contrived to be near him, had watched him closely during the battle. He saw him fall, carried him away, and then, as the reader has already seen, excited his delirium to the utmost in order to obtain possession of his secrets. Having thus explained his successful imposture by natural causes, which excluded any idea of magic or sorcery. He protested his penitence, implored the mercy of God, and prepared himself for execution as became a Christian. The next day, while the populace, collecting from the whole neighborhood, had assembled before the parish church of Artigues in order to behold the penance of the criminal, who, barefoot, attired in a shirt, and holding a lighted torch in his hand, knelt at the entrance of the church, another scene no less painful took place in the house of Martin Guerra. Exhausted by her suffering, which had caused a premature confinement, Bert, and lay on her couch of pain, and besought pardon from him whom she had innocently wronged, entreating him also to pray for her soul. Martin Guerra, sitting at her bedside, extended his hand and blessed her. She took his hand and held it to her lips. She could no longer speak. All at once a loud noise was heard outside. The guilty man had just been executed in front of the house. When finally attached to the gallows, he uttered a terrible cry, which was answered by another from inside the house. The same evening, while the body of the malefactor was being consumed by fire, the remains of a mother and child were laid to rest in consecrated ground. End of Martin Guerra by Alexander Dumas.
Creeping Siamese by Hammett. First published Black Mask, March 1926. This story features the Continental Op. Standing beside the cashier's desk in the front office of the Continental Detective Agency's San Francisco branch, I was watching Porter check up my expense account when the man came in. He was a tall man, raw-boned, hard-faced. Gray clothes bagged loosely from his wide shoulders. In the late afternoon sunlight that came through partially drawn blinds, his skin showed the color of new tan shoes. He opened the door briskly and then hesitated, standing in the doorway, holding the door open, turning the knob back and forth with one bony hand. There was no indecision in his face. It was ugly and grim, and its expression was the expression of a man who is remembering something disagreeable. Tommy Howd, our freckled and snub-nosed office boy, got up from his desk and went to the rail that divided the office. "Do you?" Tommy began and jumped back. The man had let go the doorknob. He crossed his long arms over his chest, each hand gripping a shoulder. His mouth stretched wide in a yawn that had nothing to do with relaxation. His mouth clicked shut. His lips snarled back from clenched yellow teeth. "Hell," he grunted, full of disgust, and pitched down on the floor. I heaved myself over the rail, stepped across his body, and went out into the corridor. 4 doors away, Agnes Braden, a plump woman of 30-something who runs a public stenographic establishment, was going into her office. "Miss Braden," I called, and she turned, waiting for me to come up. "Did you see the man who just came in our office?" "Yes." Curiosity put lights in her green eyes. "A tall man who came up in the elevator with me. Why? Was he alone?" "Yes. That is, he and I were the only ones who got off at this floor. Why?" "Did you see anybody close to him?" "No, though I didn't notice him in the elevator." "Why?" "Did he act funny?" "Not that I noticed. Why?" "Thanks. I'll drop in and tell you about it later." I made a circuit of the corridors on our floor, finding nothing. The raw-boned man was still on the floor when I returned to the office, but he had been turned over on his back. He was as dead as I had thought. The old man who had been examining him straightened up as I came in. Porter was at the telephone, trying to get the police. Tommy Howd's eyes were blue $50 in a white face. "Nothing in the corridors," I told the old man. "He came up in the elevator with Agnes Braden. She says he was alone, and she saw nobody close to him." "Quite so." The old man's voice and smile were as pleasantly polite as if the corpse at his feet had been a part of the pattern in the carpet. 50 years of sleuthing have left him with no more emotion than a pawnbroker. He seems to have been stabbed in the left breast, a rather large wound that was staunched with this piece of silk. One of his feet poked at a rumpled ball of red cloth on the floor, which seems to be a sarong. Today is never Tuesday to the old man. It seems to be Tuesday. On his person, he went on, I have found some $900 in bills of various denominations, and some silver, a gold watch, and a pocket knife of English manufacture, a Japanese silver coin, 50 sen, tobacco, pipe, and matches, a Southern Pacific timetable, 2 handkerchiefs without laundry marks, a pencil and several sheets of blank paper, 4 2-cent stamps, and a key labeled Hotel Montgomery, room 540. His clothes seem to be new. No doubt we shall learn something from them when we make a more thorough examination, which I do not care to make until the police come. Meanwhile, you had better go to the Montgomery and see what you can learn there. In the Hotel Montgomery's lobby, the first man I ran into was the one I wanted. Peterson, the house copper, a blonde-mustached ex-bartender who doesn't know any more about gumshoeing than I do about saxophones, but who does know people and how to handle them, which is what his job calls for. "Hello," he greeted me. "What's the score?" 6-1, Seattle, end of the 4th. Who's in 540, Pete? "They're not playing in Seattle, you chump." Portland. A man that hasn't got enough civic spirit to know where his team. "Stop it, Pete. I've got no time to be fooling with your childish pastimes. A man just dropped dead in our joint with one of your room keys in his pocket, 540. Civic spirit went bluey in Pedersen's face. 540? He stared at the ceiling. That would be that fellow Rounds. Dropped dead, you say? Dead. Tumbled down in the middle of the floor with a knife cut in him. Who is this Rounds? I couldn't tell you much offhand. A big bony man with leathery skin. I wouldn't have noticed him excepting he was such a sour-looking body. That's the bird. Let's look him up. At the desk we learned that the man had arrived the day before, registering as H.R. Rounds, New York, and telling the clerk he expects to leave within 3 days. There was no record of mail or telephone calls for him. Nobody knew when he had gone out since he had not left his key at the desk. Neither elevator boys nor bell hops could tell us anything. His room didn't add much to our knowledge. His baggage consisted of one pigskin bag, battered and scarred, and covered with the marks of labels that had been scraped off. It was locked, but traveling bags' locks don't amount to much. This one held us up about 5 minutes. Rounds' clothes, some in the bag, some in the closet, were neither many nor expensive, but they were all new. The washable stuff was without laundry marks. Everything was of popular makes, widely advertised brands that could be bought in any city in the country. There wasn't a piece of paper with anything written on it. There wasn't an identifying tag. There wasn't anything in the room to tell where Rounds had come from or why. Peterson was peevish about it. I guess if he hadn't got killed, he'd have beat us out of a week's bill. These guys that don't carry anything to identify him, and that don't leave their keys at the desk when they go out, ain't to be trusted too much. We had just finished our search when a bellhop brought Detective Sergeant Ogar of the Police Department Homicide Detail into the room. "Been down to the agency?" I asked him. "Yeah, just came from there." "What's new?" Ogar pushed back his wide-brimmed black village constable's hat and scratched his bullet head. "Not a heap. The doc says he was opened with a blade at least 6 inches long by a couple wide, and that he couldn't have lived 2 hours after he got the blade, most likely not more'n one. We didn't find any news on him. What do you got here?" "His name is Rounds. He registered here yesterday from New York. His stuff is new, and there's nothing on any of it to tell us anything except that he didn't want to leave a trail. No letters, no memoranda, nothing. No blood, no signs of a row in the room." Ogar turned to Peterson. "Any brown men been around the hotel, Hindus or the like?" "Not that I saw," the house copper said. "I'll find out for you." "Then the red silk was a sarong?" I asked. "And an expensive one," the detective sergeant said. "I saw a lot of 'em the 4 years I was soldiering on the islands, but I never saw as good a one as that." "Who wears them?" "Men and women in the Philippines, Borneo, Java, Sumatra, Malay Peninsula, parts of India. Is it your idea that whoever did the carving advertised himself by running around in the streets in a red petticoat?" "Don't try to be funny," he growled at me. "They're often enough twisted or folded up into sashes or girdles." And how do I know he was knifed in the street? For that matter, how do I know he wasn't cut down in your joint? We always bury our victims without saying anything about 'em. Let's go down and give Pete a hand in the search for your brown men." That angle was empty. Any brown men who had snooped around the hotel had been too good at it to be caught. I telephoned the old man, telling him what I had learned, which didn't cost me much breath, and Ogar and I spent the rest of the evening sharpshooting around without ever getting on the target once. We questioned taxicab drivers, questioned the 3 Roundses listed in the telephone book, and our ignorance was as complete when we were through as when we started. The morning papers on the streets at a little after 8 o'clock that evening had the story as we knew it. At 11 o'clock, Ogar and I called it a night, separating in the direction of our respective beds. We didn't stay apart long. Chapter 2. I opened my eyes sitting on the side of my bed in the dim light of a moon that was just coming up, with the ringing telephone in my hand. Ogar's voice, 1856 Broadway, on the hump. 1856 Broadway, I repeated, and he hung up. I finished waking up while I phoned for a taxicab and then wrestled my clothes on. My watch told me it was 12:55 a.m. as I went downstairs. I hadn't been 15 minutes in bed. 1856 Broadway was a 3-story house set behind a pocket-sized lawn in a row of like houses behind like lawns. The others were dark. 1856 shed light from every window and from the open front door. A policeman stood in the vestibule. "Hello, Mac, Ogar here?" Just went in. I walked into a brown and buff reception hall and saw the detective sergeant going up the wide stairs. "What's up?" I asked as I joined him. "Don't know." On the second floor, we turned to the left, going into a library or sitting room that stretched across the front of the house. A man in pajamas and bathrobe sat on a davenport there, with one bared leg stretched out on a chair in front of him. I recognized him when he nodded to me. Austin Richter, owner of a Market Street moving picture theater. He was a round-faced man of 45 or so, partly bald, for whom the agency had done some work a year or so before in connection with a ticket seller who had departed without turning in the day's receipts. In front of Richter, a thin, white-haired man with "Doctor" written all over him stood looking at Richter's leg, which was wrapped in a bandage just below the knee. Beside the doctor, a tall woman in a fur-trimmed dressing gown stood, a roll of gauze and a pair of scissors in her hands. A husky police corporal was writing in a notebook at a long, narrow table, a thick hickory walking stick laying on the bright blue table cover at his elbow. All of them looked around at us as we came into the room. The corporal got up and came over to us. "I knew you were handling the rounds job, Sergeant, so I thought I'd best get word to you as soon as I heard they was brown men mixed up in this." "Good work, Flynn," Ogar said. "What happened here?" "Burglary, or maybe only attempted burglary. They was 4 of them, crashed the kitchen door." Richter was sitting up very straight, and his blue eyes were suddenly excited, as were the brown eyes of the woman. "I beg your pardon," he said, "but you mentioned brown men in connection with another affair. Is there another?" Ogar looked at me. "You haven't seen the morning papers?" I asked the theater owner. "No." "Well, a man came into the Continental office late this afternoon with a stab in his chest and died there. Pressed against the wound as if to stop the bleeding was a sarong, which is where we got the brown men idea. His name? Rounds, H.R. Rounds." The name brought no recognition into Richter's eyes. "A tall man, thin, with dark skin?" he asked. "In a gray suit?" "All of that?" Richter twisted around to look at the woman. "Malloy!" he exclaimed. "Malloy!" she exclaimed. "So you know him?" Their faces came back toward me. "Yes, he was here this afternoon. He left." Richter stopped to turn to the woman again, questioningly. "Yes, Austin," she said, putting gauze and scissors on the table, and sitting down beside him on the davenport. "Tell them." He patted her hand and looked up at me again with the expression of a man who has seen a nice spot on which to lay down a heavy load. "Sit down. It isn't a long story, but sit down." We found ourselves chairs. "Malloy, Sam Malloy, that is his name, or the name I have always known him by. He came here this afternoon. He'd either called up the theater or gone there, and they had told him I was home. I hadn't seen him for 3 years. We could see, both my wife and I, that there was something the matter with him when he came in. When I asked him, he said he'd been stabbed by a Siamese on his way here. He didn't seem to think the wound amounted to much, or pretended he didn't. He wouldn't let us fix it for him, or look at it. He said he'd go to a doctor after he left, after he'd got rid of the thing. That was what he had come to me for. He wanted me to hide it, to take care of it until he came for it again. He didn't talk much. He was in a hurry and suffering. I didn't ask him any questions. I couldn't refuse him anything. I couldn't question him even though he as good as told us that it was illegal as well as dangerous. He saved our lives once. More than my wife's life down in Mexico, where we first knew him. That was in 1916. We were caught down there during the Villa troubles. Malloy was running guns over the border, and he had enough influence with the bandits to have us released when it looked as if we were done for. So this time, when he wanted me to do something for him, I couldn't ask him about it. I said yes, and he gave me the package. It wasn't a large package, about the size of, well, a loaf of bread perhaps, but quite heavy for its size. Was wrapped in brown paper. We unwrapped it after he had gone, that is, we took the paper off, but the inner wrapping was of canvas tied with silk cord and sealed, so we didn't open that. We put it upstairs in the pack room, under a pile of old magazines. Then, at about 11:45 tonight, I had only been in bed a few minutes and hadn't gone to sleep yet. I heard a noise in here. He don't own a gun, and there's nothing you could properly call a weapon in the house, but that walking stick, indicating the hickory stick on the table, was in a closet in our bedroom. So I got that and came in here to see what the noise was. Right outside the bedroom door, I ran into a man. I could see him better than he could see me, because this door was open and he showed against the window. He was between me and it, and the moonlight showed him fairly clear. I hit him with the stick but didn't knock him down. He turned and ran in here. Foolishly, not thinking that he might not be alone, I ran after him. Another man shot me in the leg just as I came through the door. I fell, of course. While I was getting up, 2 of them came in with my wife between them. There were 4 of them. They were medium-sized men, brown-skinned, but not so dark. I took it for granted that they were Siamese because Malloy had spoken of Siamese. They turned on the lights here, and one of them, who seemed to be the leader, asked me, "Where is it?" His accent was pretty bad, but you could understand his words good enough. Of course I knew they were after what Malloy had left. Booty pretended I didn't. They told me, or rather the leader did, that he knew it had been left here, but they called Malloy by another name, Dawson. I said I didn't know any Dawson, and nothing had been left here, and I tried to get them to tell me what they expected to find. They wouldn't, though. They just called it. They talked among themselves, but of course I couldn't make out a word of what they were saying, and then 3 of them went out, leaving one here to guard us. He had a Luger pistol. We could hear the others moving around the house. The search must have lasted an hour. Then the one I took for the leader came in and said something to our guard. Both of them looked quite elated. "It is not wise if you will leave this room for many minutes," the leader said to me, and they left us, both of them, closing the door behind them. I knew they were going, but I couldn't walk on this leg. From what the doctor says, I'll be lucky if I walk on it inside of a couple of months. I didn't want my wife to go out, and perhaps run into one of them before they'd got away, but she insisted on going. She found they'd gone, and she phoned the police, and then ran up to the pack room and found Malloy's package was gone. "And this Malloy didn't give you any hint at all as to what was in the package?" Ogar asked when Richter had finished. "Not a word, except that it was something the Siamese were after." "Did he know the Siamese who stabbed him?" I asked. "I think so," Richter said slowly, "though I am not sure he said he did." "Do you remember his words?" "Not exactly, I'm afraid." "I think I remember them," Mrs. Richter said. My husband, Mr. Richter, asked him, "What's the matter, Malloy? Are you hurt or sick?" Malloy gave a little laugh, putting a hand on his chest, and said, "Nothing much. I run into a Siamese who was looking for me on my way here, and got careless and let him scratch me. But I kept my little bundle." And he laughed again and patted the package. "Did he say anything else about the Siamese?" "Not directly," she replied, "though he did tell us to watch out for any Asiatics we saw around the neighborhood. He said he wouldn't leave the package if he thought it would make trouble for us, but that there was always a chance that something would go wrong, and we'd better be careful. And he told my husband, nodding at Richter, that the Siamese had been dogging him for months, but now that he had a safe place for the package, he was going to take them for a walk and forget to bring them back. That was the way he put it. How much do you know about Malloy?" "Not a great deal, I'm afraid," Richter took up the answering again. "He liked to talk about the places he had been and the things he had seen, but you couldn't get a word out of him about his own affairs. We met him first in Mexico, as I have told you, in 1916. After he saved us down there and got us away, we didn't see him again for nearly 4 years. He rang the bell one night and came in for an hour or two. He was on his way to China, he said, and had a lot of business to attend to before he left the next day. Some months later, I had a letter from him, from the Queen's Hotel in Kandy, asking me to send him a list of the importers and exporters in San Francisco. He wrote me a letter thanking me for the list, and I didn't hear from him again until he came to San Francisco for a week, about a year later. That was in 1921, I think. He was here for another week about a year after that, telling us that he had been in Brazil, but as usual not saying what he had been doing there. Some months later I had a letter from him, from Chicago, saying he would be here the following week. However, he didn't come. Instead, sometime later, he wrote from Vladivostok, saying he hadn't been able to make it. Today was the first we'd heard of him since then. Where's his home, his people? He always says he has neither. I've an idea he was born in England, though I don't know that he ever said so or what made me think so. Got any more questions? I asked Ogar. No. Let's give the place the eye and see if the Siamese left any leads behind them. The eye we gave the house was thorough. We didn't split the territory between us, but went over everything together. Everything from roof to cellar, every nook, drawer, corner. The cellar did most for us. It was there, in the cold furnace, that we found the handful of black buttons and the fire-darkened garter clasps. But the upper floors hadn't been altogether worthless. In one room we had found the crumpled sales slip of an Oakland store, marked one table cover, and in another room we had found no garters. Of course it's none of my business, I told Richter when Ogar and I joined the others again, but I think maybe if you plead self-defense you might get away with it. He tried to jump up from the Davenport, but his shot leg failed him. The woman got up slowly. And maybe that would leave an out for you, Ogar told her. Why don't you try to persuade him? Or maybe it would be better if you plead the self-defense, I suggested to her. You could say that Richter ran to your help when your husband grabbed you, that your husband shot him and was turning his gun on you when you stabbed him. That would sound smooth enough. My husband? Uh-huh, Mrs. Rounds Malloy Dawson, your late husband anyway. Richter got his mouth far enough closed to get words out of it. What is the meaning of this damned nonsense, he demanded. Them's harsh words to come from a fellow like you, Ogar growled at him. If this is nonsense, what do you make of that yarn you told us about creeping Siamese and mysterious bundles and God knows what all? Don't be too hard on him, I told Ogar. Being around movies all the time has poisoned his idea of what sounds plausible. If it hadn't, he'd have known better than to see a Siamese in the moonlight at 11:45, when the moon was just coming up at somewhere around 12:45 when you phoned me. Richter stood up on his one good leg. The husky police corporal stepped close to him. Hadn't I better frisk him, Sergeant? Ogar shook his bullet head. Waste of time. He's got nothing on him. They cleaned the place of weapons. The chances are the lady dropped them in the bay when she rode over to Oakland to get a table cover to take the place of the sarong her husband carried away with him. That shook the pair of them. Richter pretended he hadn't gulped, and the woman had a fight of it before she could make her eyes stay still on mine. Ogar struck while the iron was hot by bringing the buttons and garters clasps we had salvaged out of his pocket and letting them trickle from one hand to another. That used up the last bit of the facts we had. I threw a lie at them. Never me to knock the press, but you don't want to put too much confidence in what the papers say. For instance, a fellow might say a few pregnant words before he died, and the papers might say he didn't. A thing like that would confuse things. The woman reared up her head and looked at Ogar. "May I speak to Austin alone?" she asked. "I don't mean out of your sight." The detective sergeant scratched his head and looked at me. "This letting your victims go into conferences is always a ticklish business. They may decide to come clean, and then again, they may frame up a new out. On the other hand, if you don't let them, the chances are they get stubborn on you, and you can't get anything out of them. One way was as risky as another." I grinned at Ogar and refused to make a suggestion. He could decide for himself, and if he was wrong, I'd have him to dump the blame on. He scowled at me and then nodded to the woman. "You can over into that corner and whisper together for a couple of minutes," he said, "but no foolishness." She gave Richter the hickory stick, took his other arm, helped him hobble to a far corner, pulled a chair over there for him. He sat with his back to us. She stood behind him, leaning over his shoulder, so that both their faces were hidden from us. Ogar came closer to me. "What do you think?" he muttered. "I think they'll come through. That shot of yours about being Malloy's wife hit center. I missed that one. How'd you make it?" When she was telling us what Malloy had said about the Siamese, she took pains both times she said my husband to show that she meant Richter. "So? Well." The whispering in the far corner had been getting louder, so that the S's had become sharp hisses. Now a clear, emphatic sentence came from Ritter's mouth. "I'll be damned if I will." Both of them looked furtively over their shoulders, and they lowered their voices again, but not for long. The woman was apparently trying to persuade him to do something. He kept shaking his head. He put a hand on her arm. She pushed it away and kept on whispering. He said aloud deliberately, "Go ahead if you want to be a fool. It's your neck. I didn't put the knife in him." She jumped away from him, her eyes black blazes in a white face. Ogar and I moved softly toward them. "You rat!" She spat at Richter and spun to face us. "I killed him," she cried. "This thing in the chair tried to," and Richter swung the hickory stick. I jumped for it, missed, crashed into the back of his chair. Hickory stick, Richter, chair, and I sprawled together on the floor. The corporal helped me up. He and I picked Richter up and put him on the Davenport again. The woman's story poured out of her angry mouth. His name wasn't Malloy. It was Sam Lange. I married him in Providence in 1913 and went to China with him, to Canton, where he had a position with a steamship line. We didn't stay there long because he got into some trouble through being mixed up in the revolution that year. After that we drifted around, mostly around Asia. We met this thing, she pointed at the now sullenly quiet Richter, in Singapore in 1919, I think, right after the World War was over. His name is Hawley, and Scotland Yard can tell you something about him. He had a proposition. He knew of a gem bed in Upper Burma, one of many that were hidden from the British when they took the country. He knew the natives who were working it, knew where they were hiding their gems. My husband went in with him, with 2 other men that were killed. They looted the natives' cash and got away with a whole sackful of sapphires, topazes, and even a few rubies. The 2 other men were killed by the natives, and my husband was badly wounded. We didn't think he could live. We were hiding in a hut near the Yunnan border. Hawley persuaded me to take the gems and run away with them. It looked as if Sam was done for, and if we stayed there long, we'd be caught. I can't say that I was crazy about Sam anyway. He wasn't the kind you would be after living with him for a while. So Hawley and I took it and lit out. We had to use a lot of the stones to buy our way through Yunnan and Guangxi and Guangdong, but we made it. We got to San Francisco with enough to buy this house and the movie theater, and we've been here since. We've been honest since we came here, but I don't suppose that means anything. We had enough money to keep us comfortable. Today, Sam showed up. We hadn't heard of him since we left him on his back in Burma. He said he'd been caught and jailed for 3 years. Then he'd got away and had spent the other 3 hunting for us. He was that kind. He didn't want me back, but he did want money. He wanted everything we had. Hawley lost his nerve. Instead of bargaining with Sam, he lost his head and tried to shoot him. Sam took his gun away from him and shot him in the leg. In the scuffle, Sam had dropped a knife, a kris, I think. I picked it up, but he grabbed me just as I got it. I don't know how it happened. All I saw was Sam staggering back, holding his chest with both hands, and the kris shining red in my hand. Sam had dropped his gun. Holly got it and was all for shooting Sam, but I wouldn't let him. It happened in this room. I don't remember whether I gave Sam the sarong we used for a cover on the table or not. Anyway, he tried to stop the blood with it. He went away then, while I kept Holly from shooting him. I knew Sam wouldn't go to the police, but I didn't know what he'd do. And I knew he was hurt bad. If he dropped dead somewhere, the chances are he'd be traced here. I watched from a window as he went down the street, and nobody seemed to pay any attention to him, but he looked so conspicuously wounded to me that I thought everybody would be sure to remember him if it got into the papers, that he had been found dead somewhere. Holly was even more scared than I. We couldn't run away because he had a shot leg. So we made up that Siamese story, and I went over to Oakland and bought the table cover to take the place of the sarong. We had some guns and even a few oriental knives and swords here. I wrapped them up in paper, breaking the swords, and dropped them off the ferry when I went to Oakland. When the morning papers came out, we read what had happened, and then we went ahead with what we had planned. We burned the suit Holly had worn when he was shot, and his garters because the pants had a bullet hole in them, and the bullet had cut one garter. We fixed a hole in his pajama leg, unbandaged his leg. I had fixed it as well as I could, and washed away the clotted blood until it began to bleed again. Then I gave the alarm. She raised both hands in a gesture of finality and made a clucking sound with her tongue. "And there you are," she said. "You got anything to say?" I asked Holly, who was staring at his bandaged leg. "To my lawyer," he said without looking up. Ogar spoke to the corporal. "The wagon, Flynn." 10 minutes later we were in the street, helping Holly and the woman into a police car. Around the corner on the other side of the street came 3 brown-skinned men, apparently Malay sailors. The one in the middle seemed to be drunk, and the other 2 were supporting him. One of them had a package that could have held a bottle under his arm. Ogar looked from them to me and laughed. "We wouldn't be doing a thing to those babies right now if we had fallen for that yarn, would we?" he whispered. "Shut up, you big heap," I growled back, nodding at Holly, who was in the car by now. "If that bird sees them, he'll identify him as his Siamese, and God knows what a jury would make of it." We made the puzzled driver twist the car 6 blocks out of his way to be sure we'd miss the brown men. It was worth it because nothing interfered with the 20 years of peace that Holly and Mrs. Lange drew. End of This story is a detective fiction with aspects of dark comedy and crime. It follows Mr. Philibus, a quick-witted and somewhat unprincipled man, as he navigates a tense situation involving a theft, a mysterious figure with a scar, and a chaotic series of events. The plot explores themes of deception, betrayal, and opportunism, with characters who blur the lines between hero and villain. As Mr. Philibus evades danger and pursues his own interests, the story delves into the unpredictability of human nature and the lengths people will go to for personal gain. Mr. Philibus, $1,000 Man, by Leslie Gordon Barnard, author of Green-Handed, Detective Story Magazine, June 1930. Mr. Philibus protects this gentle creature by using him in his own trick. Tilted comfortably back in a chair in his hotel bedroom, Mr. Philibus read an evening paper and chuckled to himself. His most recent exploit was still news. Quite a daring affair, almost more venturesome than should lie undertaken by a gentleman with a passion for liberty of movement. Moreover, it was now a full week since the coup had been pulled off. And here, not a stone's throw from the scene itself, sat the perpetrator calmly chuckling over his success. Setting aside the paper, he descended in the hotel elevator and walked calmly through the crowded rotunda, exchanging a wink with the telephone operator, who did not discourage the attention, and a cigar with the house detective, who liked good brands and felt very friendly toward this respectable middle-aged guest. Mr. Philibus, exposing the headlines concerning himself, tapped the paper to call the detective's attention to it. "Surprised you haven't nabbed the reward offered," he said, laughing. "This bird likely enough is hanging around places such as this. I should in his shoes. Much safer than making a getaway." "Naw," said the house detective. "These birds ain't got the nerve for that. Believe me, this bird you speak of is half a continent away." "With your experience," said Mr. Philibus mildly, "doubtless you are correct. I just wish," said the house detective quickly, "he was hereabouts. That $1,000 would fit very pretty in the pocket of yours truly." Mr. Philibus considered this. "Well now," he said, "on second thought, I'm not quite so sure I'd care about that reward. Old Grugery is offering it himself, you know." "Sure, why not? Ain't he the guy that got the loot stole off him and got biffed up pretty bad himself? Fetched him a pretty crack in the eye, this crook did, and beat him up plenty, besides taking enough from his safe to make any man mad." "After all," said Mr. Philibus quietly, "is anybody very sorry for Grugery? If that man had all the oil, produced or prospective, out of the oil wells he's foisted on a dizzy public, he'd not have enough to anoint his ugly bald head." The detective laughed. "He's a smooth one, all right," he declared half admiringly. "Keeps within the law, though. That's brains, that is. You got to hand it to him for that. He's kept himself out of jail nicely, and sent better men to jail," said Mr. Philibus evenly, "and sent widows to paupers' graves, and children onto the streets with his pretty schemes. I'd like to see the man who would take his dirty money." The detective chuckled, but his eyes gleamed a little. "Well, take a good look, mister," he suggested. "At you?" said Mr. Philibus grimly now. "At me. You'd take his filthy money?" "For $1,000, said the other, "I'd not care to say what I'd do." He laughed again. "He must want this guy pretty bad to go 1,000. "I fancy," said Mr. Philibus dreamily, "he's a little put out." "Well, I shouldn't be surprised. I know him. He often comes in here, and I've heard him boast nobody can get the better of him. Gosh, here he is now." Mr. Philibus veered round. A podgy, ill-shapen figure, evidently only recently out of medical care, had entered the rotunda. Mr. Philibus's eyes narrowed. He could wish now he'd given the fellow a richer dose. His pride had certainly not been taken down. Grugery swaggered in with 3 friends as if he owned the hotel. They came to a halt not far from where Mr. Philibus stood. "Personal grudge?" Grugery was saying. "Maybe he had. Lots of people fancy they have something against me. Wonder why?" 4 tones of laughter merged. "Nah, I'm not afraid of a repetition. The fellow's the other side of the country by now. Yellow, these chaps. If he hadn't had me at a disadvantage, I'd have laid him out proper. You could see he'd have run if I'd had half a chance. No, sir, you'll not see Josiah J. Grugery bitten twice in the same place." Mr. Philibus sneezed. "What's that?" The detective swung around. "Was that you?" The little group round Grugery had turned also. "Sneeze," said Mr. Philibus. "Hasn't a man a right to sneeze in a free land?" Woof! Mr. Josiah Grugery and his 3 friends went to the cigar counter, equipped themselves with the fattest and best, then adjourned to a quiet portion of the lobby, where they kept an anticipatory concentration on the door. Every time it revolved to usher in a newcomer, they were all attention. "Maybe," said one of them, "he won't come, Grugery." "Come?" Grugery laughed. "You couldn't keep this hick away with a 10-foot pole with a spoke on the end. No, I reckon he's so overcome with the honor of dining with 4 leading representatives of big business he can't get the studs into his soup and fish shirt if he has one." A tall, sallow member of the party laughed. "By the time we get through with him, he'll not have any kind of a shirt left." "There he is," said Grugery. "That?" "The same. Weeping Willows, isn't he a perfect lamb? The man who approached now, to whose timid advance Grugery moved forward with smiling countenance and welcoming hand, was perhaps 4 feet 9 inches tall. Being thus cast by nature, he had achieved through the 50 or more years of his life a habit of looking up hopefully at his taller fellows. The skillful gentlemen who portray in cartoons Mr. General Public must have gone to him for the pince nez, the sad mustache, and other essentials of that composite character. "Mr. Blaine," said Grugery expansively, leading him forward. "Meet Mr. Waldenus. Waldenus, Mr. Blaine, the gentleman from the West I was speaking about. Graham. Mr. Blaine. And Porter. Have a cigar, Mr. Blaine. No? Well, I don't know as I blame you. Funny habit before dinner. Perhaps we might as well go on in, gentlemen." Little Mr. Blaine, who looked equally ready to bolt and to accept and enjoy his moment of bliss in this distinguished company, adjusted his shirt studs nervously, after the manner of a man who is not sure when they will pop and expose the honest wool beneath, and was shepherded into the glitter and expensive simplicity of the dining-room. Grugery, handling even the amazing head waiter as one accustomed to obeisance, winked at Waldenus. Little Mr. Blaine, still agitated about the propensities of his studs, sat down on his chair, his face full of a painful ecstasy, not very high above an array of silver and cutlery calculated to terrify the stoutest heart. "You left your wife well, I hope, Mr. Blaine." "Thank you, Mr. Grugery, yes." "You are fortunate in having a wife, Mr. Blaine, whose instincts are progressively businesslike. I have explained to you, gentlemen, I think," he waved a hand at his company, "that Mr. and Mrs. Blaine have come into a nice little legacy and intend to invest it with discretion and profit." They noticed the offering of Common Light Unlimited Oil, and at once recognized its supreme attractiveness. That Mr. Blaine should come all the way here to look into it personally is gratifying. One's faith in human perspicacity is shaken so often by people who rush madly into speculation. "Look," said Mr. Grugery, shaking his head sadly, "at the awful debacle of the stock market. And have some hors d'oeuvre, Mr. Blaine. Terrible how some people rush into danger that way. Now take oil, an essential industry, a bedrock industry." "There," said Mr. Grugery, emphasizing the position with a sardine. "There's the property. It can't run away. It can't dissolve. All you've got to do is get the oil out of it, and a ready market's waiting. You can see that, Mr. Blaine." Little Mr. Blaine, worrying an olive with a fork, chasing it with the tines around the side of his plate, race-course fat, agreed that he could see, that indeed anybody could see. Just then, Mr. Grugery, having a passion for them, swallowed the sardine, but just a little of the oil remained. Mr. Grugery, being quick on the uptake, pointed out humorously the symbolism of even this. "Oil," he enthused. "You can't escape it. Soup, Mr. Blaine. Let me recommend the pottage." The symbolism of the soup Mr. Grugery left untouched. He went on, through several courses, to point out Mr. Blaine's excellent chances of getting in on the ground floor. Then, leaving all this material to sink into Mr. Blaine's head, which was capable of much absorption that way, he spoke with the 3 gentlemen about likely developments. Mr. Blaine might be excused if he felt he was being privileged to listen in at a directors' meeting of the Common Light Unlimited Oil. There was quite a bit of talk about the ground floor. Mr. Blaine could not help being impressed. Nobody mentioned the basement, nor yet the blue sky that was above if you flew high enough. "Café Noir, Mr. Blaine? Now here's the agreement if you'd care to glance over it. Quite usual and ordinary. And if you'll just sign, here." He glanced up. "What's that, boy?" "Call for Mr. Blaine." "In a moment," said Grugery, frowning. "It's urgent, sir. This way, please." Little Mr. Blaine, being easily led, succumbed to this uniformed urge, and followed in bewilderment, still clinging to his napkin as to a life-preserver. A stout, pleasant-featured gentleman met him in the shadow of a palm in the lobby. A colloquy, which Mr. Blaine could not hear, ensued between the boy and this pleasant-faced gentleman. I got him, sir. They were just getting him to sign something." "Good grief, he hadn't?" "No, sir, I stuck by until he came along." "Good lad. Got any use for a couple of dollars? And not a word to anyone, see? I'd not like to appear in it. These fellows keep more or less within the law." "Very good, sir." "Hello, did you drop that?" "Where, sir?" "Over there by the pillar." The boy stooped and picked up a small envelope. It was marked, "To the house detective." "I should give it to him," said Mr. Philibus. "Somebody must have dropped it, perhaps purposely. Don't mention I suggested so. I don't think he likes me so well." The boy grinned and was off like a shot. "Bright lad," said Mr. Philibus. "Ah, Mr. Blaine, I'm sorry to keep you waiting, and indeed to disturb you at dinner, but I happened to be dining near your table tonight, and I wondered if you'd forgive my having a word with you." The bellhop, meanwhile, crushing the $2 bill affectionately in his hand and transferring it to a slit that evidently made connection with a pocket, set out immediately on the house detective's trail. He was a bright boy, quick to make money and slow to spend it, who could size up the financial intentions of a patron with amazing technique, who knew the value of a frank eye and a silent tongue, who could teach diplomats the nice nuances of accommodating oneself to compromises, and who, in due time, if not hung, would doubtless rise high by other means. "Letter for you," he told the house detective, who was passing a friendly and boastful word with a telephone operator who, just having turned over her duties to a successor, was powdering her nose and remembering that the house detective, even if he had a largish nose and a small mind, was a man, and seemed willing to spend money on a girl if encouraged. His name, of course, was against him. One could go only so far with a man named Crew Crab. Mrs. Crew Crab? The little Crew Crabs? Not if she knew it. "Where'd you get it?" "Found it on the floor." "Floor? Where?" "The lobby, over that way." "How did it come there?" "Ask it. I saw it and picked it up." The blonde was becoming impatient. Blondes can be like that. They like gentlemen to be gentlemen. "Guess I'll move along," she said. "Hold up," cried Mr. Crew Crab. "Sorry, kiddo, just a matter of business." The blonde pouted. Properly done, it was effective. Mr. Crew Crab felt his heart turn over. He forgot the letter, or rather held it, fiddling with it playfully. "Girlie," he said, "I'm a plain-spoken man. I don't mind saying I like you." "Well, I'd hate to have you say it if it hurt." "Don't be snappy with Papa," said Mr. Crew Crab humorously. "Baby, if I could only cop that coin I was talking to a guy about today, we'd step pretty, you and me. $1,000. There's the paper, see? Good description of him. Black hair and mustache, black as the devil, fair size, scar over right cheek, curved like a crescent. Can you beat it? That's a giveaway, a scar like that. Was he within 100 miles? I don't mind saying I could spot this bird like a shot. But there's no luck that way. Some dick with half my brains'll get that coin way out in the woolies. Chap I was chinnin' with today says, "What if this bird was right in the hotel? It'd be a good place to hide." That's brains, eh? The way some people let their chins wag would paralyze you. Baby, I'm a man of few words. Deeds, not words, is the motto I was brought up on since infancy. Baby, if I ever land anything like this, he hit the paper, you and me'll step a cakewalk to the altar and shuffle names. The blonde's eyes were fixed upon him with the horrid fascination of one seeing visiting cards with Crew Crab on them. The vision held her silent for the moment. Mr. Crew Crab continued, "If I could lay a single finger on this bird, he'd look cheap, cheap all the way." Mr. Crew Crab's finger, as it happened, was at that moment poking open the letter he had forgotten. It was a mechanical movement, as was the pulling forth of the letter inside. A queer look overcame him. He paled. The words moved before him like living things. "Watch your step. The $1,000 on his head man is in your hotel. If you want to be in on this, look for instructions under the fifth palm in Peacock Alley. One interested in your career. It was on delicately scented paper. The hand was apparently a feminine scrawl. Mr. Crewcrab felt at once elated and faint. He waved a hand at the blonde. "Gotta go," he said, chokingly. "See you again, girlie. I'm on the trail of money." He moved off. The blonde flirted her head. "Yeah," she said to her reflection in her purse mirror. "On the trail of money is good. The big boob got a letter from some dame. Crab is good. He's fishy, all right." The house detective, however, had no thoughts to waste on her now. $1,000 were in prospect, and the prestige that such a capture would give him. Desire ran ahead of his intelligence. This might very well be a poor joke on someone's part. It was like a treasure hunt being sent to the fifth palm in Peacock Alley. The alley, as it was popularly known, ran from the end of the lobby in narrow splendor to the dining room. On either side were luxurious chairs and couches where one might sit at meal hours and watch the great and the near-great parade like peacocks to be fed by a keeper. Finding the fifth palm, Mr. Crewcrab had little difficulty in discovering a further note, thrust out of sight, but easily revealing itself to the initiate. He tore it open and read, "Room number 314. Knock before entering, and watch for further instructions. $1,000 hangs on it. An admirer." Mr. Crewcrab, placing his large nose against the paper, sniffed, again identifying that delicate scent. An admirer? Some lady who desired to help him. Straightening his shoulders and putting on an air of extreme efficiency and courage, lest the lady be watching from some seclusion, he strode down Peacock Alley and sought the room clerk. "Who's number 314? he asked. 314? Just taken. Name? demanded Mr. Crewcrab hoarsely. "Name of Blaine," said the clerk. "Why, what's up?" But Mr. Crewcrab had departed. He was heading for the elevator. "Just taken. There must be something in this after all." He stepped into a waiting elevator. "Third floor," said Mr. Crewcrab imperiously. Little Mr. Blaine sat on the least comfortable chair in a room so luxuriously appointed that at first he could do nothing but stare at the splendor and murmur to himself, "My gumdrops, if only Martha could see this. My gumdrops, if it don't beat all." Behind this perhaps superficial wonder whirled a maze of conflicting emotions, which, not being able either to catalogue or subdue, he pushed from him. In the last 10 minutes, things had happened to him. Here he was, in undisputed possession of this splendid room, and his bag, his galoshes, his umbrella, his second-best suit, his picture of Martha tinted, his nightwear and his toilet accessories were all in a fifth-floor room in Brown's Commercial and Family Hotel, 7 blocks away. He could still hear the quiet, convincing voice of the pleasant-faced gentleman stating, "Mr. Blaine, you will forgive my interference in your affairs, but you are about to be fleeced by men too crooked to be crooks. I don't ask you to take my word, I do ask. But are you rooming in this hotel?" "No, sir," said Mr. Blaine weakly. "I'm at Brown's." "Oh, my dear sir, oh, my dear sir," the pleasant gentleman had protested, "won't do at all. You must move in here immediately. You must meet men like these on their own level. A man of your intelligence, Mr. Blaine, will see that at once. Let me recommend either room 514 or 314. All the upper 14s have a good view. I'm in 415 myself. I'll wait here while you book it. And do make haste. There's not a moment to lose." It was useless for Mr. Blaine to protest. His protests against life had never been heeded much, and this nice gentleman was evidently his friend. "You book," said the gentleman, "right over there, and say nothing why except that you are changing your hotel. They'll send for your things later if you wish. But hurry, please. These gentlemen who wish to fleece you will be out of the dining room any moment, and you must be prepared to meet them in a proper background. A man of your evident intelligence, Mr. Blaine, can see that right away." Properly pleased at this fair estimate, Mr. Blaine suffered his feet to carry him to the desk. 514, said the room clerk. Taken, I'm afraid. 314? Yes, that's a good room. Nice view, as you say. And vacant. You want your luggage sent for? He struck a bell. Mr. Blaine, placing on the page of the register, opened for him a signature that would have wiped out his and Martha's savings had he written it a short time before, when requested, meekly followed the boy to the elevator. He looked around for the pleasant-faced gentleman who had tipped him off to this, but could see him nowhere. A slight perturbation filled him, a hesitation, but with this uniformed juvenile barging on ahead, there was no drawing back. So here he was. It was all very confusing, but not finally unpleasant. He only wished Martha could see this room. A gentle breeze of early summer moved to him through the open window, which had two advantages: a far view over a public square now spattered with lights in the dusk, and the iron security of a fire escape that continued up above and led down below. Martha had said to be sure and locate the fire escape first off, and to have his trousers and slippers handy at night. The soft wind came pleasantly in at the window, and then, suddenly, unbelievingly and terrifyingly, it was borne in upon Mr. Blaine that something more than early summer air had come in the window. "Make no outcry," said a cool voice. "Not a hair of your head will be hurt if you keep cool and do as I say." Mr. Blaine, stricken beyond the point of vocalization, his few hairs standing up on his baldish pate, gave a look, and fainted away. And at that moment, a gentle knocking sounded outside his door. The knuckles of House Detective Crewcrab, having achieved nothing by gentleness, became more insistent and, this failing, he called the floor manageress and opened the door with the master key. Imperiously bidding the lady of the keys to stand aside out of danger, Mr. Crewcrab made a cautious but impressive entrance to find, as he thought, a little and most unimpressive man asleep in a chair. A moment later the true situation was revealed. "Water, brandy, stimulants," ordered Mr. Crewcrab with quick intelligence. "No, hold on, the guy's coming round." Little Mr. Blaine blinked up into the face of the detective, and seeing what he did, was about to faint away again, when the sight of the floor manageress with a glass of water revived him. Mrs. Scruton, the manageress, reminded him of Martha. She was at once efficient and homely. Mr. Blaine made sounds in his throat. Eventually he managed words. "A man," he said, "through the window, off the fire escape." Mr. Crewcrab caught the victim ungently by the shoulder. "Quick! Describe him." "Dark," said Mr. Blaine, waving his hands as if to push the mental vision away. "Very dark, and a terrible scar on his cheek. Horrible." "Lovely," amended Mr. Crewcrab eagerly. He dashed to the window. Against the steel blue of the sky, the fire escape hung in uncompromising ugliness. Perhaps it struck Mr. Crewcrab as sinister, for he hung back, then very cautiously peered out. Sufficient light enabled him to see that nothing noteworthy menaced him in the space between here and the roof. So, cautiously, he swung a leg out and let his body follow. Little Mr. Blaine, staggering forward but remaining at a discreet distance, stood watching this exit, wringing his hands. Encouraged by the fact that no shots or other dangers met him, Mr. Crewcrab, disliking the darkness below, chose to go above. If there had been any hesitation in this course, it was swept away by a sudden call from above him. "Help, help, help!" Startled, he turned his eyes upward and beheld from a window above a tousled head outthrust. With instant courage, Mr. Crewcrab responded. Running up the intervening flight of iron steps, he flung himself into the room through the window opened widely to him, from which the human presence had now gone. As he effected his entrance, he heard the slam of a door, and was confronted by a gentleman in pajamas and a dressing gown, who cried, "Gone! Gone? A dark man with a scar. I saw that very clearly as he passed that mirror there. He came in through the window." The detective raced to the door and flung it open. "Which way?" "I couldn't say. He slammed the door right in front of me." Mr. Crewcrab, running up and down a little like an overheated hen, made inquiries hither and yon, asking maids, elevator boys, and bellhops. Then, returning, he inquired, "What did he do?" "He came in through the window and went directly to the door. I'd gotten into my night things a bit early and had been lying on the bed a few minutes before all this happened. Why?" cried Mr. Crewcrab. "It's you. Sure, it's me," said Mr. Filibus with ungrammatical humility, and then aggrievedly, "If that isn't the guy for whom the $1,000 reward is offered, I'll eat my dressing gown. I told you, didn't I? He might hide around here." "Yeah," said Mr. Crewcrab, ruminating. "So you did. How did you get that way?" Mr. Filibus looked the detective squarely in the eye. "Between you and me," he confided, "I saw something that looked like him once before I spoke to you that way. Only you know how it is. It's hard to believe that kind of thing. But I thought it was no harm hinting it to you. Say, this place seems full of crooks. I saved a little country chap from your friend Grugery just now. Got him away and suggested he take a room here. He's in 314 or 514, whichever. I'm going to keep an eye on him." "What's the matter?" Mr. Crewcrab choked. 314. "Is that where he is?" asked Mr. Filibus. "That's where the dark guy with the scar's just been in to scare the wits out of him." "No!" cried Mr. Filibus. "Is it possible? Poor little fellow. He'll think I'm putting one over on him." "How did you know?" "Got a note? From a lady, I guess," said Mr. Crewcrab. "Tipped me off to go to 314. There's something," he declared intelligently, "fishy about this." Mr. Filibus threw up his hands. "Fishy? It beats Hannah. The place must be full of crooks." "Look here," he said eagerly. "Can I help you? I've laid eyes on this dark chap with the scar, and after all, there's 1,000 in it for someone." Mr. Crewcrab nodded hesitantly. He was seeing the little blonde below stepping with him to the altar, and he didn't like the idea of a 50-50 split with this chap. However, "All right," he said. "What had we better do first?" "That's for you to say," said Mr. Filibus graciously, conceding Mr. Crewcrab's professional status. "But I feel I ought to look up little Mr. Blaine in 314 and apologize or something. What a thing to happen." "I'll go with you," said Mr. Crewcrab. "Do you suppose Grugery's putting one over on Mr. Filibus?" asked Mr. Filibus. "I don't trust that man. Even that reward. I'd like to see the color of his money." "That," agreed the detective, his eyes gleaming, "ain't so bad an idea either. He's a slick guy, all right." Mr. Grugery and his companions, having been left at the table by Mr. Blaine when the latter was ready for the plucking, had their moment of nervousness. The idea that anybody in this world, save those seeking a victim, should want little Mr. Blaine was preposterous. Their eyes at first concentrated dismally on the dotted line still lacking the signature of Mr. Blaine, were raised at last in speculative inquiry. "He'll be back," said Grugery. But uncomfortably they watched the door. "We'll go and see," he added at last. They searched the lobby. They made inquiries of a clerk. "Why, yes, sir. Mr. Blaine has gone up to his room." "Room?" repeated Mr. Grugery, his brows agitated. "His room. Why, he's staying at. He just booked here. Mr. Blaine is in 314, sir. Front. Boy, show these gentlemen to 314. Little Mr. Blaine was still undergoing severe palpitations of the heart when his visitors were announced. He regarded them as a man might creatures of his past suddenly summoned up. Mr. Grugery, with his acute perception, leaped at once to the only logical conclusion. "Mr. Blaine, I'm sorry. You are ill. You've been taken ill. You had to take a room." "Ill?" Mr. Blaine grasped at the word. It expressed so many things he felt. At remembrance of his terrible experience, at sight of these men who would have his signature for his and Martha's money. "Do sit down," urged Mr. Grugery blandly. "Is it your heart, Mr. Blaine?" Mr. Blaine gulped and spoke the first words that occurred. "I've been held up." "Held up? A man, a terrible criminal, in my window." Mr. Blaine waved an arm feebly. "A dark man with a scar on his face." Grugery leaped to his feet. "What?" he roared. "Tell me, where is he? Where did he go?" A voice spoke from the doorway. None had heard a quick preliminary knock nor the opening of the door. "He came up the fire escape and in through my window," said Mr. Philibus calmly. "Hello, Mr. Grugery. I think you're likely to have to turn over that $1,000 reward any time now." "I'd give it gladly," roared Mr. Grugery, facing the intruders fiercely, "to lay hands on that fellow." "Cash?" asked Mr. Philibus mildly. "Cash!" roared Mr. Grugery. "There's danger in it," said Mr. Philibus. "I'd like to see the color of the money before I risk my neck on fire escapes and maybe get plugged. Eh, Crew Crab?" The house detective's face brightened. "Sure. That's only fair, Mr. Grugery. If you really mean to put this up." He rubbed his hands a little. He felt it would be inspiring to see the actual 1,000 before undertaking further action. Mr. Crew Crab had a great respect for his own skin. Grugery glared. "You don't trust me, eh? All right, Graham, lend me your pen. I'll write a check. They'll cash it for me below. The office knows me well enough." The office indeed proved obliging. Mr. Grugery returned to display a thick pile of 20s and 10s that made Mr. Crew Crab's head swim. "There's one thing we mustn't forget," suggested Mr. Philibus gently. "I'm not a prophet or the son of one, but I'll wager my last shirt to a decayed onion that Crook isn't far off yet, Mr. Grugery. I shouldn't be surprised if he's looking at that wad of yours right now, sir. By Jove, I was sure I saw him just now at the window." Mr. Philibus was both excited and truthful, having caught his own reflection there. Everyone, with instant accord, looked toward that window in which the wanted man had come. The darkness held a brooding and sinister suggestion of evil. Little Mr. Blaine made throaty cries of alarm. "Let him just try and get it," snapped Grugery. "I only asked the chance to try conclusions with him again." "And I'm here," supplemented Mr. Crew Crab with due modesty. "That guy don't put nothing over me while I'm alive and in my right mind." "No, sir." Mr. Philibus coughed slightly behind his hand. He remained for a moment gravely in thought. "Suppose," he said slowly, "I ask your advice, Mr. Crew Crab. Suppose we were to bait the trap. If Mr. Grugery will risk his money for a short while with Mr. Blaine, you, of course, anticipate me, Mr. Crew Crab." Mr. Crew Crab felt flattered but dumb. Then the thing dawned on him. He chuckled. "That's just my idea," he said. "We'll turn over this money to Mr. Blaine, or Mr. Grugery will, as if it was a business deal, see? And then Mr. Grugery follows us out here into the hall. Mr. Blaine steps in here and counts the money careful and puts it in his pocket. If that don't bring the rat out of his hole, I'm a dumb bell." Mr. Grugery was ready for any expedient. Little Mr. Blaine made bleating sounds, but, a bit like a man in a dream, accepted the money with trembling fingers. As they left him, he sat staring at it like a wooden Indian. "Now I," said Mr. Philibus thoughtfully, "had better go back to bed. The fellow came through my window before, and he may again. I'd better give no indication anything has happened. I'll just lie there peacefully again, with the window open. Crew Crab, you might post somebody outside my door, in case I need help. I'll lock the door, as he might try to use my room as an escape again. But it might be as well to have reinforcements outside, say a boy who could summon help from you below." "Sure," said Crew Crab. "I'll put a bellhop on it." Mr. Philibus nodded. "They say lightning never strikes twice in the same place. But this chap's a bold, bad un, or I miss my guess. And it's as well we should be prepared. Shouldn't we have someone watching on the fire escape? Said the detective. Mr. Philibus looked at him in patient reproach. If I were a crook, he said simply, I'd postpone operations if somebody was sitting waiting to pinch me on the fire escape. Something in that, agreed Mr. Crewcrab quickly. Well, we'll be all set for the first sign of alarm from Mr. Blaine. Right outside his door we'll be. Once inside his room, Mr. Philibus, crawling for a moment into bed as if in support of the cause of truth and honesty, slipped presently out the far side and, over his pajamas, drew on an old pair of trousers, a coat, and a muffler to protect his neck. Standing for a moment before his mirror, he performed an operation that a lightning change artist, and indeed he was one, might envy. Mr. Philibus, $1,000 man, made a few mysterious passes with his hands, on the tips of whose fingers was a preparation of his own perfecting. The result made him sallow-looking. A similar additional operation provided lines to his face that lent a gauntness, and a final one gave the similitude of a scar across his right cheekbone. Taking from a carefully locked but unobtrusive and rather battered suitcase a hat with wig attached, he pulled it on his head and became in every sense a dark and rather sinister person. All this had been a matter almost more of seconds than minutes. Pulling on a pair of old boots over socks into which the ends of his genteel pajamas were thrust, he moved softly to the window. The bellhop might have sharp ears. There was, fortunately, no keyhole aperture for the fellow to be curious with. Then he stepped onto the fire escape. The night was graciously dark now. He maneuvered with care and arrived outside 314. Peering through the lighted window, he could see little Mr. Blaine sitting like a rabbit paralyzed by impending danger. The ears of the little man fairly stood up, and his hair seemed on the verge of declaring a sympathetic uprising. In his hands, clutched tightly as if it were stage money and he a novice upon whom the curtain had gone up unexpectedly, was that fat wad of 10s and 20s. $1,000 Mr. Josiah J. Gruggeri's promised reward for the apprehension of a dark gentleman with a scar. Mr. Philibus, feeling a certain tenderness toward little Mr. Blaine, hesitated in his course. Then, thinking of the widows and orphans, the gentle souls of every sex who had suffered to provide themselves with handsomely engraved and worthless certificates for oil shares, and Mr. Gruggeri and his associates with this $1,000, he girded himself, and stooping picked up a stage prop he had previously planted conveniently to hand under the window on the fire escape. Little Mr. Blaine, wondering why he had ever left Martha and embarked on this city venture, conscious of the wad of bills in his hand, conscious of the support of the men who waited outside the door, was still more, and in fact supremely conscious of that window. His gaze was riveted on it. His tongue explored the length of his dry lips, and suddenly his tongue seemed to get stuck, hard and fast between his lips. On the end of a thin stick of sorts, propelled by an unseen hand, a largish oblong of cardboard had appeared. It said, "Silence, and you will not be harmed." Mr. Blaine's mind compassed all the events of an innocent life in a moment of time. He thought of how he had said nasty things to Martha about her married sister, and how once he had thrown shoes at a neighbor's cat. He decided to cling to life. He stared with horror at the slow, cautious entrance of a dark man with a scarred cheek. This second sight of him was no more pleasing than the first. He was coming nearer. It was too much for Mr. Blaine. His mouth opened to make an outcry. Instead, some black wave smote the back of his neck, and, with the banknotes drifting from him to the floor, Mr. Blaine fainted dead away for the second time. Mr. Philibus, stooping to pick up the bills, hesitated. It was easy now, too easy. He had counted on an alarm at the least. It was desirable that others besides little Mr. Blaine should see and recognize the criminal. Mr. Philibus looked up sharply, and, suddenly, reaching out an arm to the table nearby, he swept from it the small bronze statue of a lightly clad lady bearing aloft a lighted torch. It landed on the floor with a report just like a revolver shot. Instantly the door burst open. Mr. Crewcrab, scenting both danger and $1,000, led the van, but cautiously, revolver in hand. "There he is!" The shout came from four throats simultaneously. The dark gentleman with the scar regarded them mockingly from the window, his head within but his body safely outside. "Shoot!" cried Grudgerry. "Dead or alive?" The window came down with a crash, putting only the insecurity of a pane between Mr. Philibus and his antagonists. Mr. Crewcrab's revolver went up, but before he could steady his hand, agitated by a brain swimming with $1,000 thoughts, the pane was shattered from the outside, and through the jagged aperture came a mocking laugh. Crewcrab shot forward, Grudgerry at his heels. "Mind the glass," shouted Mr. Crewcrab. "Oh, the devil! Stand back!" Reaching out, he thrust the window up, springing from the further shower of splinters, cursing with emphatic protestation at a cut in his wrist. Next moment, he was out on the fire escape. "Got away," he moaned. "That fellow's room. Maybe he's gone that way again." With Grudgerry following, he shot up the escape and into the open window of room 414. "Hello?" cried a sleepy voice from the bed. "What the—" "The man with the scar," cried Crewcrab. "He didn't come in here?" Mr. Philibus stared, blinking sleepily. "I'd have known if he did," he said, grinning. Suddenly Josiah J. Grudgerry, who, as the world knew to its sorrow, was no fool, cried, "I believe you." He did not complete the remark. Dashing to the bed, he threw back the clothes. "I say," protested Mr. Philibus. Mr. Grudgerry drew back abashed. Mr. Philibus's stout body was displayed only in futuristic pajamas. He appealed to Mr. Crewcrab. "What's biting our friend here?" "Dunno," said the house detective blankly. He reproached Mr. Grudgerry. "You know, sir, it don't do to disturb hotel guests that way." "For 2 cents, sir," added Mr. Philibus, now blinking himself properly awake as anyone could see, "I'd bash in your other eye. By the by, where's little Mr. Blaine? Have you left him to the mercy of this crook?" Gently, Mr. Crewcrab explained. Mr. Philibus clucked a sympathetic tongue. "Fainted? Well now, and Mr. Grudgerry's $1,000 gone. A nice name this hotel will get, Mr. Crewcrab, if this kind of thing gets about. If I were you, I'd get Mr. Blaine packed off home. It's no kind of place for him anyway, not with so many crooks around." "So many?" Mr. Crewcrab was blank again. "I saved Mr. Blaine from one already tonight," said Mr. Philibus placidly. "I got him away about the time he was going to sign his poor little legacy away for non-existent oil. It was I, as he will, no doubt, tell you when you question him, who suggested he take a room here and go at this matter quietly. So you see," said Mr. Philibus humbly, "I feel quite guilty about what happened to him afterward." He turned to Mr. Grudgerry, who had halted in his investigation of the room to absorb this last comment. "Is the gentleman looking for something?" Mr. Grudgerry drew nearer the bed and swore in an ungentlemanly fashion. "I believe you're a crook," he began, but Mr. Philibus interrupted. "I know you're one," he said gently. "I don't like anything about you. I don't like your face. I don't like your morals. I don't like your long nose. I don't like your bald head. I don't like the way you come in disturbing a gentleman's sleep. In fact, let me warn you that, unless Mr. Crewcrab takes you away, something nasty might happen to you. I can stand so much and no more. Get out now. Go and find your $1,000 crook. I wouldn't raise a hand any more to help catch him for you. Not a finger. Get out of here. I'm sleepy. And if you try to trick little Blaine with any of your slick work, I won't answer for myself. Get out of here." Mr. Grugery, mumbling things not nice for a gentleman's ears, withdrew together with Mr. Crewcrab. "Woof," said Mr. Philibus softly. Mr. Grugery swung around, decided he had imagined something, and before Mr. Philibus's baleful glance retired, closing the door. For a long time Mr. Philibus lay staring up at the ceiling and chuckling a little to himself. Then, making sure that no one was at the window or on the fire escape, he drew from under the mattress a coat and pair of trousers, and a hat with a wig attached. "Ruined, I'm afraid," he said dolefully, regarding the latter. "Ah, well, lucky," he said. "Old Nosey didn't look too far. Hadn't time to clean the basin up." He went over now and took from the water, still warm, standing in the basin, a washcloth, carefully rinsing from it a dusky look that clung to it, and some stains that might easily have come from the removal of an artificial scar. "Quick work, old boy," approved Mr. Philibus, gazing in his mirror, "but worth it in more ways than this." He took from the pocket of the discarded trousers a fat wad of bills in 10s and 20s. "It's not robbery," he said. "It's a reward." He offered it for the chance to get his hands on this awful crook who bashed him up before. But what a pity I couldn't have closed the other eye for him. Ah, well. Taking the money with him, he climbed into bed, shut off the night light that was burning, and pleasantly anticipated the delights of that slumber. "As the dear old blacksmith said," murmured Mr. Philibus sleepily, "something attempted, something done, has earned a night's repose." End of Mr. Philibus, $1,000 Man by Leslie Gordon Barnard. The Bronze Door by Raymond Chandler. Chapter 1. The little man was from the Calabar coast, or from Papua or Tongatabu, some such remote place like that. An empire builder frayed at the temples, thin and yellow, and slightly drunk at the club bar. And he was wearing a faded school tie he had probably kept year after year in a tin box, so the centipedes wouldn't eat it. Mr. Sutton Cornish didn't know him, at least not then, but he knew the tie because it was his own school tie. So he spoke to the man timidly, and the man talked to him, being a little drunk and not knowing anybody. They had drinks and talked of the old school, in that peculiar remote way the English have, without even exchanging names, but quite friendly underneath. It was a big thrill for Mr. Sutton Cornish, because nobody ever talked to him at the club except the servants. He was too defeated, too ingrowing. And you don't have to talk to people in London clubs. That's what they're for. Mr. Sutton Cornish got home to tea a little thick-tongued for the first time in 15 years. He sat there blankly in the upstairs drawing-room, holding his cup of tepid tea and going over the man's face in his mind, making it younger and chubbier, a face that would go over an Eton collar or under a school cricket cap. Suddenly he got it and chuckled. That was something he hadn't done in a good few years either. "Llewellyn, my dear," he said, "Llewellyn minor, had an elder brother, killed in the war, in the horse artillery." Mrs. Sutton Cornish stared at him bleakly across the heavily embroidered tea cozy. Her chestnut-colored eyes were dull with disdain, dried-out chestnuts, not fresh ones. The rest of her large face looked gray. The late October afternoon was gray, and the heavy, full-bottomed, monogrammed curtains across the windows. Even the ancestors on the walls were gray, all except the bad one, the general. The chuckle died in Mr. Sutton Cornish's throat. The long gray stare took care of that. Then he shivered a little, and as he wasn't very steady, his hand jerked. He emptied his tea on the rug, almost delicately, cup and all. "Oh, rot," he said thickly. "Sorry, me dear. Missed me trousers, though. Awfully sorry, me dear." For a full minute Mrs. Sutton Cornish made only the sound of a large woman breathing. Then suddenly things began to tinkle on her, to tinkle and rustle and squeak. She was full of quaint noises like a haunted house, but Mr. Sutton Cornish shuddered because he knew she was trembling with rage. "Ah, H. she breathed out very, very slowly after a long time in her firing squad manner. "I-H-H. Intoxicated, James?" Something stirred suddenly at her feet. Teddy, the Pomeranian, stopped snoring and lifted his head and smelled blood. He let out a short snapping bark, merely a ranging shot, and waddled to his feet. His protuberant brown eyes stared malignantly at Mr. Sutton Cornish. "I'd better ring the bell, my dear," Mr. Sutton Cornish said humbly, and stood up. "Hadn't I?" She didn't answer him. She spoke to Teddy instead, softly, a sort of doughy softness, with something sadistic in it. "Teddy," she said softly, "look at that man. Look at that man, Teddy." Mr. Sutton Cornish said thickly, "Now don't let him snap at me, my dear. Don't let him snap at me, please, my dear." No answer. Teddy braced himself and leered. Mr. Sutton Cornish tore his eyes away and looked up at the bad ancestor, the general. The general wore a scarlet coat with a diagonal blue sash across it, rather like a bar sinister. He had the whiny complexion generals used to have in his day. He had a lot of very fruity-looking decorations and a bold stare, the stare of an unrepentant sinner. The general was no violet. He had broken up more homes than he had fought duels, and he had fought more duels than he had won battles, and he had won plenty of battles. Looking up at the bold-veined face, Mr. Sutton Cornish braced himself, leaned down and took a small triangular sandwich from the tea table. "Here, Teddy," he gulped. "Catch, boy, catch." He threw the sandwich. It fell in front of Teddy's little brown paws. Teddy snuffled it languidly and yawned. He had his meals served to him on china, not thrown at him. He sidled innocently over to the edge of the rug and suddenly pounced on it, snarling. "At table, James," Mrs. Sutton Cornish said slowly and dreadfully. Mr. Sutton Cornish stood on his teacup. It broke into thin, light slivers of fine china. He shuddered again. But now was the time. He started quickly toward the bell. Teddy let him get almost there, still pretending to worry the fringe of the rug. Then he spit out a piece of fringe and charged low and soundlessly, his small feet like feathers in the nap of the rug. Mr. Sutton Cornish was just reaching for the bell. Small bright teeth tore rapidly and expertly at a pearl-gray spat. Mr. Sutton Cornish yelped, pivoted swiftly, and kicked. His neat shoe flashed in the gray light. A silky brown object sailed through the air and landed gobbling. Then there was a quite indescribable stillness in the room, like the silence in the innermost room of a cold storage warehouse at midnight. Teddy whimpered once, artfully, crept along the floor with his body close to it, crept under Mrs. Sutton Cornish's chair. Her purplish-brown skirts moved, and Teddy's face emerged slowly, framed in silk, the face of a nasty old woman with a shawl over her head. "Caught me off balance," Mr. Sutton Cornish mumbled, leaning against the mantelpiece. "Didn't mean, never intended." Mrs. Sutton Cornish rose. She rose with the air of gathering a retinue about her. Her voice was the cold bleat of a foghorn on an icy river. "Chinverley," she said. "I shall leave at once for Chinverley. At once. This hour. Drunk, filthily drunk in the middle of the afternoon, kicking little inoffensive animals. Vile, utterly vile. Open the door." Mr. Sutton Cornish staggered across the room and opened the door. She went out. Teddy trotted beside her, on the side away from Mr. Sutton Cornish, and for once he didn't try to trip her in the doorway. Outside she turned slowly as a liner turns. "James," she said, "have you anything to say to me?" He giggled from pure nervous strain. She looked at him horribly, turned again, said over her shoulder, "This is the end, James, the end of our marriage." Mr. Sutton Cornish said appallingly, "Goodness, my dear, are we married?" She started to turn again, but didn't. A sound like somebody being strangled in a dungeon came from her. Then she went on. The door of the room hung open like a paralyzed mouth. Mr. Sutton Cornish stood just inside it, listening. He didn't move until he heard steps on the floor above, heavy steps, hers. He sighed and looked down at his torn spat. Then he crept downstairs, into his long, narrow study beside the entrance hall, and got at the whiskey. He hardly noticed the sounds of departure, luggage being descended, voices, the throbbing of the big car out in front, voices, the last bark from Teddy's iron old throat. The house grew utterly silent. The furniture waited with its tongue in its cheek. Outside, the lamps were lit in a light fog. Taxis hooted along the wet street. The fire died low in the grate. Mr. Sutton Cornish stood in front of it, swaying a little, looking at his long gray face in the wall mirror. "Take a little stroll," he whispered wryly. "You and me. Never was anyone else, was there?" He sneaked out into the hall without Collins, the butler, hearing him. He got his scarf and overcoat and hat on, grasped his stick and gloves, let himself out silently into the dusk. He stood a little while at the bottom of the steps and looked up at the house. No. 14 Grinling Crescent. His father's house, his grandfather's house, his great-grandfather's house. All he had left. The rest was hers. Even the clothes he wore, the money in his bank account. But the house was still his, at least in name. 4 white steps, as spotless as the souls of virgins, leading up to an apple-green, deep-paneled door, painted as things used to be painted long ago in the age of leisure. It had a brass knocker and a thumb latch above the handle and one of those bells you twisted, instead of pushing or pulling them, and it rang just on the other side of the door rather ridiculously. If you were not used to it. He turned and looked across the street at the little railed-in park always kept locked, where on sunny days the small, prim children of Grinling Crescent walked along the smooth paths, around the little ornamental lake, beside rhododendron bushes, holding the hands of their nursemaids. He looked at all this a little wanly, then he squared his thin shoulders and marched off into the dusk, thinking of Nairobi and Papua and Tongatabu. Thinking of the man in the faded school tie who would go back there presently, wherever it was he came from, and lie awake in the jungle, thinking of London. Chapter 2. "Keb, sir?" Mr. Sutton Cornish stood on the edge of the curb and stared. The voice came from above, one of those wind-husked, beery voices you don't hear very often anymore. It came from the driver's seat of a hansom cab. The hansom cab had come out of the darkness, sliding oilily along the street on high rubber-tired wheels, the horse's hoofs making a slow, even clop-clop that Mr. Sutton Cornish hadn't noticed until the driver called down to him. It looked real enough. The horse had time-worn black blinkers and the characteristic well-fed and yet somehow dilapidated look that cab horses used to have. The half-doors of the hansom were folded back, and Mr. Sutton Cornish could see the quilted gray upholstery inside. The long reins were riddled with cracks, and following them upward, he saw the beefy driver, the wide-brimmed coachman's topper he wore, the huge buttons on the upper part of his greatcoat, and the well-worn blanket that swathed the lower part of him round and round. He held his long whip lightly and delicately, as a hansom driver should hold his whip. The trouble was that there weren't any more hansom cabs. Mr. Sutton Cornish gulped, slipped a glove off and reached out to touch the wheel. It was cold, very solid, wet with the muddy slime of the city streets. "Doubt if I've ever seen one of these since the war," he said out loud very steadily. "What war, governor?" Mr. Sutton Cornish started. He touched the wheel again, then he smiled, slowly and carefully drew his glove on again. "I'm getting in," he said. "Steady there, Prince," the driver wheezed. The horse switched his long tail contemptuously, telling him to be steady. Mr. Sutton Cornish climbed in over the wheel, rather clumsily, because one had lost the knack of that art these many years. He closed the half-doors around in front of him, leaned back against the seat in the pleasant harness-room smell. The trap opened over his head, and the driver's large nose and alcoholic eyes made an improbable picture in the opening, like a deep-sea fish staring you down through the glass wall of an aquarium. "Where to, governor?" "Well, Soho." It was the most foreign place he could think of for a hansom cab to go to. The cabman's eyes stared down at him. "Won't like it there, governor. Too many Dagos." "I don't have to like it," Mr. Sutton Cornish said bitterly. The cabman stared down at him a little longer. "Yus," he said. "Soho. Wardour Street like, right you are, governor." The trap slammed shut, the whip flicked delicately beside the horse's right ear, and motion came to the hansom cab. Mr. Sutton Cornish sat perfectly still, his scarf tight around his thin neck and his stick between his knees and his gloved hands clasped on the crook of the stick. He stared mutely out into the mist, like an admiral on the bridge. The horse clop-clop out of Grinling Crescent, through Belgrave Square, over to Whitehall, up to Trafalgar Square, across that to St. Martin's Lane. It went neither fast nor slow, and yet it went as fast as anything else went. It moved without sound, except for the clop-clop, across a world that stank of gasoline fumes and charred oil, that shrilled with whistles and hooted with horns, and nobody seemed to notice it, and nothing seemed to get in its way. That was rather amazing, Mr. Sutton Cornish thought. But after all, a hansom cab had nothing to do with that world. It was a ghost, an underlayer of time, the first writing on a palimpsest, brought out by ultraviolet light in a darkened room. "You know," he said, speaking to the horse's rump, because there wasn't anything else there to speak to, "things might happen to a man if a man would just let them happen." The long whip flicked by Prince's ear as lightly as a trout fly flicking at a small dark pool under a rock. "They already have," he added glumly. The cab slowed along a curb, and the trap snapped open again. "Well, here we are, governor. How about one of them little French dinners for 18 pence? You know, governor, 6 courses of nothing at all. You have one on me, and then I have one on you, and we're still hungry. How about it?" A very chill hand clutched at Mr. Sutton Cornish's heart. 6-course dinners for 18 pence? A handsome cab driver who said, "What war, governor?" 20 years ago, perhaps. "Let me out here," he said shrilly. He threw the doors open, thrust money up at the face in the trap, hopped over the wheel to the sidewalk. He didn't quite run, but he walked pretty fast and close to a dark wall and a little slinkingly. But nothing followed him, not even the clop-clop of the horse's hoofs. He swung around a corner into a narrow, crowded street. The light came from the open door of a shop. "Curios and Antiques," it said on the facade, in letters once gold, heavily Gothic in style. There was a flare on the sidewalk to attract attention, and by this light he read the sign. The voice came from inside, from a little plump man standing on a box who chanted over the heads of a listless crowd of silent, bored, foreign-looking men. The chanting voice held a note of exhaustion and futility. "Now what am I bid, gents? Now what am I bid on this magnificent example of Oriental art? £1 starts the ball rolling, gents. £1 note coin of the realm. Now who says £1, gents? Who says £1? Nobody said anything. The little plump man on the box shook his head, wiped his face with a dirty handkerchief, and drew a long breath. Then he saw Mr. Sutton Cornish standing on the fringe of the little crowd. "How about you, sir?" he pounced. "You look as if you'd a country house. Now that door's made for a country house. How about you, sir? Just give me a start, like." Mr. Sutton Cornish blinked at him. "Eh? What's that?" he snapped. The listless men smiled faintly and spoke among themselves without moving their thick lips. "No offense, sir," the auctioneer chirped. "If you did 'ave a country house, that there door might be just what you could use." Mr. Sutton Cornish turned his head slowly, following the auctioneer's pointing hand, and looked for the first time at the bronze door. Chapter 3. It stood all by itself over against the left-hand wall of the nearly stripped shop. It stood about 2 feet out from the side wall, on its own base. It was a double door, apparently of cast bronze, although from its size that seemed impossible. It was heavily scrolled over with a welter of Arabic script in relief, an endless story that here found no listener, a procession of curves and dots that might have expressed anything from an anthology of the Koran to the by-laws of a well-organized harem. The 2 leaves of the door were only part of the thing. It had a wide, heavy base below and a superstructure topped by a Moorish arch. From the meeting edge of the 2 leaves a huge key stuck out of a huge keyhole, the sort of key a medieval jailer used to wear in enormous clanking bunches on a leather belt around his waist. A key from the yeoman of the guard, a comic opera key. "Oh, that," Mr. Sutton Cornish said in the stillness. "Well, really, you know. I'm afraid not that, you know." The auctioneer sighed. No hope had ever been smaller, probably, but at least it was worth a sigh. Then he picked up something which might have been carved ivory, but wasn't, stared at it pessimistically, and burst out again. "Now here, gents, I hold in my hand one of the finest examples. Mr. Sutton Cornish smiled faintly and skimmed along the cluster of men until he came close to the bronze door. He stood in front of it, leaning on his stick, which was a section of polished rhinoceros hide over a steel core, dull mahogany in color, and a stick even a heavy man could have leaned on. After a while he reached forward idly and twisted the great key. It turned stubbornly, but it turned. A ring beside it was the doorknob. He twisted that too, and tugged one half of the door open. He straightened, and with a pleasantly idle gesture thrust his stick forward through the opening. And then, for the second time that evening, something incredible happened to him. He wheeled sharply. Nobody was paying any attention. The auction was dead on its feet. The silent men were drifting out into the night. In a pause, hammering sounded at the back of the shop. The plump little auctioneer looked more and more as if he were eating a bad egg. Mr. Sutton Cornish looked down at his gloved right hand. There was no stick in it. There was nothing in it. He stepped to one side and looked behind the door. There was no stick there on the dusty floor. He had felt nothing. Nothing had jerked at him. The stick had merely passed part way through the door, and then it had merely ceased to exist. He leaned down and picked up a piece of torn paper, wadded it swiftly into a ball, glanced behind him again, and tossed the ball through the open part of the door. Then he let out a slow sigh in which some Neolithic rapture struggled with his civilized amazement. The ball of paper didn't fall to the floor behind the door. It fell in midair, clean out of the visible world. Mr. Sutton Cornish reached his empty right hand forward and very slowly and carefully pushed the door shut. Then he just stood there and licked his lips. After a while, "Harem door," he said very softly. "Exit door of a harem. Now that's an idea." A very charming idea, too. The silken lady, her night of pleasure with the Sultan over, would be conducted politely to that door and would casually step. Then nothing. No sobbing in the night, no broken hearts, no blackamoor with cruel eyes and a large scimitar, no knotted silk cord, no blood, no dull splash in the midnight Bosphorus, merely nothing. A cool, clean, perfectly timed, and perfectly irrevocable absence of existence. Someone would close the door and lock it and take the key out, and for the time being that would be that. Mr. Sutton Cornish didn't notice the emptying of the shop. Faintly he heard its street door close, but without giving it any meaning. The hammering at the back stopped for a moment, voices spoke. Then steps came near. They were weary steps in the silence, the steps of a man who had had enough of that day, and of many such days. A voice spoke at Mr. Sutton Cornish's elbow, an end-of-the-day voice. "A very fine piece of work, sir. A bit out of my line, to be frank with you." Mr. Sutton Cornish didn't look at him, not yet. "Quite a bit out of anybody's line," he said gravely. "I see it interests you, sir, after all." Mr. Sutton Cornish turned his head slowly. Down on the floor, off his box, the auctioneer was a mere wisp of a man, a shabby, unpressed, red-eyed little man who had found life no picnic. "Yes, but what would one do with it?" Mr. Sutton Cornish asked throatily. "Well, it's a door like any other, sir. Bit heavy, bit queer-like, but still a door like any other." "I wonder," Mr. Sutton Cornish said, still throatily. The auctioneer gave him a swift appraising glance, shrugged and gave it up. He sat down on an empty box, lit a cigarette, and relaxed sloppily into private life. "What are you asking for it?" Mr. Sutton Cornish inquired, quite suddenly. "What are you asking for it, Mr. Skimp, sir? Josiah Skimp." "Well, a 20-pound note, sir? Bronze alone ought to be worth that for artwork." The little man's eyes were glittering again. Mr. Sutton Cornish nodded absently. "I don't know much about that," he said. "'Ell of a lot of it, sir." Mr. Skimp hopped off his box, padded over and heaved the leaf of the door open, grunting. "Beats me how it ever got here. For 7-footers. No door for shrimps like me. Look, sir." Mr. Sutton Cornish had a rather ghastly presentiment, of course, but he didn't do anything about it. He couldn't. His tongue stuck in his throat and his legs were like ice. The comical contrast between the massiveness of the door and his own wisp of a body seemed to amuse Mr. Skimp. His little round face threw back the shadow of a grin. Then he lifted his foot and hopped. Mr. Sutton Cornish watched him, as long as there was anything to watch. In fact, he watched much longer. The hammering at the back of the shop seemed to get quite thunderous in the silence. Once more, after a long time, Mr. Sutton Cornish bent forward and closed the door. This time he twisted the key and dragged it out and put it in his overcoat pocket. "Got to do something," he mumbled. "Got to do, can't let this sort of thing." His voice trailed off, and then he jerked violently as though a sharp pain had shot through him. Then he laughed out loud, off-key. Not a natural laugh, not a very nice laugh. "That was beastly," he said under his breath, "but amazingly funny." He was still standing there rooted when a pale young man with a hammer appeared at his elbow. "Mr. Skimp, step out, sir, or did you notice? We're supposed to be closed up, sir." Mr. Sutton Cornish didn't look up at the pale young man with the hammer. Moving a clammy tongue, he said, "Yes, Mr. Skimp stepped out." The young man started to turn away. Mr. Sutton Cornish made a gesture. "I've bought this door from Mr. Skimp," he said. £20. Will you take the money and my card?" The pale young man beamed, delighted at personal contact with a sale. Mr. Sutton Cornish drew out a note case, extracted 4 5-pound notes from it, also a formal calling card. He wrote on the card with a small gold pencil. His hand seemed surprisingly steady. "No, 14 Grinling Crescent," he said. "Have it sent tomorrow without fail. It's very heavy. I shall pay the drayage, of course. Mr. Skimp will." His voice trailed off again. "Mr. Skimp wouldn't." "Oh, that's all right, sir. Mr. Skimp is my uncle." "Ah, that's too. Well, take this 10-shilling note for yourself, won't you?" Mr. Sutton Cornish left the shop rather rapidly, his right hand clutching the big key down in his pocket. An ordinary taxi took him home to dinner. He dined alone after 3 whiskeys. But he wasn't as much alone as he looked. He never would be any more. Chapter 4. It came the next day, swathed in sacking and bound about with cords, looking like nothing on earth and conducting itself with rather less agility than a concert grand. 4 large men in leather aprons perspired it up the forefront steps and into the hall, with a good deal of sharp language back and forth. They had a light hoist to help them get it off their dray, but the steps almost beat them. Once inside the hall, they got it on 2 dollies, and after that it was just an average, heavy, grunting job. They set it up at the back of Mr. Sutton Cornish's study, across a sort of alcove he had an idea about. He tipped them liberally, they went away, and Collins, the butler, left the front door open for a while to air the place through. Carpenters came. The sacking was stripped off, and a framework was built around the door so that it became part of a partition wall across the alcove. A small door was set in the partition. When the work was done and the mess cleared up, Mr. Sutton Cornish asked for an oil can and locked himself into his study. Then and only then he got out the big bronze key and fitted it again into the huge lock and opened the bronze door wide, both sides of it. He oiled the hinges from the rear, just in case. Then he shut it again and oiled the lock, removed the key and went for a good long walk in Kensington Gardens and back. Collins and the first parlour-maid had a look at it while he was out. Cook hadn't been upstairs yet. "Beats me what the old fool's after," the butler said stonily. "I give him another week, Bruggs. If she's not back by then, I give him my notice. How about you, Bruggs?" "Let him have his fun," Bruggs said, tossing her head. "That old sow he's married to? Bruggs! Tit-tat to you, Mr. Collins," Bruggs said, and flounced out of the room. Mr. Collins remained long enough to sample the whiskey in the big square decanter on Mr. Sutton Cornish's smoking table. In a shallow, tall cabinet in the alcove behind the bronze door, Mr. Sutton Cornish arranged a few odds and ends of old china, and bric-a-brac and carved ivory, and some idols in shiny black wood, very old and unnecessary. It wasn't much of an excuse for so massive a door. He added 3 statuettes in pink marble. The alcove still had an air of not being quite onto itself. Naturally, the bronze door was never open unless the room door was locked. In the morning, Bruggs, or Mary the housemaid, dusted in the alcove, having entered, of course, by the partition door. That amused Mr. Sutton Cornish slightly, but the amusement began to wear thin. It was about 3 weeks after his wife and Teddy left that something happened to brighten him up. A large, tawny man with a waxed mustache and steady gray eyes called on him and presented a card that indicated he was Detective Sergeant Thomas Lloyd of Scotland Yard. He said that one Josiah Skimp, an auctioneer living in Kennington, was missing from his home to the great concern of his family, and that his nephew, one George William Hawkins, also of Kennington, had happened to mention that Mr. Sutton Cornish was present in a shop in Soho on the very night when Mr. Skimp vanished. In fact, Mr. Sutton Cornish might even have been the last person known to have spoken to Mr. Skimp. Mr. Sutton Cornish laid out the whiskey and cigars, placed his fingertips together, and nodded gravely. "I recall him perfectly, Sergeant. In fact, I bought that funny door over there from him. Quaint, isn't it?" The detective glanced at the bronze door, a brief and empty glance. "Out of my line, sir, I'm afraid. I do recall now something was said about the door. They had quite a job moving it. Very smooth whiskey, sir. Very smooth indeed. Help yourself, Sergeant. So Mr. Skimp has run off and lost himself. Sorry I can't help you. I really didn't know him, you know." The detective nodded his large, tawny head. "I didn't think you did, sir. The Yard only got the case a couple of days ago. Routine call, you know. Did he seem excited, for instance?" "He seemed tired," Mr. Sutton Cornish mused. "Very fed up with the whole business of auctioneering, perhaps. I only spoke to him a moment. About that door, you know. A nice little man, but tired." The detective didn't bother to look at the door again. He finished his whiskey and allowed himself a little more. "No family trouble," he said. "Not much money, but who has these days? No scandal. Not a melancholy type, they say. Odd." "Some very queer types in Soho," Mr. Sutton Cornish said mildly. The detective thought it over. "Harmless, though. A rough district once, but not in our time. Might I ask you what you was doing over there, sir?" "Wandering," Mr. Sutton Cornish said. "Just wandering. A little more of this?" "Well, now, really, sir. 3 whiskeys in a morning. Well, just this once, and many thanks to you, sir." Detective Sergeant Lloyd left, rather regretfully. After he had been gone 10 minutes or so, Mr. Sutton Cornish got up and locked the study door. He walked softly down the long, narrow room and got the big bronze key out of his inside breast pocket, where he always carried it now. The door opened noiselessly and easily now. It was well balanced for its weight. He opened it wide, both sides of it. "Mr. Skimp," he said very gently into the emptiness, "you are wanted by the police, Mr. Skimp." The fun of that lasted him well on to lunchtime. Chapter 5. In the afternoon, Mrs. Sutton Cornish came back. She appeared quite suddenly before him in the study, sniffed harshly at the smell of tobacco and scotch, refused a chair, and stood very solid and lowering just inside the closed door. Teddy stood beside her for a moment, then hurled himself at the edge of the rug. "Stop that, you little beast! Stop that at once, darling," Mrs. Sutton Cornish said. She picked Teddy up and stroked him. He lay in her arms and licked her nose and sneered at Mr. Sutton Cornish. "I find," Mrs. Sutton Cornish said, in a voice that had the brittleness of dry suet, "after numerous very boring interviews with my solicitor, that I can do nothing without your help. Naturally, I dislike asking for that." Mr. Sutton Cornish made ineffectual motions towards a chair, and when they were ignored, he leaned resignedly against the mantelpiece. He said he supposed that was so. "Perhaps it has escaped your attention that I am still comparatively a young woman. And these are modern days, James." Mr. Sutton Cornish smiled wanly and glanced at the bronze door. She hadn't noticed it yet. Then he put his head on one side and wrinkled his nose and said mildly, without much interest, "You're thinking of a divorce?" "I'm thinking of very little else," she said brutally. "And you wish me to compromise myself in the usual manner, at Brighton, with a lady who will be described in court as an actress?" She glared at him. Teddy helped her glare. Their combined glare failed even to perturb Mr. Sutton Cornish. He had other resources now. "Not with that dog," he said carelessly when she didn't answer. She made some kind of furious noise, a snort with a touch of snarl in it. She sat down then, very slowly and heavily, a little puzzled. She let Teddy jump to the floor. "Just what are you talking about, James?" she asked witheringly. He strolled over to the bronze door, leaned his back against it, and explored its rich protuberances with a fingertip. Even then she didn't see the door. "You want a divorce, my dear Luella," he said slowly, "so that you may marry another man. There's absolutely no point in it with that dog. I shouldn't be asked to humiliate myself. Too useless. No man would marry that dog." "James, are you attempting to blackmail me?" Her voice was rather dreadful. She almost bugled. Teddy sneaked across to the window curtains and pretended to lie down. "And even if he would," Mr. Sutton Cornish said with a peculiar quiet in his tone, "I oughtn't to make it possible. I ought to have enough human compassion. James, how dare you? You make me physically sick with your insincerity." For the first time in his life, James Sutton Cornish laughed in his wife's face. "Those are 2 or 3 of the silliest speeches I ever had to listen to," he said. "You're an elderly, ponderous, and damned dull woman. Go out and buy yourself a gigolo if you want someone to fawn on you. But don't ask me to make a beast of myself so that he can marry you and throw me out of my father's house. Now run along and take your miserable brown beetle with you." She got up quickly, very quickly for her, and stood a moment almost swaying. Her eyes were as blank as a blind man's eyes. In the silence, Teddy tore fretfully at a curtain, with bitter, preoccupied growls that neither of them noticed. She said very slowly and almost gently, "We'll see how long you stay in your father's house. James Sutton Cornish, pauper." She moved very quickly the short distance to the door, went through and slammed it behind her. The slamming of the door, an unusual event in that household, seemed to awaken a lot of echoes that had not been called upon to perform for a long time, so that Mr. Sutton Cornish was not instantly aware of the small peculiar sound at his own side of the door, a mixture of sniffing and whimpering, with just a dash of growl. Teddy. Teddy hadn't made the door. The sudden, bitter exit had for once caught him napping. Teddy was shut in with Mr. Sutton Cornish. For a little while, Mr. Sutton Cornish watched him rather absently, still shaken by the interview, not fully realizing what had happened. The small, wet, black snout explored the crack at the bottom of the closed door. At moments, while the whimpering and sniffing went on, Teddy turned a reddish-brown outjutting eye, like a fat, wet marble, toward the man he hated. Mr. Sutton Cornish snapped out of it rather suddenly. He straightened and beamed. "Well, well, old man," he purred. "Here we are, and for once without the ladies." Cunning dawned in his beaming eye. Teddy read it and slipped off under a chair. He was silent now, very silent. And Mr. Sutton Cornish was silent as he moved swiftly along the wall and turned the key in the study door. Then he sped back toward the alcove, dug the key of the bronze door out of his pocket, unlocked, and opened that, wide. He sauntered back toward Teddy, beyond Teddy, as far as the window. He grinned at Teddy. "Here we are, old man. Jolly, eh? Have a shot of whiskey, old man?" Teddy made a small sound under the chair, and Mr. Sutton Cornish sidled toward him delicately, bent down suddenly, and lunged. Teddy made another chair farther up the room. He breathed hard, and his eyes stuck out rounder and wetter than ever, but he was silent except for his breathing. And Mr. Sutton Cornish, stalking him patiently from chair to chair, was as silent as the last leaf of autumn falling in slow eddies in a windless copse. At about that time the doorknob turned sharply. Mr. Sutton Cornish paused to smile and click his tongue. A sharp knock followed. He ignored it. The knocking went on sharper and sharper, and an angry voice accompanied it. Mr. Sutton Cornish went on stalking Teddy. Teddy did the best he could, but the room was narrow, and Mr. Sutton Cornish was patient and rather agile when he wanted to be. In the interests of agility, he was quite willing to be undignified. The knocking and calling out beyond the door went on, but inside the room things could only end one way. Teddy reached the sill of the bronze door, sniffed at it rapidly, almost lifted a contemptuous hind leg, but didn't because Mr. Sutton Cornish was too close to him. He sent a low snarl back over his shoulder and hopped that disastrous sill. Mr. Sutton Cornish raced back to the room door, turned the key swiftly and silently, crept over to a chair and sprawled in it laughing. He was still laughing when Mrs. Sutton Cornish thought to try the knob again, found the door yielded this time, and stormed into the room. Through the mist of his grisly, solitary laughter he saw her cold stare, Then he heard her rustling about the room, heard her calling Teddy then. "What's that thing?" He heard her snap suddenly. "What utter foolishness, Teddy! Come, mother's little lamb! Come, Teddy!" Even in his laughter, Mr. Sutton Cornish felt the wing of a regret brush his cheek. Poor little Teddy. He stopped laughing and sat up, stiff and alert. The room was too quiet. "Luella!" he called sharply. No sound answered him. He closed his eyes, gulped, opened them again, crept along the room staring. He stood in front of his little alcove for a long time, peering through that bronze portal at the innocent little collection of trivia beyond. He locked the door with quivering hands, stuffed the key down in his pocket, poured himself a stiff peg of whiskey. A ghostly voice that sounded something like his own, and yet unlike it, said out loud, very close to his ear, "I didn't really intend anything like that. Never, never, oh never, or." After a long pause, "Did I?" Braced by the scotch, he sneaked out into the hall and out of the front door without Collins seeing him. No car waited outside. As luck would have it, she had evidently come up from Chinverley by train and taken a taxi. Of course they could trace the taxi later on when they tried. A lot of good that would do them. Collins was next. He thought about Collins for some time, glancing at the bronze door, tempted a good deal but finally shaking his head negatively. "Not that way," he muttered. "Have to draw the line somewhere. Can't have a procession." He drank some more whiskey and rang the bell. Collins made it rather easy for him. "You rang, sir? What did it sound like?" Mr. Sutton Cornish asked, a little thick-tongued. "Canaries?" Collins' chin snapped back a full 2 inches. "The Dowager won't be here to dinner, Collins. I think I'll dine out, that's all." Collins stared at him. A grayness spread over Collins's face, with a little flush at the cheekbones. "You allude to Mrs. Sutton Cornish, sir?" Mr. Sutton Cornish hiccuped. "Who do you suppose? Gone back to Chinverley to stew in her own juice some more. Ought to be plenty of it." With deadly politeness, Collins said, "I had meant to ask you, sir, whether Mrs. Sutton Cornish would return here, permanently. Otherwise—" "Carry on." Another hiccup. "Otherwise I should not care to remain myself, sir." Mr. Sutton Cornish stood up and went close to Collins and breathed in his face. Haig and Haig, a good breath of the type. "Get out," he rasped. "Get out now. Upstairs with you and pack your things. Your check will be ready for you. A full month. £32 in all, I believe?" Collins stepped back and moved towards the door. "That will suit me perfectly, sir. £32 is the correct amount." He reached the door, spoke again before he opened it. "A reference from you, sir, will not be desired." He went out, closing the door softly. "Ha!" Mr. Sutton Cornish said. Then he grinned slyly, stopped pretending to be angry or drunk, and sat down to write the check. He dined out that night, and the next night, and the next. Cook left on the third day, taking the kitchen maid with her. That left Bruggs and Mary, the housemaid. On the 5th day, Bruggs wept when she gave her notice. "I'd rather go at once, sir, if you'll let me," she sobbed. "There's something creepy-like about the house since Cook and Mr. Collins and Teddy and Mrs. Sutton Cornish left." Mr. Sutton Cornish patted her arm. "Cook and Mr. Collins and Teddy and Mrs. Sutton Cornish," he repeated. If only she could hear that order of precedence. Bruggs stared at him, red-eyed. He patted her arm again. "Quite all right, Bruggs. I'll give you your month. And tell Mary to go too. Think I'll close the house up and live in the south of France for a while. Now don't cry, Bruggs." "No, sir." She bawled her way out of the room. He didn't get to the south of France, of course. Too much fun being right where he was, alone at last in the home of his fathers. Not quite what they would have approved of, perhaps, except possibly the general. But the best he could do. Almost overnight, the house began to have the murmurs of an empty place. He kept the windows closed and the shades down. That seemed to be a gesture of respect he could hardly afford to omit. Chapter 6. Scotland Yard moves with the deadly dependability of a glacier, and at times almost as slowly. So it was a full month and 9 days before Detective Sergeant Lloyd came back to number 14 Grinling Crescent. By that time the front steps had long since lost their white serenity. The apple-green door had acquired a sinister shade of gray. The brass saucer around the bell, the knocker, the big latch, all these were tarnished and stained, like the brass work of an old freighter limping around the horn. Those who rang the bell departed slowly, with backward glances, and Mr. Sutton Cornish would be peeping out at them from the side of a drawn window shade. He concocted himself weird meals in the echoing kitchen, creeping in after dark with ragged-looking parcels of food. Later he would slink out again with his hat pulled low and his overcoat collar up, give a quick glance up and down the street, then scramble off around the corner. The police constable on duty saw him occasionally at these maneuvers and rubbed his chin a good deal over the situation. No longer a study even in withered elegance, Mr. Sutton Cornish became a customer in obscure eating houses where draymen blew on their soup on naked tables in compartments like horse stalls, in foreign cafes where men with blue-black hair and pointed shoes dined interminably over minute bottles of wine, in crowded anonymous tea shops where the food looked and tasted as tired as the people who ate it. He was no longer a perfectly sane man. In his dry, solitary, poisoned laughter, there was the sound of crumbling walls. Even the pinched loafers under the arches of the Thames Embankment, who listened to him because he had sixpences, even these were glad when he passed on, stepping carefully in unshined shoes and lightly swinging the stick he no longer carried. Then, late one night, returning softly out of the dull gray darkness, he found the man from Scotland Yard lurking near the dirty front steps with an air of thinking himself hidden behind the lamp-post. "I'd like a few words with you, sir," he said, stepping forth briskly and holding his hands as though he might have to use them suddenly. "Charmed, I'm sure," Mr. Sutton Cornish chuckled. "Trot right in." He opened the door with his latchkey, switched the light on, and stepped with accustomed ease over a pile of dusty letters on the floor. "Got rid of the servants," he explained to the detective. "Always did want to be alone some day." The carpet was covered with burned matches, pipe ash, torn paper, and the corners of the hall had cobwebs in them. Mr. Sutton Cornish opened his study door, switched the light on in there, and stood aside. The detective passed him warily, staring hard at the condition of the house. Mr. Sutton Cornish pushed him into a dusty chair, thrust a cigar at him, reached for the whiskey decanter. "Business or pleasure this time?" he inquired archly. Detective Sergeant Lloyd held his hard hat on one knee and looked the cigar over dubiously. "Smoke it later, thank you, sir." "Business, I take it. I'm instructed to make inquiries as to the whereabouts of Mrs. Sutton Cornish." Mr. Sutton Cornish sipped whiskey amiably and pointed at the decanter. He took his whiskey straight now. "Haven't the least idea," he said. "Why? Down at Chinverley, I suppose. Country place. She owns it." "It so 'appens she ain't," Detective Sergeant Lloyd said, slipping on an H, which he seldom did any more. "Been a separation, I'm told," he added grimly. "That's our business, old man." "Up to a point, yes, sir. Granted. Not after her solicitor can't find her and she ain't anywhere anybody can find her. Not then. It ain't just your business." Mr. Sutton Cornish thought it over. "You might have something there, as the Americans say," he conceded. The detective passed a large pale hand across his forehead and leaned forward. "Let's have it, sir," he said quietly. "Best in the long run, best for all, nothing to gain by foolishness, the law's the law." "Have some whiskey," Mr. Sutton Cornish said. "Not tonight, I won't," Detective Sergeant Lloyd said grimly. "She left me," Mr. Sutton Cornish shrugged, "and because of that the servants left me. You know what servants are nowadays. Beyond that I haven't an idea." "Oh, use I think you have," the detective said, losing a little more of his West End manner. "No charges have been preferred, but I think you know all right, all right." Mr. Sutton Cornish smiled airily. The detective scowled at him and went on. "We've taken the liberty of watching you, and for a gentleman of your position you've been living a damn queer life, if I may say so." "You may say so, and then you may get to hell out of my house," Mr. Sutton Cornish said suddenly. "Not so fast. Not yet, I won't. Perhaps you would like to search the house. Perhaps I should. Perhaps I shall. No hurry there. Takes time. Sometimes takes shovels." Detective Sergeant Lloyd permitted himself to leer rather nastily. "Seems to me like people does a bit of disappearin' when you 'appen to be around. Take that skimp. Now take Mrs. Sutton Cornish." Mr. Sutton Cornish stared at him with lingering malice. "And in your experience, Sergeant, where do people go when they disappear?" "Sometimes they don't disappear. Sometimes somebody disappears them." The detective licked his strong lips with a slightly cat-like expression. Mr. Sutton Cornish slowly raised his arm and pointed to the bronze door. "You wanted it, Sergeant," he said suavely. "You shall have it. There is where you should look for Mr. Skimp, for Teddy the Pomeranian, and for my wife. There, behind that ancient door of bronze." The detective didn't shift his gaze. For a long moment he didn't change expression. Then, quite amiably, he grinned. There was something else behind his eyes, but it was behind them. "Let's you and me take a nice little walk," he said breezily. "The fresh air would do you a lot of good, sir. Let's—" "There," Mr. Sutton Cornish announced, still pointing with his arm rigid. "Behind that door! Ah. Detective Sergeant Lloyd waggled a large finger roguishly. "Been alone too much, you have, sir. Thinking about things. Do it myself once in a while. Gets a fellow balmy in the crumpet like. Take a nice little walk with me, sir. We could stop somewhere for a nice—" The big tawny man planted a forefinger on the end of his nose and pushed his head back and wiggled his little finger in the air at the same time. But his steady gray eyes remained in another mood. "We'll look at my bronze door first." Mr. Sutton Cornish skipped out of his chair. The detective had him by the arm in a flash. "None of that," he said in a frosty voice. "Hold still, you." "Key in here," Mr. Sutton Cornish said, pointing at his breast pocket, but not trying to get his hand into it. The detective got it out for him, stared at it heavily. "All behind the door on meat hooks," Mr. Sutton Cornish said. "All three. Little meat hook for Teddy. Very large meat hook for my wife. Very large meat hook." Holding him with his left hand, Detective Sergeant Lloyd thought it over. His pale brows were drawn tight. His large, weathered face was grim but skeptical. "No harm to look," he said finally. He marched Mr. Sutton Cornish across the floor, pushed the bronze key into the huge antique lock, twisted the ring, and opened the door. He opened both sides of it. He stood looking into that very innocent alcove with its cabinet of knickknacks and absolutely nothing else. He became genial again. "Meat hooks, did you say, sir? Very cute, if I may say so." He laughed, released Mr. Sutton Cornish's arm, and teetered on his heels. "What the hell's it for?" he asked. Mr. Sutton Cornish doubled over very swiftly and launched his thin body with furious speed at the big detective. "Take a little walk yourself, and find out," he screamed. Detective Sergeant Lloyd was a big and solid man and probably used to being butted. Mr. Sutton Cornish could hardly have moved him 6 inches, even with a running start. But the bronze door had a high sill. The detective moved with the deceptive quickness of his trade, swayed his body just enough, and jarred his foot against the bronze sill. If it hadn't been for that, he would have plucked Mr. Sutton Cornish neatly out of the air and held him squirming like a kitten between his large thumb and forefinger. But the sill jarred him off balance. He stumbled a little and swayed his body completely out of Mr. Sutton Cornish's way. Mr. Sutton Cornish butted empty space, the empty space framed by that majestic door of bronze. He sprawled forward, clutching across the sill. Detective Sergeant Lloyd straightened up slowly, twisted his thick neck, and stared. He moved back a little from the sill so that he could be perfectly certain the side of the door hid nothing from him. It didn't. He saw a cabinet of odd pieces of china, odds and ends of carved ivory and shiny black wood, and on top of the cabinet 3 little statuettes of pink marble. He saw nothing else. There was nothing else in there to see. "Gorblimey," he said at last, violently. At least he thought he said it. Somebody said it. He wasn't quite sure. He was never absolutely sure about anything after that night. Chapter 7. The whiskey looked all right. It smelled all right, too. Shaking so that he could hardly hold the decanter, Detective Sergeant Lloyd poured a little into a glass and took a sip in his dry mouth and waited. After a little while, he drank another spoonful. He waited again. Then he drank a stiff drink, a very stiff drink. He sat down in the chair beside the whiskey and took his large folded cotton handkerchief out of his pocket and unfolded it slowly and mopped his face and neck and behind his ears. In a little while he wasn't shaking quite so much. Warmth began to flow through him. He stood up, drank some more whiskey, then slowly and bitterly moved back down the room. He swung the bronze door shut, locked it, put the key down in his own pocket. He opened the partition door at the side, braced himself, and stepped through into the alcove. He looked at the back of the bronze door. He touched it. It wasn't very light in there, but he could see that the place was empty, except for the silly-looking cabinet. He came out again, shaking his head. "Can't be," he said out loud. "Not a chance. Not 'arf a chance." Then, with the sudden unreasonableness of the reasonable man, he flew into a rage. "If I get ooked for this," he said between his teeth, "I get ooked." He went down to the dark cellar, rummaged around until he found a hand axe and carried it back upstairs. He hacked the woodwork to ribbons. When he was done, the bronze door stood alone on its base, jagged wood all around it, but not holding it any longer. Detective Sergeant Lloyd put the hand axe down, wiped his hands and face on his big handkerchief, and went in behind the door. He put his shoulder to it and set his strong yellow teeth. Only a brutally determined man of immense strength could have done it. The door fell forward with a heavy rumbling crash that seemed to shake the whole house. The echoes of that crash died away slowly, along infinite corridors of unbelief. Then the house was silent again. The big man went out into the hall and had another look out of the front door. He put his coat on, adjusted his hard hat, folded his damp handkerchief carefully, and put it in his hip pocket, lit the cigar Mr. Sutton Cornish had given him, took a drink of whiskey and swaggered to the door. At the door he turned and deliberately sneered at the bronze door, lying fallen but still huge in the welter of splintered wood. "To 'ell with you, whoever you are," Detective Sergeant Lloyd said. "I ain't no bloody primrose." He shut the house door behind him. A little high fog outside, a few dim stars, a quiet street with lighted windows. 2 or 3 cars of expensive appearance, very likely chauffeurs lounging in them, but no one in sight. He crossed the street at an angle and walked along beside the tall iron railing of the park. Faintly through the rhododendron bushes he could see the dull glimmer of the little ornamental lake. He looked up and down the street and took the big bronze key out of his pocket. "Make it a good 'un," he told himself softly. His arm swept up and over. There was a minute splash in the ornamental lake, then silence. Detective Sergeant Lloyd walked on calmly, puffing at his cigar back at the CI. He gave his report steadily, and for the first and last time in his life, there was something besides truth in it. Couldn't raise anybody at the house. All dark. Waited 3 hours. Must all be away. The inspector nodded and yawned. The Sutton Cornish heirs eventually pried the estate out of Chancery, and opened up number 14 Grinling Crescent, and found the bronze door lying in a welter of dust and splintered wood and matted cobwebs. They stared at it goggle-eyed, and when they found out what it was, sent for dealers, thinking there might be a little money in it. But the dealers sighed and said no money in that sort of thing now. Better ship it off to a foundry and have it melted down for the metal. Gets so much a pound. The dealers departed noiselessly with wry smiles. Sometimes when things are a little dull in the missing persons section of the CID, they take the Sutton Cornish file out and dust it off and look through it sourly and put it away again. Sometimes when Inspector, formerly Detective Sergeant, Thomas Lloyd is walking along an unusually dark and quiet street, he will whirl suddenly for no reason at all, and jump to one side with a swift, anguished agility, but there isn't really anybody there.
By Dashiell Hammett. First published Black Mask, March 1925. This story features the Continental Op. We have talked so many times of Mr. Hammett's shrewd, canny sleuth, his hard-boiled detective, etc., that we're at the end of our rope for words to introduce him to new readers. Well, he is a shrewd, canny, hard-boiled sleuth, and this is an exciting tale. Chapter 1. It started in Boston, back in 1917. I ran into Lou Marr on the Tremont Street sidewalk of the Touraine Hotel one afternoon, and we stopped to swap a few minutes' gossip in the snow. I was telling him something or other when he cut in with, "Sneak a look at this kid coming up the street, the one with the dark cap." Looking, I saw a gangling youth of 18 or so, pasty and pimply face, sullen mouth, dull hazel eyes, thick, shapeless nose. He passed the city sleuthing me without attention, and I noticed his ears. They weren't the battered ears of a pug, and they weren't conspicuously deformed, but their rims curved in and out in a peculiar crinkled fashion. At the corner he went out of sight, turning down Boylston Street toward Washington. "There's a lad that will make a name for himself if he ain't nabbed or rocked off too soon," Lou predicted. "Better put him on your list. The Who's kid. You'll be looking for him some one of these days." "What's his racket?" "Stick-up gunman. He's got the makings of a good one. He can shoot, and he's plain crazy. He ain't hampered by nothing like imagination or fear of consequences. I wish he was. It's these careful, sensible birds that are easiest caught. I'd swear the kid was in on a couple of jobs that were turned in Brookline last month, but I can't fit him to 'em. I'm going to clamp him some day, though, and that's a promise." Lou never kept his promise. A prowler killed him in an Audubon Road residence a month later. A week or two after this conversation, I left the Boston branch of the Continental Detective Agency to try Army life. The war was over. I returned to the agency payroll in Chicago, stayed there for a couple of years, and got transferred to San Francisco. So, all in all, it was nearly 8 years later that I found myself sitting behind the Who's kid's crinkled ears at the Dreamland rink. Friday night is fight night at the Steiner Street house. This particular one was my first idle evening in several weeks. I had gone up to the rink, fitted myself to a hard wooden chair not too far from the ring, and settled down to watch the boys throw gloves at one another. The show was about a quarter done when I picked out this pair of odd and somehow familiar ears 2 rows ahead of me. I didn't place them right away. I couldn't see their owner's face. He was watching Kid Cipriani and Bunny Keogh assault each other. I missed most of that fight. But during the brief wait before the next pair of boys went on, the Who's kid turned his head to say something to the man beside him. I saw his face and knew him. He hadn't changed much, and he hadn't improved any. His eyes were duller, and his mouth more wickedly sullen than I had remembered them. His face was as pasty as ever, if not so pimply. He was directly between me and the ring. Now that I knew him, I didn't have to pass up the rest of the card. I could watch the boys over his head without being afraid he would get out on me. So far as I knew, the Who's kid wasn't wanted anywhere, not by the Continental anyway, and if he had been a pickpocket, or a con man, or a member of any of the criminal trades in which we are only occasionally interested, I would have let him alone. But stick-ups are always in demand. The Continental's most important clients are insurance companies of one sort or another, and robbery policies make up a good percentage of the insurance business these days. When the Who's kid left in the middle of the main event, along with nearly half of the spectators, not caring what happened to either of the muscle-bound heavies who were putting on a roommate act in the ring, I went with him. He was alone. It was the simplest sort of shadowing. The streets were filled with departing fight fans. The kid walked down to Fillmore Street, took on a stack of wheats, bacon and coffee at a lunchroom, and caught a number 22 car. He, and likewise I, transferred to a no. 5 car at McAllister Street, dropped off at Pulp, walked north 1 block, turned back west for a block and a fraction, and went up the front stairs of a dingy light housekeeping room establishment that occupied the 2nd and 3rd floors over a repair shop on the south side of Golden Gate Avenue, between Van Ness and Franklin. That put a wrinkle in my forehead. If he had left the streetcar at either Van Ness or Franklin, he would have saved himself a block of walking. He had ridden down to Polk and walked back. For the exercise, maybe. I loafed across the street for a short while to see what, if anything, happened to the front windows. None that had been dark before the kid went in lighted up now. Apparently he didn't have a front room, unless he was a very cautious young man. I knew he hadn't tumbled to my shadowing. There wasn't a chance of that. Conditions had been too favorable to me. The front of the building giving me no information, I strolled down Van Ness Avenue to look at the rear. The building ran through to Redwood Street, a narrow back street that split the block in half. 4 back windows were lighted, but they told me nothing. There was a back door. It seemed to belong to the repair shop. I doubted that the occupants of the upstairs rooms could use it. On my way home to my bed and alarm clock, I dropped in at the office to leave a note for the old man, tailing the Who's His Kid, stick up, 25 to 27, 135, 5 foot 11 inches, sallow, BR, hair, HZL, eyes, thick nose, crooked ears. Origin Boston. Anything on him? Will be vicinity Golden Gate and Van Ness. Chapter 2. 8 o'clock the next morning found me a block below the house in which the kid had gone, waiting for him to appear. A steady, soaking rain was falling, but I didn't mind that. I was closed up inside a black coupe, a type of car whose tamely respectable appearance makes it the ideal one for city work. This part of Golden Gate Avenue is lined with automobile repair shops, second-hand automobile dealers and the like. There are always dozens of cars standing idle to the block. Although I stayed there all day, I didn't have to worry over my being too noticeable. That was just as well. For 9 solid, end-to-end hours I sat there and listened to the rain on the roof and waited for the Who's His Kid, with not a glimpse of him, and nothing to eat except Fatimas. I wasn't any too sure he hadn't slipped me. I didn't note he lived in this place I was watching. He could have gone to his home after I had gone to mine. However, in this detective business, pessimistic guesses of that sort are always bothering you if you let them. I stayed parked, with my eye on the dingy door into which my meat had gone the night before. At a little after 5 that evening, Tommy Howd, our pug-nosed office boy, found me and gave me a memorandum from the old man, Who's His Kid known to Boston branch as robbery suspect, but have nothing definite on him. Real name believed to be Arthur Corey or Carey. May have been implicated in Tunnicliffe jewelry robbery in Boston last month. Employee killed, $60,000 unset stones taken, no description of 2 bandits. Boston branch thinks this angle worth running out. They authorize surveillance. After I had read this memorandum, I gave it back to the boy. There's no wisdom in carrying around a pocket full of stuff relating to your job, and asked him, will you call up the old man and ask him to send somebody up to relieve me while I get a bite of food? I haven't chewed since breakfast. Swell chance, Tommy said. Everybody's busy. Hasn't been an op in all day. I don't see why you fellas don't carry a hunk or 2 of chocolate in your pockets too. You've been reading about Arctic explorers, I accused him. If a man's starving, he'll eat anything, but when he's just ordinarily hungry, he doesn't want to clutter up his stomach with a lot of candy. Scout. Around and see if you can pick me up a couple of sandwiches and a bottle of milk. He scowled at me, and then his 14-year-old face grew cunning. I tell you what, he suggested. You tell me what this fella looks like, and which building he's in, and I'll watch while you go get a decent meal. Huh? Steak, and French fried potatoes, and pie, and coffee. Tommy has dreams of being left on the job in some such circumstance, of having everything break for him while he's there, and of rounding up regiments of desperados all by himself. I don't think he'd muff a good chance at that, and I'd be willing to give him a whack at it. But the old man would scalp me if he knew I turned a child loose among a lot of thugs. So I shook my head. This guy wears 4 guns and carries an axe, Tommy. He'd eat you up. Oh, applesauce. You ops are all the time trying to make out nobody else could do your work. These crooks can't be such tough mugs or they wouldn't let you catch 'em. There was some truth in that, so I put Tommy out of the coupe into the rain. 1 tongue sandwich, 1 ham, 1 bottle of milk, and make it sudden. but I wasn't there when he came back with the food. He had barely gone out of sight when the Who's kid, his overcoat collar turned up against the rain that was driving down in close-packed earnest just now, came out of the rooming house doorway. He turned south on Van Ness. When the coupe got me to the corner, he was not in sight. He couldn't have reached McAllister Street. Unless he had gone into a building, Redwood Street, the narrow one that split the block, was my best bet. I drove up Golden Gate Avenue another block, turned south, and reached the corner of Franklin and Redwood, just in time to see my man ducking into the back door of an apartment building that fronted on McAllister Street. I drove on slowly, thinking. The building in which the kid had spent the night and this building into which he had just gone had their rears on the same back street on opposite sides, a little more than half a block apart. If the kid's room was in the rear of his building, and he had a pair of strong glasses, he could keep a pretty sharp eye on all the windows and probably much of the interiors of the rooms on that side of the McAllister Street building. Last night he had ridden a block out of his way. Having seen him sneak into the back door just now, my guess was that he had not wished to leave the streetcar where he could be seen from this building. Either of his more convenient points of departure from the car would have been in sight of this building. This would add up to the fact that the kid was watching someone in this building and did not want them to be watching him. He had now gone calling through the back door. That wasn't difficult to explain. The front door was locked, but the back door, as in most large buildings, probably was open all day. Unless the kid ran into a janitor or someone of the sort, he could get in with no trouble. The kid's call was furtive. Whether his host was at home or not, I didn't know what it was all about, but that didn't bother me especially. My immediate problem was to get to the best place from which to pick up the kid when he came out. If he left by the back door, the next block of Redwood Street, between Franklin and Gough, was the place for me and my coupe. But he hadn't promised me he would leave that way. It was more likely that he would use the front door. He would attract less attention walking boldly out the front of the building than sneaking out the back. My best bet was the corner of McAllister and Van Ness. From there I could watch the front door as well as one end of Redwood Street. I slid the coupe down to that corner and waited. Half an hour passed, 3/4. The Who's kid came down the front steps and walked toward me, buttoning his overcoat and turning up the collar as he walked, his head bent against the slant of the rain. A curtained black Cadillac touring car came from behind me, a car I thought had been parked down near the City Hall when I took my plant here. It curved around my coupe, slid with chainless recklessness into the curb, skidded out again, picking up speed somehow on the wet paving. A curtain whipped loose in the rain. Out of the opening came pale fire streaks, the bitter voice of a small-caliber pistol, 7 times. The Who's kid's wet hat floated off his head, a slow balloon-like rising. There was nothing slow about the kid's moving plunging. In a twisting swirl of coat skirts he flung into a shop vestibule. The Cadillac reached the next corner, made a dizzy sliding turn, and was gone up Franklin Street. I pointed the coupe at it. Passing the vestibule into which the kid had plunged, I got a one-eyed view of him, on his knees, still trying to get a dark gun untangled from his overcoat. Excited faces were in the doorway behind him. There was no excitement in the street. People are too accustomed to automobile noises nowadays to pay much attention to the racket of anything less than a 6-inch gun. By the time I reached Franklin Street, the Cadillac had gained another block on me. It was spinning to the left, up Eddy Street. I paralleled it on Turk Street and saw it again when I reached the 2 open blocks of Jefferson Square. Its speed was decreasing. 5 or 6 blocks further, and it crossed ahead of me on Steiner Street, close enough for me to read the license plate. Its pace was moderate now. Confident that they had made a clean getaway, its occupants didn't want to get in trouble through speeding. I slid into their wake, 3 blocks behind. Not having been in sight during the early blocks of the flight, I wasn't afraid that they would suspect my interest in them now. Out on Haight Street near the Park Panhandle, the Cadillac stopped to discharge a passenger. A small man, short and slender, with cream-white face around dark eyes and a tiny black mustache. There was something foreign in the cut of his dark coat and the shape of his grey hat. He carried a walking stick. The Cadillac went on out Haight Street without giving me a look at the other occupants. Tossing a mental nickel, I stuck to the man afoot. The chances always are against you being able to trace a suspicious car by its license number, but there is a slim chance. My man went into a drugstore on the corner and used the telephone. I don't know what else he did in there, if anything. Presently, a taxicab arrived. He got in and was driven to the Marquis Hotel. A clerk gave him the key to room 761. I dropped him when he stepped into an elevator. Chapter 3. At the Marquis I am among friends. I found Duran, the house copper, on the mezzanine floor and asked him, "Who is 761? Duran is a white-haired old-timer who looks, talks and acts like the president of an exceptionally strong bank. He used to be captain of detectives in one of the larger Middle Western cities. Once he tried too hard to get a confession out of a safe ripper and killed him. The newspapers didn't like Duran. They used that accident to howl him out of his job." 761? He repeated in his grandfatherly manner. "That is Mr. Morat, I believe. Are you especially interested in him?" "I have hopes," I admitted. "What do you know about him?" "Not a great deal. He has been here perhaps 2 weeks. We shall go down and see what we can learn." We went to the desk, the switchboard, the captain of bellhops, and upstairs to question a couple of chambermaids. The occupant of 761 had arrived 2 weeks ago, had registered as Edouard Morat, Dijon, France, had frequent telephone calls, no mail, no visitors, kept irregular hours and tipped freely. Whatever business he was in or had was not known to the hotel people. "What is the occasion of your interest in him, if I may ask?" Duran inquired after we had accumulated these facts. "He talks like that." "I don't exactly know yet," I replied truthfully. "He just connected with the bird who is wrong, but this Morat may be all right himself. I'll give you a rap the minute I get anything solid on him." I couldn't afford to tell Duran I'd seen his guest snapping caps at a gunman under the eaves of the City Hall in daylight. The Marquis Hotel goes in for respectability. They would have shoved the Frenchman out in the streets. It wouldn't help me to have him scared up. "Please do," Duran said. "You owe us something for our help, you know, so please don't withhold any information that might save us unpleasant notoriety." "I won't," I promised. "Now will you do me another favor? I haven't had my teeth in anything except my mouth since 7:30 this morning. Will you keep an eye on the elevators and let me know if Morat goes out? I'll be in the grill, near the door." "Certainly." On my way to the grill room, I stopped at the telephone booths and called up the office. I gave the night office man the Cadillac's license number. "Look it up on the list and see whom it belongs to." The answer was H.J. Patterson, San Pablo, issued for a Buick Roadster. That about wound up that angle. We could look up Patterson, but it was safe betting it wouldn't get us anything. License plates, once they get started in crooked ways, are about as easy to trace as Liberty bonds. All day I had been building up hunger. I took it into the grill room and turned it loose. Between bites I turned the day's events over in my mind. I didn't think hard enough to spoil my appetite. There wasn't that much to think about. The Housis kid lived in a joint from which some of the McAllister Street apartments could be watched. He visited the apartment building furtively. Leaving, he was shot at from a car that must have been waiting somewhere in the vicinity. Had the Frenchman's companion in the Cadillac, or his companions, if more than one, been the occupant of the apartment the kid had visited? Had they expected him to visit it? Had they tricked him into visiting it, planning to shoot him down as he was leaving? Or were they watching the front while the kid watched the rear? If so, had either known that the other was watching? And who lived there? I couldn't answer any of these riddles. All I knew was that the Frenchman and his companions didn't seem to like the Housis kid. Even the sort of meal I put away doesn't take forever to eat. When I finished it, I went out to the lobby again. Passing the switchboard, one of the girls, the one whose red hair looks as if it had been poured into its waves and hardened, gave me a nod. I stopped to see what she wanted. "Your friend just had a call," she told me. "You get it?" "Yes. A man is waiting for him at Kearny and Broadway. Told him to hurry." "How long ago?" "None. They're just through talking." "Any names?" "No. Thanks." I went on to where Duran was stalling with an eye on the elevators. "Shown yet?" I asked. "No." "Good. The redhead on the switchboard just told me he had a phone call to meet a man at Kearny and Broadway. I think I'll beat him to it." Around the corner from the hotel, I climbed into my coupe and drove down to the Frenchman's Corner. The Cadillac he had used that afternoon was already there, with a new license plate. I passed it and took a look at its one occupant, a thick-set man of 40-something with a cap pulled low over his eyes. All I could see of his features was a wide mouth slanting over a heavy chin. I put the coupe in a vacant space down the street away. I didn't have to wait long for the Frenchman. He came around the corner afoot and got into the Cadillac. The man with the big chin drove. They went slowly up Broadway. I followed. Chapter 4. We didn't go far, and when we came to rest again, the Cadillac was placed conveniently for its occupants to watch the Venetian Café, one of the gaudiest of the Italian restaurants that fill this part of town. 2 hours went by. I had an idea that the Who's kid was eating at the Venetian. When he left, the fireworks would break out, continuing the celebration from where it had broken off that afternoon on McAllister Street. I hoped the kid's gun wouldn't get caught in his coat this time, but don't think I meant to give him a helping hand in his 2-against-1 fight. This party had the shape of a war between gunmen. It would be a private one as far as I was concerned. My hope was that by hovering on the fringes until somebody won, I could pick up a little profit for the Continental. In the form of a wanted crook or two among the survivors, my guess at the Frenchman's quarry was wrong. It wasn't the Who's kid. It was a man and a woman. I didn't see their faces. The light was behind them. They didn't waste any time between the Venetian's door and their taxicab. The man was big, tall, wide, and thick. The woman looked small at his side. I couldn't go by that. Anything weighing less than a ton would have seemed tiny beside him. As the taxicab pulled away from the cafe, the Cadillac went after it. I ran in the Cadillac's wake. It was a short chase. The taxicab turned into a dark block on the edge of Chinatown. The Cadillac jumped to its side, bearing it over to the curb. A noise of brakes, shouting voices, broken glass. A woman's scream. Figures moving in the scant space between touring car and taxicab. Both cars rocking. Grunts, thuds, oaths. A man's voice. "Hey, you can't do that. Nix, nix." It was a stupid voice. I had slowed down until the coupe was barely moving toward this tussle ahead. Peering through the rain and darkness, I tried to pick out a detail or so as I approached, but I could see little. I was within 20 feet when the curbward door of the taxicab banged open. A woman bounced out. She landed on her knees on the sidewalk, jumped to her feet, and darted up the street. Putting the coupe closer to the curb, I let the door swing open. My side windows were spattered with rain. I wanted to get a look at the woman when she passed. If she should take the open door for an invitation, I didn't mind talking to her. She accepted the invitation, hurrying as directly to the car as if she had expected me to be waiting for her. Her face was a small oval above a fur collar. "Help me," she gasped. "Take me from here, quickly." There was a suggestion of foreignness too slight to be called an accent. "How about—" I shut my mouth. The thing she was jabbing me in the body with was a snub-nosed automatic. "Sure, get in," I urged her. She bent her head to enter. I looped an arm over her neck, throwing her down across me lap. She squirmed and twisted, a small-boned, hard-fleshed body with strength in it. I wrenched the gun out of her hand and pushed her back on the seat beside me. Her fingers dug into my arms. "Quick, quick. Please, quickly, take me." "What about your friend?" I asked. "Not him. He is of the others. Please, quickly." A man filled the open coupe door. the big-chinned man who had driven the Cadillac. His hand seized the fur at the woman's throat. She tried to scream, made the gurgling sound of a man with a slit throat. I smacked his chin with the gun I had taken from her. He tried to fall into the coupe. I pushed him out. Before his head had hit the sidewalk, I had the door closed and was twisting the coupe around in the street. We rode away. 2 shots sounded just as we turned the first corner. I don't know whether they were fired at us or not. I turned other corners. The Cadillac did not appear again. So far, so good. I had started with the Hussey's kid, dropped him to take Morat, and now let him go to see who this woman was. I didn't know what this confusion was all about, but I seemed to be learning Hoot was all about. "Where to?" I asked presently. "To home," she said, and gave me an address. I pointed the coupe at it with no reluctance at all. It was the McAllister Street apartments the Hussey's kid had visited earlier in the evening. We didn't waste any time getting there. My companion might know it or might not, but I knew that all the other players in this game knew that address. I wanted to get there before the Frenchman and Big Chin. Neither of us said anything during the ride. She crouched close to me, shivering. I was looking ahead, planning how I was to land an invitation into her apartment. I was sorry I hadn't held on to her gun. I had let it fall when I pushed Big Chin out of the car. It would have been an excuse for a later call if she didn't invite me in. I needn't have worried. She didn't invite me. She insisted that I go in with her. She was scared stiff. "You will not leave me," she pleaded as we drove up McAllister Street. "I am in complete terror. You cannot go from me. If you will not come in, I will stay with you." I was willing enough to go in, but I didn't want to leave the coupe where it would advertise me. "We'll ride around the corner and park the car," I told her, "and then I'll go in with you." I drove around the block with an eye in each direction for the Cadillac. Neither eye found it. I left the coupe on Franklin Street and we returned to the McAllister Street building. She had me almost running through the rain that had lightened now to a drizzle. The hand with which she tried to fit a key to the front door was a shaky, inaccurate hand. I took the key and opened the door. We rode to the 3rd floor in an automatic elevator, seeing no one. I unlocked the door to which she led me, near the rear of the building. Holding my arm with one hand, she reached inside and snapped on the lights in the passageway. I didn't know what she was waiting for, until she cried, "Frana! Frana! Ah, Frana!" The muffled yapping of a small dog replied. The dog did not appear. She grabbed me with both arms, trying to crawl up my damp coat front. "They are here," she cried in the thin, dry voice of utter terror. "They are here." Chapter 5. "Is anybody supposed to be here?" I asked, putting her around to one side, where she wouldn't be between me and the 2 doors across the passageway. "No, just my little dog Frana, but—" I slid my gun half out of my pocket and back again, to make sure it wouldn't catch if I needed it, and used my other hand to get rid of the woman's arms. "You stay here. I'll see if you've got company." Moving to the nearest door, I heard a 7-year-old voice, Lou Mars, saying, "He can shoot and he's plain crazy. He ain't hampered by nothing like imagination or fear of consequences." With my left hand, I turned the first door's knob. With my left foot, I kicked it open. Nothing happened. I put a hand around the frame, found the button, switched on the lights. A sitting room, all orderly. Through an open door on the far side of the room came the muffled yapping of Frana. It was louder now and more excited. I moved to the doorway. What I could see of the next room, in the light from this, seemed peaceful and unoccupied enough. I went into it and switched on the lights. The dog's voice came through a closed door. I crossed to it, pulled it open. A dark, fluffy dog jumped, snapping at my leg. I grabbed it where its fur was thickest and lifted it, squirming and snarling. It was purple, purple as a grape, dyed purple. Carrying this yapping, yelping, artificial hound a little away from my body with my left hand, I moved on to the next room, a bedroom. It was vacant. Its closet hid nobody. I found the kitchen and bathroom, empty. No one was in the apartment. The purple pup had been imprisoned by the Hoosis kid earlier in the day. Passing through the second room on my way back to the woman with her dog and my report, I saw a slitted envelope lying face down on a table. I turned it over. The stationery of a fashionable store, it was addressed to Mrs. Inez Almad here. The party seemed to be getting international. Morois was French. The Hoosis kid was Boston American. The dog had a bohemian name. At least I remember nabbing a Czech forger a few months before whose first name was Frana. And Inez, I imagine, was either Spanish or Portuguese. I didn't know what Almad was, but she was undoubtedly foreign, and not, I thought, French. I returned to her. She hadn't moved an inch. "Everything seems to be all right," I told her. "The dog got himself caught in a closet. There is no one here?" "No one." She took the dog in both hands, kissing its fluffy stained head, crooning affectionate words to it in a language that made no sense to me. "Do your friends, the people you had your row with tonight, know where you live?" I asked. I knew they did. I wanted to see what she knew. She dropped the dog as if she had forgotten it, and her brows puckered. "I do not know that," she said slowly. "Yet it may be. If they do," she shuddered, spun on her heel, and pushed the hall door violently shut. "They may have been here this afternoon," she went on. "Frana has made himself prisoner in closets before, but I fear everything. I am coward-like. But there is none here now?" "No one," I assured her again. We went into the sitting room. I got my first good look at her when she shed her hat and dark cape. She was a trifle under medium height, a dark-skinned woman of 30 in a vivid orange gown. She was dark as an Indian with bare brown shoulders, round and sloping, tiny feet and hands, her fingers heavy with rings. Her nose was thin and curved, her mouth full-lipped and red. Her eyes, long and thickly lashed, were of an extraordinary narrowness. They were dark eyes, but nothing of their color could be seen through the thin slits that separated the lids. Two dark gleams through veiling lashes. Her black hair was disarranged just now in fluffy silk puffs. A rope of pearls hung down on her dark chest. Earrings of black iron, in a peculiar club-like design, swung beside her cheeks. Altogether, she was an odd trick. But I wouldn't want to be quoted as saying that she wasn't beautiful in a wild way. She was shaking and shivering as she got rid of her hat and cloak. White teeth held her lower lip as she crossed the room to turn on an electric heater. I took advantage of this opportunity to shift my gun from my overcoat pocket to my pants. Then I took off the coat. Leaving the room for a second, she returned with a brown-filled quart bottle and 2 tumblers on a bronze tray, which she put on a little table near the heater. The first tumbler she filled to within half an inch of its rim. I stopped her when she had the other nearly half full. "That'll do fine for me," I said. It was brandy, and not at all hard to get down. She shot her tumblerful into her throat as if she needed it, shook her bare shoulders, and sighed in a satisfied way. "You will think certainly I am lunatic." She smiled at me. "Flinging myself on you, a stranger in the street, demanding of you time and troubles. No," I lied seriously. "I think you're pretty level-headed for a woman who, no doubt, isn't used to this sort of stuff." She was pulling a little upholstered bench closer to the electric heater, within reach of the table that held the brandy. She sat down now, with an inviting nod at the bench's empty half. The purple dog jumped into her lap. She pushed it out. It started to return. She kicked it sharply in the side with the pointed toe of her slipper. It yelped and crawled under a chair across the room. I avoided the window by going the long way around the room. The window was curtained, but not thickly enough to hide all of the room from the Hoosis if he happened to be sitting at his window just now with a pair of field glasses to his eyes. "But I am not level-headed, really," the woman was saying as I dropped beside her. "I am coward-like, terribly, and even becoming accustomed. It is my husband, or he who was my husband. I should tell you, Your gallantry deserves the explanation, and I do not wish you should think a thing that is not so. I tried to look trusting and credulous. I expected to disbelieve everything she said. He is most crazily jealous, she went on in her low-pitched, soft voice, with a peculiar way of saying words that just missed being marked enough to be called a foreign accent. He is an old man, and incredibly wicked. These men he has sent to me, a woman there was once. Tonight's men are not first. I don't know what they mean. To kill me perhaps, to maim, to disfigure, I do not know. And the man in the taxi with you was one of them? I asked. I was driving down the street behind you when you were attacked, and I could see there was a man with you. He was one of them? Yes. I did not know it, but it must have been that he was. He does not defend me. A pretense, that is all. Ever try sicking the cops on this hubby of yours? It is what? Ever notify the police? Yes, but, she shrugged her brown shoulders, I would as well have kept quiet, or better. In Buffalo it was, and they bound my husband to keep the peace, I think you call it. $1,000. Poof. What is that to him in his jealousy? And I cannot stand the things the newspapers say, the jesting of them. I must leave Buffalo. Yes, once I do try sicking the cops on him, but not more. Buffalo, I explored a little. I lived there for a while on Crescent Avenue. Oh, yes, that is out by the Delaware Park. That was right enough. But her knowing something about Buffalo didn't prove anything about the rest of her story. Chapter 6. She poured more brandy. By speaking quick, I held my drink down to a size suitable for a man who has work to do. Hers was as large as before. We drank, and she offered me cigarettes in a lacquered box, slender cigarettes, hand-rolled in black paper. I didn't stay with mine long. It tasted, smelt, and scorched like gunpowder. You don't like my cigarettes? I'm an old-fashioned man, I apologized, rubbing its fire out in a bronze dish, fishing in my pocket for my own deck. Tobacco's as far as I've got. What's in these fireworks? She laughed. She had a pleasant laugh, with a sort of coo in it. I am so very sorry. So many people do not like them. I have a Hindu incense mixed with the tobacco. I didn't say anything to that. It was what you would expect of a woman who would dye her dog purple. The dog moved under its chair just then, scratching the floor with its nails. The brown woman was in my arms, in my lap, her arms wrapped around my neck. Close up, opened by terror, her eyes weren't dark at all. They were grey-green. The blackness was in the shadow from her heavy lashes. It's only the dog, I assured her, sliding her back on her own part of the bench. It's only the dog wriggling around under the chair. Ah! She blew her breath out with enormous relief. Then we had to have another shot of brandy. You see, I am most awfully the coward, she said when the third dose of liquor was in her. But I have had so much trouble. It is a wonder that I am not insane. I could have told her she wasn't far enough from it to do much bragging, but I nodded with what was meant for sympathy. She lit another cigarette to replace the one she had dropped in her excitement. Her eyes became normal black slits again. I do not think it is nice. There was a suggestion of a dimple in her brown cheek when she smiled like that. That I throw myself into the arms of a man even whose name I do not know, or anything of him. That's easy to fix. My name is Young, I lied, and I can let you have a case of scotch at a price that will astonish you. I think maybe I could stand it if you call me Jerry. Most of the ladies I let sit in my lap do. Jerry Young, she repeated, as if to herself. That is a nice name. And you are the bootlegger. Not the, I corrected her. Just a. This is San Francisco. The going got tough after that. Everything else about this brown woman was all wrong, but her fright was real. She was scared stiff, and she didn't intend being left alone this night. She meant to keep me there, to massage any more chins that stuck themselves at her. Her idea, she being that sort, was that I would be most surely held with affection. So she must turn herself loose on me. She wasn't hampered by any pruderies or puritanisms at all. I also have an idea. Mine is that when the last gong rings, I'm going to be leading this baby and some of her playmates to the city prison. That is an excellent reason, among a dozen others I could think of, why I shouldn't get mushy with her. I was willing enough to camp there with her until something happened. That apartment looked like the scene of the next action, but I had to cover up my own game. I couldn't let her know she was only a minor figure in it. I had to pretend there was nothing behind my willingness to stay but a desire to protect her. Another man might have got by with a chivalrous, knight-errant protector of womanhood without personal interest attitude. But I don't look, and can't easily act, like that kind of person. I had to hold her off without letting her guess that my interest wasn't personal. It was no cinch. She was too damn direct, and she had too much brandy in her. I didn't kid myself that my beauty and personality were responsible for any of her warmth. I was a thick-armed male with big fists. She was in a jam. She spelled my name Protection. I was something to be put between her and trouble. Another complication, I am neither young enough nor old enough to get feverish over every woman who doesn't make me think being blind isn't so bad. I'm at that middle point around 40 where a man puts other feminine qualities, amiability for one, above beauty on his list. This brown woman annoyed me. She was too sure of herself. Her work was rough. She was trying to handle me as if I were a farmer boy, but in spite of all this, I'm constructed mostly of human ingredients. This woman got more than a standoff when faces and bodies were dealt. I didn't like her. I hoped to throw her in the can before I was through, but I'd be a liar if I didn't admit that she had me stirred up inside. Between her cuddling against me, giving me the come on, and the brandy I had drunk, the going was tough, no fooling. A couple of times I was tempted to bolt. Once I looked at my watch, 2:06. She put a ring-heavy brown hand on the timepiece and pushed it down to my pocket. "Please, Jerry." The earnestness in her voice was real. "You cannot go. You cannot leave me here. I will not have it so. I will go also, through the streets following. You cannot leave me to be murdered here." I settled down again. A few minutes later, a bell rang sharply. She went to pieces immediately. She piled over on me, strangling me with her bare arms. I pried them loose enough to let me talk. "What bell is that?" "The street door. Do not heed it." I patted her shoulder. "Be a good girl and answer it. Let's see who it is." Her arms tightened. "No, no, no, they have come." The bell rang again. "Answer it," I insisted. Her face was flat against my coat, her nose digging into my chest. "No, no." "All right," I said. "I'll answer it myself." I untangled myself from her, got up and went into the passageway. She followed me. I tried again to persuade her to do the talking. She would not, although she didn't object to my talking. I would have liked it better if whoever was downstairs didn't learn that the woman wasn't alone. But she was too stubborn in her refusal for me to do anything with her. "Well?" I said into the speaking tube. "Who the hell are you?" A harsh, deep-chested voice asked. "What do you want?" "I want to talk to Inez." "Speak your piece to me," I suggested, "and I'll tell her about it." The woman, holding one of my arms, had an ear close to the tube. "Billy, it is," she whispered. "Tell him that he goes away. You're to go away." I passed the message on. "Yeah?" The voice grew harsher and deeper. "Will you open the door or will I bust it in?" There wasn't a bit of playfulness in the question. Without consulting the woman, I put a finger on the button that unlocks the street door. "Welcome," I said into the tube. "He's coming up," I explained to the woman. "Shall I stand behind the door and tap him on the skull when he comes in? Or do you want to talk to him first?" "Do not strike him," she exclaimed. "It is Billy." That suited me. I hadn't intended putting the slug to him, not until I knew who and what he was anyway. I had wanted to see what she would say. Chapter 7. Billy wasn't long getting up to us. I opened the door when he rang, the woman standing beside me. He didn't wait for an invitation. He was through the doorway before I had the door half opened. He glared at me. There was plenty of him. A big red-faced, red-haired bale of a man, big in any direction you measured him, and none of him was fat. The skin was off his nose, one cheek was clawed, the other swollen. His hatless head was a tangled mass of red hair. One pocket had been ripped out of his coat, and a button dangled on the end of a 6-inch ribbon of torn cloth. This was the big heaver who had been in the taxicab with the woman. "Who's this mutt?" he demanded, moving his big paws toward me. I knew the woman was a goof. It wouldn't have surprised me if she had tried to feed me to the battered giant. But she didn't. She put a hand on one of his and soothed him. "Do not be nasty, Billy. He is a friend. Without him, I would not this night have escaped." He scowled. Then his face straightened out, and he caught her hand in both of his. "So you got away, it's all right," he said huskily. "I'd have done better if we'd been outside. There wasn't no room in that taxi for me to turn around. And one of them guys crowned me. That was funny." This big clown was apologizing for getting mangled up, protecting a woman who had scooted, leaving him to get out as well as he could. The woman led him into the sitting room, I tagging along behind. They sat on the bench. I picked out a chair that wasn't in line with the window the Who's This Kid ought to be watching. "What did happen, Billy?" She touched his grooved cheek and skinned nose with her fingertips. "You are hurt." He grinned with a sort of shamefaced delight. I saw that what I had taken for a swelling in one cheek was only a big hunk of chewing tobacco. "I don't know all that happened," he said. "One of 'em crowned me, and I didn't wake up till a couple of hours afterwards. The taxi driver didn't give me no help in the fight, but he was a right guy and knowed where his money would come from. He didn't holler or nothing. He took me around to a dock that wouldn't squawk, and the dock straightened me out, and then I come up here." "Did you see each one of those men?" she asked. "Sure. I seen 'em and felt 'em and maybe tasted 'em. They were how many?" "Just 2 of 'em. A little fella with a trick tickler and a husky with a big chin on him. There was no other. There was not a younger man, tall and thin." That could be the Who's This Kid. She thought he and the Frenchman were working together. Billy shook his shaggy, banged-up head. "Nope. There was only 2 of 'em." She frowned and chewed her lip. Billy looked sidewise at me, a look that said, "Beat it." The woman caught the glance. She twisted around on the bench to put a hand on his head. "Poor Billy," she cooed. "His head most cruelly hurt saving me, and now when he should be at his home giving it rest, I keep him here talking. You go, Billy, and when it is morning and your poor head is better, you will telephone to me." His red face got dark. He glowered at me. Laughing, she slapped him lightly on the cheek that bulged around his cud of tobacco. "Do not become jealous of Jerry. Jerry is enamored of one yellow and white lady somewhere, and to her he is most faithful. Not even the smallest liking has he for dark women." She smiled a challenge at me. "Is it not so, Jerry?" "No," I denied. "And besides, all women are dark." Billy shifted his chew to the scratched cheek and bunched his shoulders. "What the hell kind of a crack is that to be making?" he rumbled. "That means nothing it should not, Billy," she laughed at him. "It is only an epigram." "Yeah?" Billy was sour and truculent. I was beginning to think he didn't like me. "Well, tell your little fat friend to keep his smart wheezes to himself. I don't like 'em." That was plain enough. Billy wanted an argument. The woman, who held him securely enough to have steered him off, simply laughed again. There was no profit in trying to find the reason behind any of her actions. She was a nut. Maybe she thought that since we weren't sociable enough for her to keep both on hand, she'd let us tangle and hold on to the one who rubbed the other out of the picture. Anyway, a row was coming. Ordinarily I'm inclined to peace. The day is past when I'll fight for the fun of it. But I've been in too many rumpuses to mind them much. Usually nothing very bad happens to you even if you lose. I wasn't going to back down just because this big stiff was meatier than I. I've always been lucky against the larger sizes. He had been banged up earlier in the evening. That would cut down his steam some. I wanted to hang around this apartment a little longer, if it could be managed. If Billy wanted to tussle, and it looked as if he did, he could. It was easy to meet him halfway. Anything I said would be used against me. I grinned at his red face and suggested to the woman, solemnly, "I think if you dip him in bluing, he'd come out the same color as the other pup." As silly as that was, it served. Billy reared up on his feet and curled his paws into fists. "Me and you'll take a walk," he decided, "out where there's space enough." I got up, pushed my chair back with a foot, and quoted Red Burns to him, "If you're close enough, there's room enough." He wasn't a man you had to talk to much. We went around and around. It was fists at first. He started it by throwing his right at my head. I went in under it and gave him all I had in a right and left to the belly. He swallowed his chew of tobacco, but he didn't bend. Few big men are as strong as they look. Billy was. He didn't know anything at all. His idea of a fight was to stand up and throw fists at your head. Right, left, right, left. His fists were as large as wastebaskets. They wheezed through the air, but always at the head, the easiest part to get out of the way. There was room enough for me to go in and out. I did that. I hammered his belly. I thumped his heart. I mauled his belly again. Every time I hit him, he grew an inch, gained a pound, and picked up another horsepower. I don't fool when I hit, but nothing I did to this human mountain, not even making him swallow his hunk of tobacco, had any visible effect on him. I've always had a reasonable amount of pride in my ability to sock. It was disappointing to have this big heaver take the best I could give him without a grunt, but I wasn't discouraged. He couldn't stand it forever. I settled down to make a steady job of it. Twice he clipped me, once on the shoulder. A big fist spun me half around. He didn't know what to do next. He came in on the wrong side. I made him miss and got clear. The other time he caught me on the forehead. A chair kept me from going down. The smack hurt me. It must have hurt him more. A skull is tougher than a knuckle. I got out of his way when he closed in and let him have something to remember on the back of his neck. The woman's dusky face showed over Billy's shoulder as he straightened up. Her eyes were shiny behind their heavy lashes, and her mouth was open to let white teeth gleam through. Billy got tired of the boxing after that and turned the set-to into a wrestling match with trimmings. I would rather have kept on with the fists, but I couldn't help myself. It was his party. He grabbed one of my wrists, yanked, and we thudded chest to chest. He didn't know any more about this than he had about that. He didn't have to. He was big enough and strong enough to play with me. I was underneath when we tumbled down on the floor and began rolling around. I did my best. It wasn't anything. 3 times I put a scissors on him. His body was too big for my short legs to clamp around. He chucked me off as if he were amusing the baby. There was no use at all in trying to do things to his legs. No hold known to man could have held them. His arms were almost as strong. I quit trying. Nothing I knew was any good against this monster. He was out of my range. I was satisfied to spend all that was left of my strength trying to keep him from crippling me, and waiting for a chance to outsmart him. He threw me around a lot. Then my chance came. I was flat on my back, with everything but 1 or 2 of my most centrally located intestines squeezed out. Kneeling astride me, he brought his big hands up to my throat and fastened them there. That's how much he didn't know. You can't choke a man that way, not if his hands are loose. Andy knows a hand is stronger than a finger. I laughed in his purple face and brought my own hands up. Each of them picked one of his little fingers out of my flesh. It wasn't a dream at that. I was all in, and he wasn't. But no man's little finger is stronger than another's hand. I twisted them back. They broke together. He yelped. I grabbed the next, the ring fingers. One of them snapped. The other was ready to pop when he let go. Jerking up, I butted him in the face. I twisted from between his knees. We came on our feet together. The doorbell rang. Chapter 8. Fight interest went out of the woman's face. Fear came in. Her fingers picked at her mouth. "Ask who's there," I told her. Who is there?" Her voice was flat and dry. "Mrs. Keel," came from the corridor, the words sharp with indignation. "You will have to stop this noise immediately. The tenants are complaining, and no wonder. A pretty hour to be entertaining company and carrying on so." "The landlady," the dark woman whispered. Aloud, "I am sorry, Mrs. Keel. There will not be more noises." Something like a sniff came through the door, and the sound of dimming footsteps. Inez Almad frowned reproachfully at Billy. "You should not have done this," she blamed him. He looked humble, and at the floor, and at me. Looking at me, the purple began to flow back into his face. "I'm sorry," he mumbled. "I told this fella we ought to take a walk. We'll do it now, and there won't be no more noise here." "Billy!" Her voice was sharp. She was reading the law to him. "You will go out and have attention for your hurts. If you have not won these fights, because of that am I to be left here alone to be murdered?" The big man shuffled his feet, avoided her gaze, and looked utterly miserable, but he shook his head stubbornly. "I can't do it, Inez," he said. "Me and this guy has got to finish it. He busted my fingers, and I got to bust his jaw." "Billy!" She stamped one small foot and looked imperiously at him. He looked as if he'd like to roll over on his back and hold his paws in the air. But he stood his ground. "I got to," he repeated. "There ain't no way out of it." Anger left her face. She smiled very tenderly at him. "Dear old Billy," she murmured, and crossed the room to a secretary in a corner. When she turned, an automatic pistol was in her hand. Its one eye looked at Billy. "Now, Leshon," she purred, "go out." The red man wasn't a quick thinker. It took a full minute for him to realize that this woman he loved was driving him away with a gun. The big dummy might have known that his 3 broken fingers had disqualified him. It took another minute for him to get his legs in motion. He went toward the door in slow bewilderment, still only half believing this thing was really happening. The woman followed him step by step. I went ahead to open the door. I turned the knob. The door came in, pushing me back against the opposite wall. In the doorway stood Edouard Morois and the man I had swatted on the chin. Each had a gun. I looked at Inez Almad, wondering what urn her craziness would take in the face of this situation. She wasn't so crazy as I had thought. Her scream and the thud of her gun on the floor sounded together. "Ah!" the Frenchman was saying. "The gentlemen were leaving. May we detain them?" The man with the big chin, it was larger than ever now with the marks of my tap, was less polite. "Back, up you birds," he ordered, stooping for the gun the woman had dropped. I still was holding the doorknob. I rattled it a little as I took my hand away, enough to cover up the click of the lock as I pushed the button that left it unlatched. If I needed help, and it came, I wanted as few locks as possible between me and it. Then, Billy, the woman and I walking backward, we all paraded into the sitting room. Morois and his companion both wore souvenirs of the row in the taxicab. One of the Frenchman's eyes was bruised and closed, a beautiful shiner. His clothes were rumpled and dirty. He wore them jauntily in spite of that, and he still had his walking stick, crooked under the arm that didn't hold his gun. Big Chin held us with his own gun, and the woman's, while Morois ran his hand over Billy's and my clothes to see if we were armed. He found my gun and pocketed it. Billy had no weapons. "Can I trouble you to step back against the wall?" Morois asked when he was through. We stepped back as if it was no trouble at all. I found my shoulder against one of the window curtains. I pressed it against the frame and turned far enough to drag the curtain clear of a foot or more of pane. If the Hoosiskid was watching, he should have had a clear view of the Frenchman, the man who had shot at him earlier in the evening. I was putting it up to the kid. The corridor door was unlocked. If the kid could get into the building, no great trick. He had a clear path. I didn't know where he fit in, but I wanted him to join us, and I hoped he wouldn't disappoint me. If everybody got together here, maybe whatever was going on would come out where I could see it and understand it. Meanwhile, I kept as much of myself as possible out of the window. The kid might decide to throw lead from across the alley. Noir was facing Inez. Big Chin's guns were on Billy and me. I do not comprend the Anglais ver. Good, the Frenchman was mocking the woman. So it is when you say you meet with me, I think you say in New Orleans. I do not know you say San Francisco. I am very sorry to make the mistake. I am most sorry that I keep you wait, but now I am here. You have the share for me. I have not. She held her hands out in an empty gesture. The kid took those, everything from me. What? Noir dropped his taunting smile and his vaudeville accent. His one open eye flashed angrily. How could he, unless... He suspected us, Edouard. Her mouth trembled with earnestness. Her eyes pleaded for belief. She was lying. He had me followed. The day after I am there, he comes. He takes all. I am afraid to wait for you. I fear your unbelief. You would not. C'est incroyable. Noir was very excited over it. I was on the first train south after our theatricals. Could the kid have been on that train without my knowing it? Non. And how else could he have reached you before I? You are playing with me, ma petitines. That you did join the kid, I do not doubt. But not in New Orleans. You did not go there. You came here to San Francisco. Edouard, she protested, fingering his sleeve with one brown hand, the other holding her throat as if she were having trouble getting the words out. You cannot think that thing. Do not those weeks in Boston say it is not possible? For one like the kid, or like any other, am I to betray you? You know me not more than to think I am like that. She was an actress. She was appealing and pathetic, and anything else you like, including dangerous. The Frenchman took his sleeve away from her and stepped back a step. White lines ringed his mouth below his tiny mustache, and his jaw muscles bulged. His one good eye was worried. She'd got to him, though not quite enough to upset him altogether. But the game was young yet. I do not know what to think, he said slowly. If I've been wrong, I must find the kid first. Then I will learn the truth. You don't have to look no further, brother. I'm right among you. The Huss's kid stood in the passageway door. A black revolver was in each of his hands. Their hammers were up. Chapter 9. It was a pretty tableau. There is the Huss's kid in the door, a lean lad in his 20s, all the more wicked-looking because his face is weak and slack-jawed and dull-eyed. The cocked guns in his hands are pointing at everybody or at nobody, depending on how you look at them. There is the brown woman, her cheeks pinched in her two fists, her eyes open until their green-greyishness shows. The fright I had seen in her face before was nothing to the fright that is there now. There is the Frenchman, whirled doorward at the kid's first word. His gun on the kid, his cane still under his arm, his face a tense white blot. There is Big Chin, his body twisted half around, his face over one shoulder to look at the door, with one of his guns following his face around. There is Billy, a big, battered statue of a man who hasn't said a word since Inez Almad started to gun him out of the apartment. And last, here I am, not feeling so comfortable as I would home in bed, but not actually hysterical either. I wasn't altogether dissatisfied with the shape things were taking. Something was going to happen in these rooms, but I wasn't friendly enough to any present to care, especially what happened to whom. For myself, I counted on coming through all in one piece. Few men get killed. Most of those who meet sudden ends get themselves killed. I've had 20 years of experience at dodging that. I can count on being one of the survivors of whatever blow-up there is, and I hope to take most of the other survivors for a ride. But right now the situation belonged to the men with guns, the Husis kid, Morwa, and Big Chin. The kid spoke first. He had a whining voice that came disagreeably through his thick nose. "This don't look nothing like Chi to me, but anyways, we're all here." "Chicago," Morwa exclaimed. "You did not go to Chicago." The kid sneered at him. "Did you? Did she? What would I be going there for?" "You think me and her run out on you, don't you? Well, we would have, if she hadn't put the 2 X's to me the same as she done to you, and the same as the 3 of us done to the boob." "That may be," the Frenchman replied, "but you do not expect me to believe that you and Inez are not friends, didn't? I see you leaving here this afternoon." "You seen me all right," the kid agreed. "But if my rod hadn't have got snagged in my flogger, you wouldn't have seen nothing else. But I ain't got nothing against you now. I thought you and her had ditched me just as you think me and her done you. No different now from what I heard while I was getting in here. She twisted the pair of us Frenchy, just like we twisted the boob. Ain't you got it yet?" Morwa shook his head slowly. What put an edge to this conversation was that both men were talking over their guns. "Listen," the kid asked impatiently. "We was to meet up in Chi for a 3-way split, wasn't we?" The Frenchman nodded. "But she tells me," the kid went on, "she'll connect with me in St. Louis, counting you out, and she ribs you up to meet her in New Orleans, ducking me. And then she gyps the pair of us by running out here to Frisco with the stuff. We're a couple of suckers, Frenchy, and there ain't no use of us getting hot at each other. There's enough of it for a fat 2-way cut. What I say is let's forget what's done, and me and you make it 50-50. Understand, I ain't begging you. I'm making a proposition. If you don't like it, to hell with you. You know me. You never seen the day I wouldn't shoot it out with you or anybody else. Take your pick." The Frenchman didn't say anything for a while. He was converted, but he didn't want to weaken his hand by coming in too soon. I don't know whether he believed the kid's words or not, but he believed the kid's guns. You can get a bullet out of a cocked revolver a lot quicker than out of a hammerless automatic. The kid had the bulge there, and the kid had him licked, because the kid had the look of one who doesn't give a damn what happens next. Finally, Morwa looked a question at Big Chin. Big Chin moistened his lips, but said nothing. Morwa looked at the kid again and nodded his head. "You are right," he said. "We will do that." "Good." The kid did not move from his door. "Now who are these plugs?" "These 2, Morwa nodded at Billy and me, "are friends of our Inez. This," indicating Big Chin, "is a confrère of mine." "You mean he's in with you? That's all right with me," the kid spoke crisply. "But you understand, his cut comes out of yours. I get half and no trimming." The Frenchman frowned, but he nodded in agreement. "Half is yours if we find it." "Don't get no headache over that," the kid advised him. "It's here, and we'll get it." He put one of his guns away and came into the room, the other gun hanging loosely at his side. When he walked across the room to face the woman, he managed it so that Big Chin and Morwa were never behind him. "Where's the stuff?" he demanded. Inez Almad wet her red mouth with her tongue, and let her mouth droop a little, and looked softly at the kid, and made her play. "One of us is as bad as are the others, kid. We all, each of us tried to get for ourselves everything. You and Edouard have put aside what is past. Am I more wrong than you? I have them, true, but I have not them here. Until tomorrow will you wait? I will get them. We will divide them among us 3, as it was to have been. Shall we not do that?" "Not any." The kid's voice had finality in it. "Is that just?" she pleaded, letting her chin quiver a bit. "Is there a treachery of which I am guilty that also you and Edouard are not? Do you?" "That ain't the idea at all," the kid told her. "Me and Frenchy are in a fix where we got to work together to get anywhere. So we're together. With you, it's different. We don't need you. We can take the stuff away from you. You're out. Where's the stuff? Not here. Am I foolish sufficient to leave them here where so easily you could find them? You dunned my help to find them. Without me you cannot. You're silly. I might flop for that if I didn't know you, but I know you're too damned greedy to let him get far away from you. And you're yellower than you're greedy. If you're smacked a couple of times, you'll kick in. And don't think I got any objections to smacking you over." She cowered back from his upraised hand. The Frenchman spoke quickly. "We should search the rooms first, kid. If we don't find them there, then we can decide what to do next." The Who's kid laughed sneeringly at Noir. "All right, but get this. I'm not going out of here without that stuff. Not if I have to take this rat apart. My way's quicker, but we'll hunt first if you want to. Your whatever you call him, can keep these plugs tucked in while me and you upset the joint." They went to work. The kid put away his gun and brought out a long-bladed spring knife. The Frenchman unscrewed the lower 2/3 of his cane, bearing 1.5 feet of sword blade. No cursory search theirs. They took the room we were in first. They gutted it thoroughly, carved it to the bone. Furniture and pictures were taken apart. Upholstering gave up its stuffing. Floor coverings were cut. Suspicious lengths of wallpaper were scraped loose. They worked slowly. Neither would let the other get behind him. The kid would not turn his back on Big Chin. The sitting room wrecked, they went into the next room, leaving the woman, Billy, and me standing among the litter. Big Chin and his 2 guns watched over us. As soon as the Frenchman and the kid were out of sight, the woman tried her stuff out on our guardian. She had a lot of confidence in her power with men, I'll say that for her. For a while she worked her eyes on Big Chin, and then very softly, "Can I?" "You can't." Big Chin was loud and gruff. "Shut up." The Who's kid appeared at the door. "If nobody don't say nothing, maybe nobody won't get hurt." He snarled and went back to his work. The woman valued herself too highly to be easily discouraged. She didn't put anything in words again, but she looked things at Big Chin, things that had him sweating and blushing. He was a simple man. I didn't think she'd get anywhere. If there had been no one present but the 2 of them, she might have put Big Chin over the jumps, but he wouldn't be likely to let her get to him with a couple of birds standing there watching the show once a sharp yelp told us that the purple Frana, who had fled rearward when Noir and Big Chin arrived, had got in trouble with the searchers. There was only that one yelp, and it stopped with a suddenness that suggested trouble for the dog. The 2 men spent nearly an hour in the other rooms. They didn't find anything. Their hands, when they joined us again, held nothing but the cutlery. Chapter 10. "I said to you it was not here," Innes told them triumphantly. "Now will you? You can't tell me nothing, I believe." The kid snapped his knife shut and dropped it in his pocket. "I still think it's here." He caught her wrist and held his other hand palm up under her nose. "You can put 'em in my hand, or I'll take 'em." "They are not here, I swear it." His mouth lifted at the corner in a savage grimace. "Liar." He twisted her arm roughly, forcing her to her knees. His free hand went to the shoulder strap of her orange gown. "I'll damn soon find out," he promised. Billy came to life. "Hey!" he protested, his chest heaving in and out. "You can't do that." "Wait, kid," Noir, putting his sword cane together again, called. "Let us see if there is not another way." The Who's kid let go of the woman and took 3 slow steps back from her. His eyes were dead circles without any color you could name. The dull eyes of the man whose nerves quit functioning in the face of excitement. His bony hands pushed his coat aside a little and rested where his vest bulged over the sharp corners of his hip bones. "Let's me and you get this right, Frenchie," he said in his whining voice. "Are you with me or her?" "You, most certainly, but all right." "Then be with me. Don't be trying to gum every play I make. I'm going to frisk this dolly, and don't think I ain't. What are you going to do about it?" The Frenchman pursed his mouth until his little black mustache snuggled against the tip of his nose. He puckered his eyebrows and looked thoughtfully out of his one good eye. But he wasn't going to do anything at all about it, and he knew he wasn't. Finally he shrugged. "You are right," he surrendered. "She should be searched." The kid grunted contemptuous disgust at him and went toward the woman again. She sprang away from him, to me, her arms clamped around my neck in the habit they seemed to have. "Jerry!" she screamed in my face. "You will not allow him. Jerry, please not." I didn't say anything. I didn't think it was exactly genteel of the kid to frisk her, but there were several reasons why I didn't try to stop him. First, I didn't want to do anything to delay the unearthing of this stuff there had been so much talk about. Second, I'm no Galahad. This woman had picked her playmates and was largely responsible for this angle of their game. If they played rough, she'd have to make the best of it. And, a good strong third, Big Chin was prodding me in the side with a gun muzzle to remind me that I couldn't do anything if I wanted to, except get myself slaughtered. The kid dragged Inns away. I let her go. He pulled her over to what was left of the bench by the electric heater and called the Frenchman there with a jerk of his head. "You hold her while I go through her," he said. She filled her lungs with air. Before she could turn it loose in a shriek, the kid's long fingers had fit themselves to her throat. "One chirp out of you and I'll tie a knot in your neck," he threatened. She let the air wheeze out of her nose. Billy shuffled his feet. I turned my head to look at him. He was puffing through his mouth. Sweat polished his forehead under his matted red hair. I hoped he wasn't going to turn his wolf loose until the stuff came to the surface. If he would wait a while, I might join him. He wouldn't wait. He went into action when, Moa holding her, the kid started to undress the woman. He took a step toward them. Big Chin tried to wave him back with a gun. Billy didn't even see it. His eyes were red on the three by the bench. "Hey, you can't do that," he rumbled. "You can't do that." "No?" The kid looked up from his work. "Watch me." "Billy!" The woman urged the big man on in his foolishness. Billy charged. Big Chin let him go, playing safe by swinging both guns on me. The Who's kid slid out of the plunging giant's path. Moa hurled the girl straight at Billy and got his gun out. Billy and Inez thumped together in a swaying tangle. The kid spun behind the big man. One of the kid's hands came out of his pocket with the spring knife. The knife clicked open as Billy regained his balance. The kid jumped close. He knew knives. None of your clumsy downward strokes with the blade sticking out the bottom of his fist. Thumb and crooked forefinger guided blade. He struck upward, under Billy's shoulder, once, deep. Billy pitched forward, smashing the woman to the floor under him. He rolled off her and was dead on his back among the furniture stuffing dead. He seemed larger than ever, seemed to fill the room. The Who's kid wiped his knife clean on a piece of carpet, snapped it shut, and dropped it back in his pocket. He did this with his left hand. His right was close to his hip. He did not look at the knife. His eyes were on Moa. But if he expected the Frenchman to squawk, he was disappointed. Moa's little mustache twitched, and his face was white and strained, but "We'd better hurry with what we have to do and get out of here," he suggested. The woman sat up beside the dead man, whimpering. Her face was ashy under her dark skin. She was licked. A shaking hand fumbled beneath her clothes. It brought out a little flat silk bag. Moa, nearer than the kid, took it. It was sewed too securely for his fingers to open. He held it while the kid ripped it with his knife. The Frenchman poured part of the contents out in one cupped hand. Diamonds, pearls, a few colored stones among them. Big Chin blew his breath out in a faint whistle. His eyes were bright on the sparkling stones. So were the eyes of Moa, the woman, and the kid. Big Chin's inattention was a temptation. I could reach his jaw. I could knock him over. The strength Billy had mauled out of me had nearly all come back by now. I could knock Big Chin over and have at least one of his guns by the time the kid and Moa got set. It was time for me to do something. I had let these comedians run the show long. The stuff had come to light. If I let the party break up, there was no telling when, if ever, I could round up these folks again. But I put the temptation away and made myself wait a bit longer. No use going off half-cocked With a gun in my hand facing the kid and Morois, I still would have less than an even break. That's not enough. The idea in this detective business is to catch crooks, not to put on heroics. Morois was pouring the stones back in the bag when I looked at him again. He started to put the bag in his pocket. Who's his kid stopped him with a hand on his arm. "I'll pack 'em." Morois's eyebrows went up. "There's 2 of you and 1 of me," the kid explained. "I trust you, and all the like of that, but just the same I'm carrying my own share." "But," the doorbell interrupted Morois's protest. The kid spun to the girl. "You do the talking and no wise breaks." She got up from the floor and went to the passageway. "Who is there?" she called. The landlady's voice, stern and wrathful. "Another sound, Mrs. Olmert, and I shall call the police. This is disgraceful." I wondered what she would have thought if she had opened the unlocked door and taken a look at her apartment, furniture whittled and gutted. A dead man, the noise of whose dying had brought her up here this second time, lying in the middle of the litter. I wondered. I took a chance. "Oh, go jump down the sewer," I told her. A gasp, and we heard no more from her. I hoped she was speeding her injured feelings to the telephone. I might need the police, she had mentioned. The kid's gun was out. For a while it was a toss-up. I would lie down beside Billy, or I wouldn't. If I could have been knifed quietly, I would have gone, but nobody was behind me. The kid knew I wouldn't stand still and quiet while he carved me. He didn't want any more racket than necessary now that the jewels were on hand. "Keep your clam shut or I'll shut it for you," was the worst I got out of it. The kid turned to the Frenchman again. The Frenchman had used the time spent in this side play to pocket the gems. "Either we divvy here and now, or I carry the stuff," the kid announced. "There's 2 of you to see I don't take a Mickey Finn on you." "But kid, we cannot stay here. Is not the landlady even now calling the police? We will go elsewhere to divide. Why cannot you trust me when you are with me?" 2 steps put the kid between the door and both Morois and Big Chin. One of the kid's hands held the gun he had flashed on me. The other was conveniently placed to his other gun. "Nothing stirring," he said through his nose. "My cut of them stones don't go out of here in nobody else's kick. If you want to split 'em here, good enough. If you don't, I'll do the carrying. That's flat. But the police, you worry about them. I'm taking one thing at a time, and it's the stones right now." A vein came out blue in the Frenchman's forehead. His small body was rigid. He was trying to collect enough courage to swap shots with the kid. He knew, and the kid knew, that one of them was going to have all the stuff when the curtain came down. They had started off by double-crossing each other. They weren't likely to change their habits. One would have the stones in the end. The other would have nothing except maybe a burial. Big Chin didn't count. He was too simple a thug to last long in his present company. If he had known anything, he would have used one of his guns on each of them right now. Instead, he continued to cover me, trying to watch them out of the tail of his eye. The woman stood near the door where she had gone to talk to the landlady. She was staring at the Frenchman and the kid. I wasted precious minutes that seemed to run into hours trying to catch her eye. I finally got it. I looked at the light switch, only a foot from her. I looked at her. I looked at the switch again. At her, at the switch. She got me. Her hand crept sidewise along the wall. I looked at the 2 principal players in this button-button game. The kid's eyes were dead and deadly, circles. Morois's one open eye was watery. He couldn't make the grade. He put a hand in his pocket and brought out the silk bag. The woman's brown finger topped the light button. God knows she was nothing to gamble on, but I had no choice. I had to be in motion when the lights went. Big Chin would pump metal. I had no trust in Ez not to balk. If she did, my name was Dennis. Her nail whitened. I went for Morois. Darkness, streaked with orange and blue, filled with noise. My arms had Morois. We crashed down on dead Billy. I twisted around, kicking the Frenchman's face, loosened one arm, caught one of his other hand gouged at my face. That told me the bag was in the one I held. Clawing fingers tore my mouth. I put my teeth in them and kept them there. One of my knees was on his face. I put my weight on it. My teeth still held his hand. Both of my hands were free to get the bag. Not nice, this work, but effective. The room was the inside of a black drum on which a giant was beating the long roll. 4 guns worked together in a prolonged, throbbing roar. Morat's fingernails dug into my tongue. I had to open my mouth, let his hand escape. One of my hands found the bag. He wouldn't let go. I screwed his thumb. He cried out. I had the bag. I tried to leave him then. He grabbed my legs. I kicked at him. Missed. He shuddered twice and stopped moving. A flying bullet had hit him. I took it. Rolling over to the floor, snuggling close to him, I ran a hand over him. A hard bulge came under my hand. I put my hand in his pocket and took back my gun. On hands and knees, one fist around my gun, the other clutching the silk sack of jewels, I turned to where the door to the next room should have been. A foot wrong, I corrected my course. As I went through the door, the racket in the room behind me stopped. Huddled close to the wall inside the door, I stowed the silk bag away and regretted that I hadn't stayed plastered to the floor behind the Frenchman. This room was dark. It hadn't been dark when the woman switched off the sitting room lights. Every room in the apartment had been lighted then. All were dark now. Not knowing who had darkened them, I didn't like it. No sounds came from the room I had quit. The rustle of gently falling rain came from an open window that I couldn't see off to one side. Another sound came from behind me, the muffled tattoo of teeth on teeth. That cheered me. Inez the Scary, of course. She had left the sitting room in the dark and put out the rest of the lights. Maybe nobody else was behind me. Breathing quietly through wide-open mouth, I waited. I couldn't hunt for the woman in the dark without making noises. Morat and the kid had strewn furniture and parts of furniture everywhere. I wished I knew if she was holding a gun. I didn't want to have her spraying me. Not knowing, I waited where I was. Her teeth clicked on for minutes. Something moved in the sitting room. A gun thundered. "Inez!" I hissed toward the chattering teeth. No answer. Furniture scraped in the sitting room. 2 guns went off together. A groaning broke out. "I've got the stuff," I whispered under cover of the groaning. That brought an answer. "Jerry, come here to me." The groans went on, but fainter in the other room. I crawled toward the woman's voice. I went on hands and knees, bumping as carefully as possible against things. I couldn't see anything. Midway, I put a hand down on a soggy bundle of fur, the late purple frana. I went on. Inez touched my shoulder with an eager hand. "Give them to me," were her first words. I grinned at her in the dark, patted her hand, found her head and put my mouth to her ear. "Let's get back in the bedroom," I breathed, paying no attention to her request for the loot. "The kid will be coming." I didn't doubt that he had bested Big Chin. "We can handle him better in the bedroom." I wanted to receive him in a room with only one door. She led me, both of us on hands and knees, to the bedroom. I did what thinking seemed necessary as we crawled. The kid couldn't know yet how the Frenchman and I had come out. If he guessed, he would guess that the Frenchman had survived. He would be likely to put me in the chump class with Billy, and think the Frenchman could handle me. The chances were that he had got Big Chin and knew it by now. It was black as black in the sitting room, but he must know by now that he was the only living thing there. He blocked the only exit from the apartment. He would think then that Inez and Morat were still alive in it, with the spoils. What would he do about it? There was no pretense of partnership now. That had gone with the lights. The kid was after the stones. The kid was after them alone. I'm no wizard at guessing the other guy's next move, but my idea was that the kid would be on his way after us, soon. He knew, he must know, that the police were coming, but I had him doped as crazy enough to disregard the police until they appeared. He'd figure that there would be only a couple of them, prepared for nothing more violent than a drinking party. He could handle them, or he would think he could. Meanwhile, he would come after the stones. The woman and I reached the bedroom, the room farthest back in the apartment, a room with only one door. I heard her fumbling with the door, trying to close it. I couldn't see, but I got my foot in the way. "Leave it open," I whispered. I didn't want to shut the kid out. I wanted to take him in. On my belly, I crawled back to the door, felt for my watch, and propped it on the sill, in the angle between door and frame. I wriggled back from it until I was 6 or 8 feet away, looking diagonally across the open doorway at the watch's luminous dial. The phosphorescent numbers could not be seen from the other side of the door. They faced me. Anybody who came through the door, unless he jumped, must, if only for a split second, put some part of himself between me and the watch. On my belly, my gun cocked, its butt steady on the floor, I waited for the faint light to be blotted out. I waited a time. Pessimism. Perhaps he wasn't coming. Perhaps I would have to go after him. Perhaps he would run out, and I would lose him after all my trouble. Inez, beside me, breathed quaveringly in my ear and shivered. "Don't touch me," I growled at her as she tried to cuddle against me. She was shaking my arm. Glass broke in the next room. Silence. The luminous patches on the watch burnt my eyes. I couldn't afford to blink. A foot could pass the dial while I was blinking. I couldn't afford to blink, but I had to blink. I blinked. I couldn't tell whether something had passed the watch or not. I had to blink again. Tried to hold my eyes stiffly opened. Failed. I almost shot at the third blink. I could have sworn something had gone between me and the watch. The kid, whatever he was up to, made no sound. The dark woman began to sob beside me. Throat noises that could guide bullets. I lumped her with my eyes and cursed the lot. Not aloud, but from the heart. My eyes smarted. Moisture filmed them. I blinked it away, losing sight of the watch for precious instants. The butt of my gun was slimy with my hands sweat. I was thoroughly uncomfortable, inside and out. Gunpowder burned at my face. A screaming maniac of a woman was crawling all over me. My bullet hit nothing lower than the ceiling. I flung, maybe kicked, the woman off and snaked backward. She moaned somewhere to one side. I couldn't see the kid, couldn't hear him. The watch was visible again, farther away. A rustling. The watch vanished. I fired at it. 2 points of light near the floor gave out fire and thunder. My gun barrel as close to the floor as I could hold it. I fired between those points. Twice. Twin flames struck at me again. My right hand went numb. My left took the gun. I sped 2 more bullets on their way. That left one in my gun. I don't know what I did with it. My head filled up with funny notions. There wasn't any room. There wasn't any darkness. There wasn't anything. I opened my eyes in dim light. I was on my back. Beside me, the dark woman knelt, shivering and sniffling. Her hands were busy, in my clothes. One of them came out of my vest with the jewel bag. Coming to life, I grabbed her arm. She squealed as if I were a stirring corpse. I got the bag again. "Give them back, Jerry," she wailed, trying frantically to pull my fingers loose. "They're my things. Give them." Sitting up, I looked around. Beside me lay a shattered bedside lamp, whose fall, caused by carelessness with my feet or one of the kid's bullets, had KO'd me. Across the room, face down, arms spread in a crucified posture, the Hoosis kid sprawled. He was dead. From the front of the apartment, almost indistinguishable from the throbbing in my head, came the pounding of heavy blows. The police were kicking down the unlocked door. The woman went quiet. I whipped my head around. The knife stung my cheek, put a slit in the lapel of my coat. I took it away from her. There was no sense to this. The police were already here. I humored her, pretending a sudden coming to full consciousness. "Oh, it's you," I said. "Here they are." I handed her the silk bag of jewels just as the first policeman came into the room. I didn't see Inez again before she was taken back east to be hit with a life sentence in the Massachusetts big house. Neither of the policemen who crashed into her apartment that night knew me. The woman and I were separated before I ran into anyone who did know me, which gave me an opportunity to arrange that she would not be tipped off to my identity. The most difficult part of the performance was to keep myself out of the newspapers, since I had to tell the coroner's jury about the deaths of Billy, Big Chin, Morat, and the Hoose's kid. But I managed it. So far as I know, the dark woman still thinks I am Jerry Young, the bootlegger. The old man talked to her before she left San Francisco, fitting together what he got from her and what the Boston branch got. The history runs like this. A Boston jeweler named Tunnicliffe had a trusted employee named Binder. Binder fell in with a dark woman named Inez Almard. The dark woman, in turn, had a couple of shifty friends, a Frenchman named Morat, and a native of Boston whose name was either Carey or Corey, but who was better known as the Hoose's kid. Out of that sort of combination, almost anything was more than likely to come. What came was a scheme. The faithful Binder, part of whose duties it was to open the shop in the morning and close it at night, was to pick out the richest of the unset stones bought for the holiday trade, carry them off with him one evening, and turn them over to Inez. She was to turn them into money. To cover up Binder's theft, the Hoose's kid and the Frenchman were to rob the jeweler's shop immediately after the door was opened the following morning. Binder and the porter, who would not notice the absence of the most valuable pieces from the stock, would be the only ones in the shop. The robbers would take whatever they could get. In addition to their pickings, they were to be paid $250 apiece, and in case either was caught later, Binder could be counted on not to identify them. That was the scheme as Binder knew it. There were angles he didn't suspect. Between Inez, Morat, and the kid, there was another agreement. She was to leave for Chicago with the stones as soon as Binder gave them to her, and wait there for Morat and the kid. She and the Frenchman would have been satisfied to run off and let Binder hold the sack. The Hoose's kid insisted that the hold-up go through as planned, and that the foolish Binder be killed. Binder knew too much about them, the kid said, and he would squawk his head off as soon as he learned he had been double-crossed. The kid had his way, and he had shot Binder. Then had come the sweet mess of quadruple and sextuple crossing that had led all three into calamity. The woman's private agreements with the kid and Morat, to meet one in St. Louis and the other in New Orleans, and her flight alone with the loot to San Francisco. Billy was an innocent bystander, or almost, a lumber handler Inez had run into somewhere, and picked up as a sort of cushion against the rough spots along the rocky road she traveled. End of The Hoose's Kid by Dashiell Hammett.
Three Dimes, The Unfinished Op by Dashiell Hammett. This story features the Continental Op. Dashiell Hammett's plan for Three Dimes follows a familiar pattern. The Continental Op, characteristically wry and pragmatic, is working a routine job when he is drawn into a thorny criminal scheme perpetrated by colorful crooks operating in well-trod San Francisco territory. Three Dimes would have fit nicely into the Op's canon. One more adventure chalked up to Hammett's little fat detective. But Hammett never completed the story. It exists only as a 1,367-word partial draft, preserved among an array of Hammett's papers entrusted by Lillian Hellman after Hammett's death in 1961 to the Harry Ransom Center at the University of Texas at Austin. The heading for Hammett's Three Dimes typescript is a simple title, appended with a one-word penciled note: Unfinished? While there is no date or address to suggest a date, An accompanying half-page of notes sketching characters and plot offers an inadvertent clue to time frame. Hammett typed his notes on the verso of a draft of This King Business, the 26th of his 28 OP tales, published in Mystery Stories in January 1928, the same month in which the third of 4 installments of what would become his first novel, Red Harvest, was published in Black Mask Circumstantial Evidence then. Locates 3 dimes among the last few of Hammett's Continental Ops stories, probably alongside The Main Death, Fly Paper, and The Farewell Murder, drafted in 1928 or 1929, a couple of years into Joseph Thompson Shaw's tenure as editor at Black Mask. If similar in length to those tales, it is perhaps 1/10 complete, a story rather than a novella. Hammett set aside the project for reasons about which we can only speculate, though clearly he was by then aspiring to longer, more sophisticated works. But we know for hard fact that he salted away both draft and notes for the OP's unfinished adventure in what is a strikingly sparse file of unfinished works. 3 dimes, with whatever virtues and potentials inspired Hammett to preservation, is published here for the first time. His notes follow. Signed J.M.R. 3 dimes. Chapter 1. McKay and McLean had a stationery store in San Francisco's Market Street. They had cash registers and a normally honest sales force, but, like most retailers, they didn't trust these 2 things blindly. Twice a year they got the agency to check up the sales force. About once a year we would catch somebody beating the damper. The thief would be called into the partner's office and worked on. Usually he confessed, gave a more or less modest estimate of how much his stealing added up to in all, made that amount good or promised to, and was fired. The sums were never large, and McKay and McLean never worried the police with this petty larceny. Dinky little jobs of that sort are not much fun for the operatives working on them, but detective agencies depend on them for bread and butter money. There are always plenty of them on tap, while murders, big swindles, kidnappings, and the rest of the showy crimes are comparatively rare. This time we nailed a boy of 16 named Richard Allen. He was a tall, stringy lad with wavy red hair, long-lashed blue eyes, girlish skin, and a pretty face that didn't show any character, good or bad. I hung a 30-cent holdout on him. I had bought a box of writing paper for $1.25, receiving my cash register receipt with it. Then I picked up a 30-cent memoranda book from the counter rack, said, "I'll take this too," handed him 3 dimes, put the book in my pocket, and walked out. That was the routine. He had no change to make, nothing to wrap up, and I was gone, leaving him a clear field in which to do whatever he wanted to do with the 30 cents. The catch in it was that I had a receipt for $1.25 with his letter on it, and that the cash register tape was similarly stamped. If the partners, after getting my report, didn't find his letter with a 30-cent sale on the tape immediately after the $1.25 one, they had him cold. If he pocketed the 30 cents, the only thing that could save him would be that the next sale he rang up happened also to be a 30-cent one. Well, he did pocket my 30 cents, and no coincidences came to his rescue. He was the only employee we trapped this time. I had landed him. It was my job to break him down, to make him confess he had been stealing regularly, and to try to find out how much. The boy was selling a fountain pen to a girl when I went into the store a couple of mornings after my purchase. I went through to the rear of the store and climbed steps to the partner's office on the mezzanine. McKay's bony face was solemn and full of righteousness. There was a grim glint in his never-warm gray eyes. He had put on a black necktie. Plump McLean, 10 years younger than his partner, was nervous, uncomfortable, and very plainly on hand only because McKay had insisted that it was his duty to be on hand. I had heard them argue about it before. "Shall we have the young man up now?" McKay asked after we had good morninged each other. His voice had already taken on the tone in which he always made "for your own good and let it be a lesson to you" speeches to his victims on these occasions. I nodded. McLean wet his lips and said wearily, "Let's get it over with." "Miss Carter," McKay told the stenographer, "will you ask Mr. Allen to come up?" The girl went out of the office, and when she returned, said that the boy would be up as soon as he had finished with a customer. 10 minutes went by. McKay stared at a calendar with the look of a man thinking about what he was going to say. McLean smoked cigarettes, fidgeted, and drew lopsided houses on his desk blotter. McKay cleared his throat sternly and looked at the clock on the wall. Miss Carter stopped clattering her typewriter and went out. Presently she was back, frowning. "Richard has gone out," she said. "Mr. Marrow says he went out as soon as the customer left, without his hat. He called to him asking where he was going, but Richard didn't say anything, just went on out." McLean's face brightened, and he began drawing a girl's head on the blotter. McKay said angrily that it was nonsense. The boy couldn't have gone out like that. His employees didn't go out without saying where they were going. He got up from his chair and marched out of the office. McLean grinned happily at me and said, "Scared him away. A good job, too. Him in his undertaker's tie, going around looking like a cartoon of a prohibitionist." McKay was all steamed up when he returned from downstairs. The boy had skipped. McKay wanted me to gallop after him, catch him, and drag him back. McLean protested, "Oh, let the kid alone, John. What do you want to hound him for?" McKay didn't like the word hound. It made him indignant. The boy should be brought back, confronted with the proof of his crime, and made to realize its seriousness, all for his own good. It was the clear duty of both partners to do their utmost to turn the youth's feet from the pathway of crime, and both would be morally responsible for any further missteps he might make if, through weak sentimentality, they failed to do their duty toward him. McKay unloaded on us the sermon he had meant for the boy. McLean maliciously stuck to the word hound, but he was no match for his partner. He hadn't McKay's stubborn certainty that what he thought right was right. McKay gave me the Allen boy's address. He lived in a Sacramento Street apartment with his sister. I went up there. It was a smallish building across the street from the Pacific Union Club. I pushed the button beside 408 Allen in the vestibule directory. When I didn't get any answer, I pushed one of the other buttons and the street door buzzed open. I went in, rode up to the 4th floor, found that 408 was the right-hand front apartment, tried its bell with no luck, and went downstairs again and out of the building. Huntington Square sits beside the Pacific Union Club grounds. I went over into the square, found a bench from which I could see both the street door of the apartment house and the windows of the Allens' apartment, and settled there. I spent the afternoon there. It was a pleasant enough afternoon, except that too many children stumbled over my feet whenever I forgot to keep them tucked under the bench. I didn't see Richard Allen. Chapter 2. At 6:15, the Allens' window blinds were drawn down. I couldn't see who did it, and a moment later lights were turned on behind them. I hadn't seen Richard Allen go in. I had seen half a dozen men enter the building since 5 o'clock, and 3 or 4 young women, any one of whom could have been the boy's sister. By 10 minutes after 7, when the Allens' lights went off, it was fairly dark. 5 minutes later, one of the young women I had seen came out. She was a slender girl, not a long way past 20. Her green clothes were good, and she knew how to wear them. She walked down the hill to Powell Street and boarded a cable car going downtown. That's what I did. The boy hadn't come home. The chances were now that he wouldn't come home till late, or if he was badly frightened, he might not be coming home at all. He might have phoned his sister. She might be going to meet him. What I hoped was that she was going to dinner. I hoped she hadn't grabbed a bite during the hour she had been inside. Sitting in the park, smoking cigarettes and meditating had given me an appetite. From the author of 3 Dimes, undated, 3 Dimes. Boy working in store suspected of knocking back. OP makes test on him with 30 buy and secures dope. Boy becomes panic-stricken when being shaken down, beats it, goes in hiding, is helped and used by gang of crooks who are staging big crime. OP being drawn into it through his pursuit of boy. McKay and McLean's stationery store. Richard Allen, Celie Allen, Big Frank Stutz, Stern O'Reilly, the Indian Kid, Tommy Poole, Black Kate. OP goes to store, checks boy, catches him with 30 cents purchase. Other OPs fail. OP returns 2 days later to grill boy. Boy recognizes him, and when proprietor sends for him, beats it. Next day, proprietor phones agency that Celia had called up boy missing. OP sets out to find him. Alan goes to Big Frank Stutz, who had been pointed out to him as con man, and asks him to help him. Big Frank pumps Kid and frames a plan to use him. End of 3 Dimes by Dashiell Hammett.
The Choice by Eugene Guillaume. First published Black Mask, September 1920. He hesitatingly walked up the broad stone steps. He was not yet used to the silent dignity of the hospital atmosphere. Inside, he took off his soft hat, crushed it in his hand, and instinctively softened his footfalls as he stepped to the information desk. Mrs. L. Follis. The girl silently plugged in the switchboard. A question, an answer. Corridor B, room 8. They are waiting for you, she said. Softly, almost on tiptoe, he walked down the long corridor, passing a nurse in the light blue, white-trimmed uniform distinctive of the hospital, turned to the right, and lightly tapped at a door on which the figure 8 appeared. A nurse opened the door, looked at him, turned and beckoned to someone in the room. A physician, young, alert, came to the door, glanced at him a moment, came out and closed the door behind him. The man before him nervously moistened his lips. Introducing the ultimate voiceover tool for professionals and amateurs. A powerful and easy-to-use software that lets you easily create high-quality voiceovers. The physician looked at him keenly. The man's eyes returned the look questioningly. "The time's almost here," said the physician. "It's serious. The mother or the baby. I've told her. She says to speak to you." A lightning expression passed over the man's face. The physician's boring gaze noted, but did not fathom it. "May I see her?" "Yes, but only for a minute." The physician turned and opened the door. The man advanced haltingly in the semi-darkness to the bedside. "John," and 2 weak arms reached up and clasped him around the neck. "The doctor says." Her voice choked. "The doctor says," she whispered in weak tones in his ear, "that it is baby or me." A flash of pain winced her face, and she paused as it took her breath. In a moment, "I told him I'd leave it to you," she whispered as it passed. "My brave girl, my brave girl, I want you. Of course I want you," he answered, low-voiced, but vibrant. A look of ineffable joy came over her face. "He wants me," she said feebly, bright-eyed, joy-flushed, to the physician standing at the bedside. "He's come back at last, and he wants me." A spasm of pain convulsed her. The physician leaned over quickly and turned to the table of instruments at his side. The nurse gently took the man's arm and led him to the door. Even in her pain, the woman's eyes lovingly followed him. The door closed. A moment passed. It opened again, and the man's head appeared inside. "Doctor," he whispered softly. The physician turned, looked, walked to the door. The man beckoned silently, and the physician went outside, closing the door quietly behind him. "Well?" he questioned. "Save the baby," the man replied. The physician stared at him, turned, and re-entered the room. End of The Choice by Eugene Guillaume. The Devil Takes a Hand by Ward Sterling. First published Black Mask, September 1920. Chapter 1. Tennant stopped outside the door of his wife's room and went over the details of his plan for the last time. The thing was so absurdly simple that he wondered why he had not thought of it months before. There was not the least chance of a failure. He had only to plant the idea in her diseased brain, and she, with the cunning that all maniacs possess, would do the rest. Everyone knew her suicidal mania. It had been brought out at the time of the hearing. No blame could possibly be attached to him for her death. Had not the nurse frustrated her in 6 different attempts? Damn that fool nurse anyway. She had too exalted an idea of the importance of her position. But after all, it was, possibly, a good thing that she had been so vigilant. People couldn't say that it was carelessness then. He smiled to himself as he recalled the kind things their friends had said when he refused to send his wife to an asylum after the court had pronounced her insane. They imagined that it was his great love that made him keep her with him. It was laughable how easily people could be fooled. How were they to know that he had made a careful investigation and found that too close a watch was kept on the inmates of such institutions? There was a better chance of her making a successful attempt right here at home. Accidents are always liable to happen in private houses. In public institutions, people are paid to guard against such things. Curse the fool law that prohibited a man getting a divorce from an insane wife. Such laws made a criminal of a person. Otherwise, he could have married Helen a year ago. He must guard against his love for her being found out. It might cause someone to cast suspicion his way. Of course, they would never be able to confirm their conjectures. But his position in the community was too high to have even the finger of scorn pointed in his direction. It would never do for a deacon in the church and a prominent professional man to let people know that he was guilty of evil, even in thought. No, he must keep away from Helen until he had shown the proper amount of respect for his deceased wife, for he had begun to think of her as already dead. After a period of hypocritical mourning, they could be quietly married, and he would still retain the love and respect of his fellow townsmen. Of course it meant several months waiting. It would be hard, but they would have the rest of their lives together, and both of them were young. And there was the matter of Grace's inheritance to be considered too. Good thing they had never had a child. It would be all his now. That is, after the proper formalities had been gone through. Naturally, he would erect an expensive headstone to her memory and give her an elaborate funeral. Some people measured a man's love for his wife by the amount of money he spent on her funeral. Yes, the scheme was simply Machiavellian in its magnitude, and, with the requisite amount of attention paid to the details, there was not the least bit of danger. He turned the knob and entered the room, with a tender kiss for the woman with lusterless eyes who sat mumbling to herself in the low wicker chair, nervously picking at the folds of her dress. He turned to the middle-aged woman in nurse's garb who sat in the window nearby. "Better take an hour's walk. Miss Gorman," he said kindly. "You look fagged out. I'll look after Mrs. Tennant until you return." The nurse arose wearily. "It's awfully kind of you, Mr. Tennant. I am tired. She's been bad again today," she ended significantly. Tennant's face took on a worried look. "She'll probably settle down again in an hour or so," he responded. "I've a little work to do. I can do it just as well in the other room and still keep an eye on my poor little girl. There's nothing around that she can get hold of, is there?" He settled himself in a chair beside his wife and patted her white hand affectionately, with a tear in her kindly Irish eyes for the little, unostentatious display of love. Miss Gorman left the room and, a minute later, Tennant, from his place in the window, saw her swinging down the street. The time was at hand. Chapter 2. Pressing his wife's hand tightly between his own, Tennant addressed her in the tone one uses in talking to a little child. "I've often wondered," he said quietly, "why you didn't commit suicide, Grace. Of course, I know that you've tried it, but your methods have been all wrong. Do you understand what I'm getting at? I want to help you." He looked at the woman keenly. He imagined that her dull eyes took on an added brightness, that she was not plucking at the hem of her dress so nervously. He hurried on. "Now, I'm going to show you how to do it, sweetheart. Then, when the nurse is out of the room some day for a few minutes, you can put one over on her. It'll be a good joke on her, won't it? Come on, and I'll show you how to do it." Apathetically, she arose and followed him across the floor to where the big old-fashioned bed stood in the distant corner. "Now watch me, dearie, and see how I do it," he continued. "The nurse thinks that she's got you cheated by removing everything that you might use. But we'll show her, won't we?" He removed the light counterpane from the bed and twisted it into a rope. "See, girlie, how it's done. Just the right size to hang oneself with, isn't it? Now then, We carry this chair across the room and put it under this chandelier. Get the idea?" The demented woman made no answer. But Tennant knew that her suicidal mind was attracted by the scheme, that the seed planted in her brain was already sprouting. She followed close behind him, her dull, impassive eyes watching his every move. He stepped upon the chair.
This narrative is a gripping political drama with a touch of crime fiction. It centers on the intricate power dynamics, manipulation, and ethical dilemmas. The protagonist, Governor William Courtney, is caught in a perilous political battle involving a condemned man, Rossman, and influential adversaries. The storyline examines themes of ambition, treachery, and the extreme measures people take to secure their ambitions. His Fast One, by Donald Van Riper, author of Call to Victory. Detective Story Magazine, June 1930. He'd seen eternity looking out of guns too often to get weak-kneed now. "I just wanted to be sure," rumbled Alan Spencer. "The rumor reached me, and though I really did not credit it, nevertheless, I thought I'd better stop in and remind you that tomorrow is something more than the day of execution for Rossman." "I'm hardly apt to forget," said the governor with a measured smile, "that tomorrow is primary day. And," added Spencer pointedly, "that I need but say the word, and you will fail to be renominated by the party. You may sign a stay of execution for Rossman, but if you do, it will be your final important act as a public official. It will mean you are through." The governor nodded and contrived another smile as Alan Spencer stood looking back from the door of his office. Spencer was too big a power to be defied. He must be nodded to, smiled at, and obeyed. That Spencer's attitude was spiced with a desire for personal vengeance against the man condemned, made the governor's acquiescence a foregone conclusion. "As a matter of public policy," thundered Spencer, "there must be no leniency for cold-blooded killing crooks like Rossman." He dropped his voice discreetly lower before he thrust a reminder of his own peculiar personal interest at the governor. "And the man he killed was my own most trusted employee, the head of my factories, a man I would have been proud to own as my son." "I understand," said the governor. He bowed slightly, but with a world of deference in the action. As the door slammed behind Spencer, he straightened and stood there scowling at the place where Spencer had stood. There was a calculating compression of the lips, a thoughtful narrowing of the eyes, and not the least trace of a smile remained upon his face now. He was double-crossing Alan Spencer, but the latter would never know until it was too late. Once let the party renominate him, and he would be as good as re-elected. All the power, prestige, and wealth of Alan Spencer could not balk him once he had the nomination. Tomorrow, as Spencer had needlessly pointed out, was indeed a very important day in the career of Governor William Courtney. Tomorrow was primary day. Tomorrow morning at 7, Rossman was to be executed. If the news of a stay of that execution became known in time, Spencer might easily balk Governor William Courtney's ambition. Defeat in a party primary would finish him. Victory in the primary, and nothing could halt his subsequent election. William Courtney's plan of action in the case of the condemned man, Rossman, was to grant the stay of execution at the 11th hour. If the fact of that stay of execution became known only a minute or two before 7 on the morrow, there would be scant time left for Alan Spencer to strike back. Much early voting would be done before the news would be on the streets. By the time the full force of Alan Spencer's opposition could be known, the issue would probably be settled irrevocably in favor of Courtney, Governor William Courtney. It was a long and curious way which he had traveled to reach this place of power, and the marks of it were clear in the furrowed lines of his face and the pure gray of his hair. It was a queer, bitter, double-crossing business. In the primary, he feared the opposition of Spencer. In the election itself, it was the power of men like Big Jack Bannigan that he dreaded. Only through holding back that stay of execution until the last possible minute could he hope to handle the two opposing pressures which threatened him with political extinction. Too late would Alan Spencer learn that the governor had signed the stay. Big Jack Bannigan cared not how or when it was done, so long as there was no execution on the morrow. It would be close work, touch and go, but then that was the sort of trickery through which men like William Courtney gained their ends. Courtney knew this game, and the men who played it. He knew that the vital thing tomorrow was not whether Rossman should live or die, but whether he, Courtney, should be renominated. Therefore, he was not surprised when Big Jack Bannigan put in an appearance within half an hour after Alan Spencer had departed. "Say, Bill," began Bannigan without any preliminary of courtesy, "I just got the word that Spencer had been here to see you, and that he was laying down the law about Rossman." "Your information," answered Governor William Courtney, "was approximately correct." "Say," snapped Bannigan, "you can lay off the 98-cent words and talk plain 5 and 10 to me. What I came to see about is whether you're staying put on signing Rossman off for 30 days more." Governor William Courtney smiled easily. That easy smile was not the least significant element in his ascent from the depths of ward politics to his present place at the top position within the gift of the state's electorate. A smile, faintly humorous, and yet possessed of a brooding appearance of wisdom. A smile which had ever stood him in good stead. Now he waited for the full effect of that smile to work upon Big Jack Bannigan before he spoke again. "I've already arranged everything." Big Jack Bannigan's frown softened a bit at that. "I knew you would, Bill. But Spencer doesn't know it yet, and he must not know it until the last possible minute. You must not tell anyone, not a single soul, that just a few minutes before 7 tomorrow morning, the stay of execution will be delivered to Warden Lafarge. I can give you positive assurance that Rossman will not die tomorrow. Of course, I just told Spencer a lie. I told him that Rossman would die. For a high hatter, that guy Spencer sure is bloodthirsty," commented Bannigan. "Just because Rossman and some other gun-toters happened to kill Spencer's right-hand man in swiping that big payroll from Spencer's factory, why should Spencer follow up a thing like that into politics?" "Why?" countered Courtney. "Should a bunch of Reds try to make Rossman out as a political martyr? It was Rossman's own friends who first put a political slant to this business." "Why?" Bannigan laughed heavily. "A guy with your experience asking that. The only real reason in the world. There's money in it for someone. How's that?" Bannigan grinned. "I can't tell you the source of my info, but I got it on the level that it was Rossman who got away with the jack from the robbery, and before he was picked up he had hidden it away somewhere, and no one else knew where he stowed it. There was just about $50,000 in the haul, and if Rossman dies tomorrow, he will take the secret of that hiding place with him. A wise guy, this Rossman. Nothing like telling where the jack is for him. He just let his pals know that it was up to them to save him or else they never would get a cent of that loot. Not so dumb, eh?" "Not so dumb," echoed Courtney. "And 50 grand isn't light money any time," added Bannigan, "so you can see why they are trying so hard to spring Rossman." "And," mused Courtney, "because of money on one side and personal desire for vengeance on the other, my whole career is at stake. Imagine that. A cheap gunman affecting the governor of the state." Again Bannigan laughed loudly. "Honest, Bill, you make me laugh. Being called His Excellency and Honorable and all that bunk sure has made a difference in your slant on such stuff. Why, you know as well as I do that this political game just reeks of money deals and personal vengeance. Whether you're a governor wanting another term like you or just a city boss like me, it doesn't make any difference. As for cheap gunmen, You might just as well have developed into one of them if it hadn't been for me. It's a tough game no matter which way you go. Up from the street sounds good, but I always ask that old one whenever I hear it. You know that old question about how far is up? Ain't it the truth, Bill? Courtney nodded grudgingly. He could not bring himself to say it, but there was a world of truth in what Bannigan said. He was a sham, a bluff. He would bargain and connive and trade in life or money, do anything and everything that would promote his personal ambitions. The Honorable William Courtney was a hollow creature, a person of appearances only. Underneath he was still plain Bill Courtney, still a potential gunman, just as Bannigan had said. "And you're sure there can't be any slip-up?" demanded Bannigan. "Suppose you got everything fixed to be foolproof." "Absolutely," answered Courtney. "I'm waiting now to hear from Whitney, my secretary. He ought to phone me any minute now that he's on the scene in the town of Gorham." Bannigan whistled with slow significance. "What's wrong with that?" demanded Courtney. "How long do you think it will be before someone wises Spencer up that your secretary is in Gorham? And how long do you think it will be before Spencer decides that your secretary being in the same town as the state's prison might have some meaning tonight?" "A long, long while," sighed Courtney. "Whitney's reservation at the hotel there was made for a party named MacDonald. MacDonald will be a flashy-looking fellow, all decked out with jewelry and sporty-looking clothes. Also, MacDonald will be all fixed up with this artificial suntan stuff. If anyone can recognize my calm, quiet, easygoing secretary in that rig, it will be a miracle. MacDonald checks in tonight, leaves a call for 5:30 tomorrow morning, checks out in the morning, and goes straight to the prison, hands Warden Lafarge the stay of execution just at the last possible moment." "Kinda hard-boiled yet yourself," observed Bannigan. "You ain't figuring what a fine night poor Rossman is going to have, are you?" "Rossman," answered Courtney, "doesn't figure. He's guilty if ever a man was." Bannigan nodded in agreement. "No denying that, but just the same he'll do some tall worrying tonight." "Let him," said Courtney. "What I must have is your solemn oath, Bannigan, that you won't tell a soul. You, Whitney, and I are the only people in the world who have any idea that there's to be an 11th hour stay granted Rossman. Not another soul can know. Understand?" Bannigan understood. There was a grudging admiration in the nod of assent. There was no denying that William Courtney was handling a hair-trigger situation far better than the average man would have done. Long before this, another man would have definitely broken either with Spencer or Bannigan. Courtney had taken a better course. Too late, Spencer would hear of that executive reprieve. A few minutes before 7, that stay would become operative, and at 7, the primary voting would begin throughout the state. Tomorrow morning would be too late for Alan Spencer to block Courtney at the polls. Bannigan glanced at his watch. 10 o'clock. 9 more hours until the time set for the execution of Rossman. 9 more hours until the polls were open for the primary election. Down in the village of Gorham, a bleak-eyed, pallid-faced man voiced part of the unspoken thought of Bannigan. There were 2 of them in the little room in the mansion house on Gorham's main street. The speaker, Lon Jerome, was clearly dejected. He had a right to be low in his mind. So too did his companion, Rat Fallon. They were mourning the fact of Rossman's execution, but mourning in a peculiar financial type of reasoning. 9 more hours, Rat, and they bump off Rossman. Rat nodded with more than a trace of anger. "And we don't know any more about where he stashed the loot than we ever did. The rotten, double-crossing dog gave us a fine break, telling us that the way to get our share was to spring him out of the death house. Here we've been using our own jack and breaking our necks trying to get him out of it, and the thanks we get is nothing. And of all the bum ideas, this one of yours to come up and see him today was the worst." "I notice you came along," sneered Lon Jerome. Rat Fallon's tiny jet eyes gleamed at that. "And why not? If he was going to spill any info about where he shoved that loot, I wanted to be in on it too." "You're about as trusting as a bank president," sighed Jerome. "And why not?" countered Rat Fallon. "After this fast one that Rossman pulled on us, I ain't trusting anybody. And here we are in this hick town of Gorham wasting our time. 9 more hours before they give Rossman the hot seat, and it might as well be 9 minutes for all we can do about it. There's still a chance that Big Jack Bannigan can pull something. Even if it's only a stay, it would give us 30 days to work on Rossman. And if he gets a stay, he'll have to admit we've been doing our best to spring him. If he gets a stay, if is right. Big Jack Bannigan may be a big shot in the city, but he hasn't got the governor of the state under his thumb. Just the same, there's a chance. We got as much chance as a couple of 500-to-1 shots in the Kentucky Derby. Me, I'm not hoping anymore." "There's always a chance," insisted Lon Jerome. He spoke bravely enough, but the look in his slaty gray eyes belied his words. "Yeah," snarled Rat Fallon. "I've been sitting here in this cheap dump of a hotel room waiting for you to come back and thinking plenty." "Thinking?" The jeering tone did not escape Rat's attention, but he ignored it. "I've been thinking that, when it comes time for him to sit down in the chair, a yellow double-crossing hound, like Rossman, is apt to blab the whole works. That would be nice, wouldn't it? Us right here in town waiting to get nabbed. Suppose he says that it was you and me that were in on that payroll killing with him. Any other pleasant little thoughts?" "Yeah, I've been thinking what a pile of jack and time we've wasted trying to get the truth out of him about where he hid the loot." Little by little, Rat Fallon's voice had risen under the stress of his futile, seething anger. "You better think in whispers," hissed Jerome. "No telling who's in the next room in a hotel." "The devil take this hotel," muttered Rat Fallon. "Me, I'm going back to the city right away. You can hang around here if you want to, but I've given up hoping. Maybe you like being stony broke, but not me. I got to get out of this hick prison town and get to the city. And the first shot I get at easy money, I'm gonna grab it. Listen, Rat, I might as well tell you. Rossman told me today that if he got a stay, he'd come clean about where he hid the 50 grand. "I should worry," answered Fallon. "There's not much chance of his getting a stay. It's in the cards that he gets the big jolt tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock. You mean to say that Bannigan wouldn't let you know if the governor had kicked in with a stay of execution? Give him time. Maybe he'll phone any minute. And more likely, he won't. Nothing doing, Lon. I'm going to shuffle along to the station and grab the next train to the city." Rat Fallon had risen and jammed on his derby at its cockiest angle. He spoke finally from the door. "See you in town tomorrow, Lon." Lon Jerome did not answer. He was too deep in the grip of despair for speech. He and Rat had tried everything, done everything, and failed. And now the conviction was firm upon him